1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dead.
Welcome to Weasel Moot 14. This is the second round of a 2-weekend event. I am one of your hosts, Brian Pravel, and joining me in studio is Brandon Fogel. I have been playing with the Windy City Weasels for probably about 5 years now. I've been playing Diplomacy about 30 years. Prime Weasel for the Windy City Weasels and one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Brandon, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, I am Brandon Fogel. I am one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, along with Brian and Zachary Moore, who is playing tonight. We're going to get to call a game of his, which I'm excited about. I've been playing serious diplomacy for about 4 years. I tried the game about 20 years ago with some grad student friends, and then I made some new friends after that. And picked up the game again about 4 years ago, got serious with it with the Windy City Weasels, and I've been one of the organizers there. And now we're getting into a little broadcasting here. So I'm excited to see what happens with Weasel Moot tonight. This is the first time we've covered it, and it's our hometown tournament. So
yeah, really exciting. So let's go ahead and start looking at the standings here. Or I'm sorry, the top participants. We've got some of the top players in the world right now playing with us. So, Brandon, why don't you talk to us a little bit about the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational and the rankings we're seeing on the screen here?
So the Invitational is a brand new tournament that we have created to as part of the sort of debut of our network. And the Invitational is going to take place in February, and it's going to include the people who have performed the best in all of the face-to-face tournaments over the course of this year. So that includes both the Cascadia Open, which was an in-person face-to-face tournament back in January, and all of the virtual face-to-face events that have happened since then. And the winners of those events automatically qualify for the Invitational, and then we're going to fill out the rest of the field with people who have ranked highly based on some rankings that we compile, which are assembled from their performance in those tournaments. And we're also including a couple extended deadline tournaments from the online world. So the Nexus community, they have a couple tournaments per year, and those champions will automatically qualify, and the people who make their top board will also get ranked. And also the online diplomacy championships, which WebDip runs. And so all of that's going to get put together. We're going to have a field of 28 people. We're going to play over 3 weekends, 2 qualifying rounds, and then a big top board, which will combine the people who have played the best. And what we see here are the highest ranked players who are playing tonight on tonight's broadcast. And Tommy Anderson's familiar to anyone who's been following any of these broadcasts. He won the the Liberty Cup, which was the previous face-to-face tournament. And it was a real breakthrough for him. So we're excited to see how he follows that up. And he's ranked 3rd in those rankings. And then after that, we have a bunch of players who did not play last week, who are playing with us tonight. And a bunch of them are ranked in the top 10. A couple names that really stand out are Andrew Goff, who is a 3-time world champion and easily one of the best players in the world right now. Maxim Popov, who has won a best country, I think, at every virtual face-to-face tournament so far this season. And Natty Schaefer, who's done well. Russ Dennis has won Best England a couple times and is, as we'll see in a second, currently leading in that. And then just lots of good names down the list here. Nicolas Sahuguet, who is also a former world champion, is playing tonight. So
yeah, it's an exciting list. I think it'll be really interesting to see if any of these players who missed the first round are able to make a big enough splash to qualify for the second round. You can see in our current standings right now, we didn't have super high top scores for the first round. So I mean, any of those names on the list, and frankly, just about anyone else in the tournament, if they've got a good game, they're going to be able to compete to make it to the top 7 and qualify for the top board of the tournament.
Yeah, this really is wide open. Russ Dennis here sitting at 44 has the inside track. I think Jake and Peter, who had a split board top between them last week, I believe, they have an inside track here, but they could easily get past. With Tribute, you can score big with a lone board top, and we're projecting that somewhere around 50 or 60 will probably be the cut line. So these players, we think, still have some work to do, though. Again, they just needed, we think, a decent survival in order to make it. One note here, Ali Adib, who had the biggest score last week, who's also a Weasel and is in first place coming into this weekend, is camping and will not be able to play in the top board. So that opens up the field even more for everybody else. Really excited to see how this plays out tonight. And one side note, by the way, of the rest of those top 8, it turns out that through random chance, 4 of them ended up on the same board. So we will. That's going to be a really exciting one to watch.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So the question I've got for you, Brandon, if you put the over/under at 55, do you think you're going to need 55 points, more or less than 55 points to qualify for this round to guarantee making to the top 7?
Well, it depends on what you scored in the last time. If I understand your question correctly, I think 55 should get you in, which again means even Russ Dennis, who is the leading player who's not camping, still needs to get we think somewhere between 11 points, maybe 10 to 20, something like that, which is roughly a survival in Tribute.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and look at how we're doing for some of the various countries, how the powers are performing, and who currently has the best countries.
So the thing that jumps out to me on this table is that England and France performed significantly better than other countries. With France is not really a surprise. France is generally considered the strongest country, all other things being equal. And France showed that last week on the strength of Ali Adib's 58-point performance. England also played really well, and it's probably also on the strength of Russ Dennis's 44-point finish. But the East, I think, needs to get its act together and figure something out this week. We did in the board seating, we did include a requirement that if a player played in the West, so England, France, or Germany, they're not allowed to play England, France, or Germany again this week. So there will be some players who unfortunately, because there are 4 countries in the East and only 3 in the West, there will be some players who play both countries in the East. But we wanted to try to minimize whatever advantage is inherent in the powers from influencing who gets on the top board.
All right.
But can you go back there for a second?
Oh, yep.
So it's just worth pointing out that a lot of these best countries are up for grabs.
Yeah.
You've got Austria, Russia, and Turkey all below 30, and pretty much any board top in Tribute is going to top that. And Germany is also vulnerable here as well. Italy with a 41 point is an outlier here, and that's a real bonus, I think, for Jake Trotta to score that well with Italy. So that one,
and I think France will be a hard one. 58 points is a lot, but France is a strong country, so we could see that.
And to be honest, with people gunning for the top board and little to lose, and with time unlimited games, solo is very possible here tonight.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. All right, well, let's look and see just on average how people have performed. This is our first event to be scored using Tribute as a scoring system. As we talked about previously, scores were a little bit lower than I was expecting. Typically, when we've seen Tribute games in the past, people tend to play for that high board top score. What do you make of these results, Brandon?
It's fascinating. It really, really is fascinating to me. Tribute is a system that is designed to reward going for the big board top. Definitely topping the board with a higher center count matters a lot more than it does in other systems. And what we saw last week were a lot of people agreeing to shared board tops. Of the 7 games, 5 of them resulted in shared board tops. As you can see here, 3 of them were 2 people sharing, 1 of them was 3 people, and there was a game in which 4 people agreed to share the board top. And it seems to me that there was a view here of Tribute as working a little bit like draw size if you wanted it to. And for people who were in the first round of the tournament looking to get just at least an okay result, there was not as much risk taking as you would expect. One thing we did see with Tribute was that games were more dynamic than they might otherwise have been. So there was a lot of activity there are a lot of ways in which games started out in a certain way and then got jumbled, and sort of players were able to come back and make it into the draw, into the shared board top, I should say. But it was surprising to see so many shared board tops, and I think that it's a really cool thing. People are learning how to play the system. I think there's an unstable equilibrium in a shared board top in Tribute. Unlike some other systems where I think the scoring system may drive things towards a shared board top, in this case, Tribute very much does not. So people were making very clear risk-reward calculations where they said, you know what, I could go for a bigger score, but I want the bird in the hand. And for me, that's really cool that people are making risk-reward calculations and deciding to take what seems like an unstable result because it's the first round and seeing what they can get in the second round. So I would expect more risk-taking tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if we're anticipating that you're going to need somewhere between 50 and 60 points to at a minimum to qualify for the top 7 and qualify for tomorrow's top board, you're going to need a top if you don't have a previous survival for sure.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't have a survival, if you did survive with 15 points, then we think you'll be able to get away with a 40, 50 point score, which is still a board top. You just may not have to push as hard or go for broke as much as you might if you did not score at all last week.
It's going to be really, really interesting to watch these games, see how they play out. Of course, all of this is leading up to tomorrow's big game. Brandon, you want to talk a little bit about the format of the top board?
Sure. So we're going to have a single top board tomorrow. There's no other games being played. The top board will determine the champion of the tournament. Whoever has the most centers at the end, and there are some tiebreakers that happen based on a little selection method that we have beforehand, which we'll talk about on the show tomorrow. But there will be one winner coming out of that, and the game will only matter for that. Everything else about the tournament is going to be fixed today. So whoever finishes with the most points tonight will have at least second place guaranteed. So if they top the board tomorrow, they win the tournament. Otherwise, they finish in second place. All of the best country awards will be determined tonight. Just the championship tomorrow.
All right. Well, you will be able to watch that game right here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network at 7 p.m. Central, 6 Eastern. And we look forward to seeing you there. So, Brandon, with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, and let's start some games.
Brian, thank you so much. We're going to see you again in a few hours. You're going to call games 4 and 5, I believe.
Yep. Sounds great. Look forward to seeing them.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. All right. And joining me on the broadcast are Siobhan Nolan and Doug Moore. Siobhan and Doug, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks for having us.
Hi.
Siobhan, you want to reintroduce yourself to our audience?
Yeah, so for those of you who must be new to this network and its streams, I am Siobhan Nolan. I am the current president of the NADF, or the North American Diplomacy Federation. I also am an organizer in the Bay Area of California for the Badass Hobby. We run Whipping every year in April. Unfortunately, this year, that was the first tournament to get canceled before we got these virtual events off the ground. And I'm happy to be here. These games are going to be really interesting.
Doug, tell us a bit about yourself.
Thanks, Brandon. I'm Doug Moore. I'm a 2-time world champion. I've been playing tournament diplomacy for 17 years, and I started playing with some friends in college. Formerly was the head of the Potomac Tea and Knife Society, and now I live here in lovely Portland, Oregon.
All right. You guys ready to call some diplomacy here?
Let's do it.
All right. So like I mentioned, if you guys were listening on the pregame part, we have a board that has 4 of the top 8 players in the standings on it. And that board is board number 1. Let's head on over to it. Here we are. Board number 1. In Austria, we have Richard Lowenberg coming to us from New York City. In England, we have Alison Heim coming to us also from New York. She's in Brooklyn. In France, we have Jake Trotta coming to us from Chicago. He is a Windy City Weasel, an accomplished Windy City Weasel. Germany, we have Riaz Virani coming to us from Vancouver. In Italy, we have Russ Dennis coming to us from Detroit. I don't think that's right. I think he's in the DC area. We'll get that one.
We'll check on that.
In Russia, we have Jackson Roberts coming to us from Orange County, California. And in Turkey, we have Saren Kwok coming to us from London. And Siobhan, you have a little bit of background on these players. Can you tell us a bit about them?
Yeah, of course. Richard Lowenberg, I've never met in person, but he's been on some of these games online. I don't know too much about him or how long he's been playing, but I do know that he's a good player because he is currently tied for 5th in the rankings for Weasel Moot. Meanwhile, Allison got into this game within the last year. A friend did introduce it to her about a decade ago, but it took the pandemic for her to really get into it. Jake Trotta is very familiar to all the Weasels who are in our audience tonight. He's been playing for a number of years with you guys. Very solid player, but primarily has been a face-to-face player, so I'm interested to see how this virtual format works out for him. Riaz has been playing for a couple of years, I think. I met him about 3 years ago up in Vancouver. Great player, has been playing a lot online, gunboat, face-to-face, the usual. Moving on, Russ Dennis, he heads up the diplomacy briefing. He's also Umble the Heap online. So for those of you who are in some of our Discord servers, you may see him under a different name. But he's been playing for over a decade now and fantastic player. Has 2 Best Englands, I believe, this year in the virtual tournaments.
Yeah, he won Best England at Dixie and Boston Massacre, and is currently sitting with Best England at this tournament. So
so he could tie me. I have 3 behind me for anyone who's counting. Jackson Roberts, unfortunately, I don't know anything about, but you're in California, Jackson. We hope to see you at a future whipping tournament up in the Bay Area very soon. And Saren has made a huge splash this year. She's only been playing for about 3 months, but is a fantastic player, and everyone seems to know her name now.
Yeah, she's been on DBN a couple times now, and she is extremely sharp. And I've said this before, one of the things that's really fun about her is that she has no problem going for the jugular right from the start of her diplomacy career. Very strong analytical mind, and does not feel remorse, at least in this context. So it's really great. And it will not surprise me at all if she qualifies for the Invitational. She's definitely gunning for it, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. I should add Jake Trott. So I've heard from the producer that Russ Dennis is in fact in Detroit. So shame on me for thinking otherwise. Jake Trotta and I entered the Weasels together. We are right around the same time, and we had a friendly rivalry for a few years. He sort of took a break the past year, but before that, we were kind of neck and neck in the standings every year. And there was one year that came down to him and I think I edged him by 10 points. But he had topped more boards than me, so there was a nice argument about who had actually had the better season. And he's won our Barroom Brawl a couple times, which is a sort of side competition we have, and he's also won CODCON before, which is what was our minor tournament that we used to have. Hopefully, we'll have again someday. All right, enough about that. Unless Doug, anything you want to add about these players?
This is a good batch of players. Riaz is a very experienced player. He's been playing for a long time, and he is a really strong, fun guy to play with. I would be interested to see if he comes out real fast with an alliance, because that's what he likes to start with. And I think Jake won the Weasels in 2015. Did he win the tournament?
No, he didn't. No.
Okay. I know Jake is a fantastic player, and I'm going to be excited to see that East or that West and how that resolves, because looks like a good start there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. You've got 2 very experienced players in France and Germany, and a relatively inexperienced player in England. So a lot of times that turns into like a battle for the newer player, and sometimes the 2 experienced players just say, let's shake hands and move forward together. So, all right, with that, let us have a look here at the board, and let's divide up East and West. Siobhan, we'll let you pick.
I'll take the West, because we were talking about how interesting that's going to be.
All right, great. And Doug, you will get the East. So here we have Spring 1901 orders, and Siobhan, tell us what you see in the West.
All right. So I don't know what kind of conversations happened between England and France, but clearly Jake has convinced Allison that they are good friends and then took advantage of that brutally and just walked right into the channel. You don't often see France getting into the channel in spring of '01, so I'm curious to see where that's going. Is it, as we predicted, just France and Germany deciding, hey, sorry, you're really nice, but you are a new player and we want big scores in this tournament?
Yeah, the tournament is on the line. Yeah, I mean, with the top board, it just adds the extra pressure, right?
Exactly.
All right, Doug, tell us about the East.
Well, immediately what struck me, I would love to be a fly on the wall for the conversation between Jackson and Saren that led to them not bouncing in the Black Sea, but instead in Armenia. And we know that it is classic Weasel habit to open this way from Smyrna to Armenia. So, that's, I think, very interesting. And I will want to see how that plays out, because we could be seeing an RT forming here right at the very beginning of this game.
Which would be fascinating given the strength in F and G. It's worth pointing out that Saren and neither Saren nor Jackson is from Chicago. So it doesn't mean that the Smyrna to Armenia opening hasn't infected them just from being affiliated with the Moot here, but neither of them does it by nature. Okay, let's move on to fall of 1901. And here we have the orders. And Doug, why don't we stay with you in the East? Tell us what you see.
Yeah, I think that's great. I'm looking here, and the thing that really is striking to me is there's no conflict between Austria and Russia, even with that bounce. You have the hold in Warsaw, and you still don't have anyone in the Black Sea. I mean, this looks like a really strong RT, or maybe there's an Eastern triple going on. I'm not sure exactly. But it is very interesting. No bounce in the Black Sea 2 turns in a row. Andrew Goff would be very, very disappointed.
No bounce in the Black Sea, no bounce in Galicia, no bounce in Trieste even. So you've got these 4 holds around the East. This is like the friendliest East ever for the first year, eh?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a situation where, Bulgaria holds. It's just why not make a swing somewhere, right? Somebody might misorder.
Yeah, and even sometimes you see it with in cooperation with Russia. Like if Russia's going to move the 2, use the support from the fleet, then why not just go and pretend there's conflict or something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, what about the West? Siobhan, tell us about that.
So the West, as predicted, we're seeing the Sea Lion with France and Germany just rolling. Whether Riaz in Germany was on board in spring, he certainly is now. And, Allison, I'm sorry. It's losing the North Sea in fall of '01 is never good or easy as England.
But Siobhan, tell us about the retreat to Skagerrak here.
The retreat to Skag is really interesting. It causes a lot of headaches for a number of people. The Russian in Sweden has to worry about those 2 fleets bordering that. The German can't pull Denmark back away to use the army anywhere, possibly hoping to have convoyed it across to the continent into England. It just causes a lot of problems. Given that her other option, Helgeland, wasn't the right one and Norwegian would have been too far away, I think Skag might have been the best choice she had. Doug,
what do you think about this?
The thing that drew my eye is actually the army from Kiel to Denmark. Obviously that's going to set up for a convoy over to England, but really it pins that army there in a disadvantageous location for Germany. I would have rather kept that just like lurking in Munich. Maybe I go east quicker for the long term rather than have my army sitting in Holland and Denmark.
The Sea Lion, it can be brutal here, and you guys must have had ways of counteracting that you have liked in at various times in the past. What is your preferred way to respond to a Sea Lion, Siobhan?
My preferred way is to be one of France or Germany, but it's generally, I find that as England, when I'm being subjected to a Sea Lion, is to make it as unproductive for them for as long as possible so that one of them will flip and just say, okay, I'm Germany. I'm not getting anything out of this. I haven't been able to convoy that army from Denmark over to the continent like France promised me I would be able to. Oh, look, France got a daughter too. I'm not sure I'm okay with this balance anymore.
Yeah, it seems like you've got a kind of choice. You can either try to turtle up and stymie both of them as long as possible, or pick one and stymie them as long as possible. And that she seems to have chosen that direction in this case.
Yeah, I think that you can actually do a little bit of both. I mean, build another army at home so that you have strong defense at home, and then you can simultaneously tell both opponents, you know, I'm going to make this as miserable to you as possible, and I'm going to drag this out as long as I can, and then hope that the East resolves very quickly, and you know, then Germany and France have things they have to do elsewhere to make your comeback.
And maybe you'll be lucky and get a 4-way alliance in the East coming out. The Eastern quadruple, it's the Bigfoot of diplomacy, isn't it? We have a fleet build from England. We also have France putting down non-surprising builds. I suppose Germany could have made an argument for 2 fleets, just sort of go all in, but this also seems the wiser choice. And elsewhere, actually a slight surprise from Turkey, fleet in Constantinople. You might have thought a fleet in Smyrna here, given that they got the fleet into the Aegean, and you might want to try to maximize your forward position here. This is a conservative build here. All right, let's push forward here. We took a lot of time there, indulging in fall of 1901. So here are the spring 1902 moves, and let's stay in the west here with Siobhan, because there's lots of activity.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement here, and I'm trying to make sense of it. Belgium to Irish is entertaining, but I can't help but think that that must be a misorder, and it was intended to convoy to Wales, because it looks like the English Channel is trying to convoy something.
Looks like the English Channel actually got the order right.
Yeah, okay. Belgium was supposed to go to Wales. There was just a misclick there, and that's unfortunate for France because they would have gotten in.
Yep.
And without what Doug suggested with the army build for England, that would have been actually quite brutal, having to cover Edinburgh and Liverpool with only one army. Elsewhere, England gets back into the North Sea. You get a German fleet on the continent. It's not the worst thing in the world, but loses Norway. Germany takes Sweden. Oh my goodness. So many arrows.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't. I overlooked the Fleet North Coast build here from Russia, which is potentially questionable here. You might, as Russia, think that you're better off, keeping England from falling too quickly.
And even if you do want to do that, I would rather have an army there at this point rather than a fleet on the North Coast, because I just find that the Fleet North Coast build is a very limiting build.
And also, this just doesn't seem like a great deal for Russia if they're staying even and simply transferring a dot from England to Germany. You're just sort of potentially creating a monster that will end up eating you. And then, all right, so Doug, tell us about some of this activity in the East.
Well, we got a very interesting alliance structure here with, it looks like an art alliance, I guess. Austria, Russia, Turkey. I've never seen that work for very long, but good on you to try. What I see coming next here is that Russian fleet getting piffed in the corner. That's what they look like they're doing. And meanwhile, we have Austria shifting against Italy, like driving far that way. Russia's going north with everything. So this is great for Saren. I just want to really say this. She has nobody attacking her, and she's going to have opportunities galore to go forward. Just kind of sit back, be patient, make your move. This is a great start for Turkey, I would say.
Yeah, and getting rid of that Russian fleet, that is valuable, is it not?
Yeah.
All right, let's confirm that this is what happens, and indeed it is, except something else happens. Doug, why don't we stay with you in the East?
We've got that explosion. It looks like, however, they're moving back to Constantinople, which is interesting to see. And Austria did not take Venice and didn't make that move there. So maybe the shift is on, and I spoke too soon about Saren's good position because she's pulling one.
I have to say, my guess is that this is a bid to not have to waste time getting the fleet out. That
Yeah.
she's going to take Bulgaria next and then rebuild fleet Smyrna. And this gives Austria some security.
Yeah, it's probably a swap for the long term for Greece as well. And if this is good play if you guys are able to swap dots and have that level of trust going at this point. That makes an alliance very effective and strong and dynamic for the long term. Those are fun games to play.
Yeah, and presumably we'll see a fleet Trieste here. This is this is a really special, I think, set of openings here. Siobhan, tell us about and poor Italy, right? I mean, ultimately.
Yeah, nothing you can do.
Yeah. All right, Siobhan, tell us about the West.
I mean, if we want to feel sad for someone right now, I'm going to continue that Allison in England clearly has zero friends that surround her. Russia helping to cut the support of the North Sea so that she can't hold London. She covers Liverpool and Edinburgh, but, you know, it seems like it's a matter of time. They don't have any armies on the continent yet, though. And it looks like Picardy went to Wales, but nobody convoyed it, which tells me that those three, Russia, France, and Germany, are talking up to the last moment, and someone came and said, no, you need to support me to London instead.
This is it's interesting, right? Germany's getting 2 builds here. France isn't getting any, probably doesn't need it yet. But all right, let's call it some builds, and I'm going to ask you guys to tell me who you like in this game. And England, England is with no friends whatsoever. All three coming after her. She really just has to just pick the way that she exits the game. In Germany, we get another fleet and an army. France puts a fleet. Oh, France picked up Spain, didn't they? So France does get a build. Okay. We get the fleet Trieste, which is always nice this early in the game.
Oof.
Fall 1902. So maybe Bulgaria will go away, or they'll do a swap for Greece when Austria gets that. If Saren ends up topping this board, like this is I think kind of high level Jedi stuff at this stage of the game. And then Russia puts down an army. Okay. Who do you like and why? Start with you, Doug.
Well, I really like what Turkey's doing here. I'm really excited by this. It's a newer player to the diplomacy hobby, and seeing this level of high quality caliber play is really, really interesting. So I'm watching Turkey. I think that other powers have more dots on the board. They've got more units, but I love this position. No threat to her at all in the short term and probably the long term.
Siobhan?
I think despite the fact that Germany has the most dots on the board, they're a bit awkwardly placed. And if I were to take over a position right now, I would take the Austrian.
Oh, really? How come?
I think there's a lot of really interesting play here. I think that we've got an AT that will eventually, when Russia commits north, be very, very strong. And possibly the Austrian just has the jump on the dots.
Oh, interesting. And no votes for France here, huh?
I think France has a great position. It's a classically strong French position. And I think that Jake is in the conversation here no matter what happens going forward, just because taking out England secures your long-term game. And if I'm Jake, I'm very, very, very excited about Italy getting pinned in place. Yeah.
And also, I mean, Turkey and Austria being the ones to come out of the East feels like potentially really good for France, just because there's a natural counterbalance if you want it, if you can figure out how to play it right.
Yeah, I mean, I think if depending on how ambitious he is, he can actually start building and shift south if he needs to, because England's going to be going away real fast.
I can tell you that Jake Trotta is nothing if not ambitious. So he's a guy who thinks big and likes to aim big. So he's definitely a go big or go home kind of player. All right. And so with that, let us stay. I forget where we ended. Let's go in the West with Siobhan, because I see lots of black arrows over there, and that always makes me happy.
There's a lot of movement in the West this turn. France, Germany, and Russia continue their just brutal onslaught. Allison, I'm so sorry. It's rough when this happens, and it happens to all of us from time to time. So, I mean, I'm not sure I'm loving how Riaz is playing this in Germany, but maybe he's got a bigger plan. It does seem like Jake will be the winner in the West.
And over to you in the East, Doug.
I see, the fleet in Turkey is making its way out there slowly but surely. Austria is into the Adriatic Sea, which gives a strong strategic position going forward. At this point, Italy is in a real hard place, similar to Allison. I think that Russ is going to really struggle, and there's just not much I think he can do if he can't crack those alliances and break them down.
So
I think Italy is going to be out soon.
What any worry about Saren and Turkey playing it a little bit too slow here? Because it doesn't look like she's setting up to be able to take one of the Austrian dots here, unless she puts the fleet in Bulgaria, which seems relatively inefficient.
I mean, I would be making the conversation of, all right, this is great, we've got a strong alliance. This has to be productive for me as well. But again, the level of patience is there, and there's no threat from Russia. So you can afford to be patient a little bit and sort of loan Austria a dot with the understanding that you're going to get the next one. The question is, does Richard, sort of renege on that deal? That's your danger point. So, I might be saying it's time for me to take Bulgaria on the south coast because it looks like you're going to get Venice.
Yeah, well, at some point we'll talk about Jackson's overall strategy here because it's interesting. We've sort of been putting it off. We criticized the fleet build. So why don't we turn to that actually now and see how it plays out in the context of the fall here. And Doug, we'll start with you. Tell us about let's start with Russia, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. My concern with what Jackson is doing, it looks like he's playing a good diplomatic game. England is going down. I don't see where his next focus is on getting more growth. He doesn't have any strength in the south, and he's sort of bouncing with Germany. If you're not going south, and England's already out, then your next opponent has to be Germany. You're not going to wrap around and attack France. So I kind of feel like Ukraine and Romania aren't that terribly productive in this situation. So I'm a little concerned that, he's opened himself up to Riaz, frankly, moving north against him.
And I'm sorry, what about the rest of the East here?
As predicted, Venice fell, and Saren did take Bulgaria south coast, so it looks like it was a loner dot. Again, this is just a hard situation for Russ in Italy, and you feel bad, similar to Allison, because there's not much you can do from an out and out attack on Austria. So I think that the AT here is really driving this game in the East.
Yeah, if two people in your theater are going to cooperate that much, there's just very little you can do.
Yeah.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about the West here.
The narrative remains much the same as it has these past few seasons. Allison loses another dot. She will end with just the one in Edinburgh, which will be interesting to see if she manages to pirate herself out to one player or another. I always love to see a good pirate roaming the seas. France drops down into the Med to further Russ's problems, and
he's coming to the rescue, isn't he?
Oh yeah, no, he's there to help.
Rescue.
I promise.
Yeah.
I came to the Mediterranean to help you.
That's right.
All right, we've got another fleet build from France, which boy, that really is nice for Germany. If you're Germany, you got to feel really good about seeing that. And there's an army that's off in Piedmont. Obviously, could be turned against you. France. One of the nice things about France's overall tactical positions in general is that they can easily be shifted in different directions.
Boy, do you guys? I mean, tell me. I really would be tempted in this position to stab France if I was Germany. I could probably walk to Burgundy, and I can certainly take Belgium. I mean, and if you're not fighting Russia, what are you doing as Germany? Boy, that's tempting.
I'm absolutely doing it, especially because Riaz in Germany has probably made it so that he's the one who gets to take Edinburgh. So have France support you into Edinburgh while taking Belgium, while walking into Burgundy.
That's
I mean,
mean, and I love
oh.
it. And
Chef's kiss, love it.
You guys are terrible people. I just want you to know that. Yeah, I'm with you, man. It's got to be one or the other. Germany's either got to go after France or Russia here, and Russia is with these two fleets up here, not really that well positioned to come after you. You know, they could finagle things so that they end up taking Sweden, and then your position would collapse. But if they're willing to go against France with you, why not?
Could be fun.
Yeah. And Saren drops the fleet as expected, and Russ is sending French language instruction to the Tunisians, I think.
I want to give Russ some credit. I mean, this is a good poll, and he is going to make it as painful as possible for Austria to take those last 2 dots on the boot. That's what you got to do in this situation, and I respect that kind of hard defense. Nicely done.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see how it plays out. Let's start in the East, including Italy with you, Doug.
Sorry, I was immediately drawn to Munich to Tyrolia. Sorry, that just popped right there. They got into the Ionian Sea. I think that's really the story. You've got a huge combat going in the Italian peninsula. Turkey is into the Ionian Sea. Great position for whatever she might want to do going forward, whether that's take Greece, start convoys, whatever it is that you want to do. But the thing is, maybe they were a little too slow because France just took Tunis.
Yeah. And has three fleets in the Mediterranean basin. What do you make of Warsaw to Galicia?
Maybe it's defensive. Maybe France. Maybe Russia really is going to work with Germany for the long term, and they're going to try and push south together. That could potentially work.
And Siobhan, what do you make of? Let's hear about the West, but please tell me. Start with Norwegian to Barents.
I'm not sure I have words. You made the choice to build Fleet North Coast very early in this game, and pulling it back willingly confuses me a lot. Was there not a plan? Did someone change something on you? I'm really actually incredibly confused by Norwegian to Barents.
Siobhan, would you try and arrange a dislodge? Germany's got 2 fleets there in the fall. He could dislodge the fleet, then you could rebuild it back home as something more useful.
Absolutely is, hey, can you guys just get rid of this fleet for me? I'll build it as an army so I can go after Austria. This is better for everyone. I had a different plan in winter of 01, and now I'm realizing that I want to do something different. So I think you're spot on there, Doug. Just real quick, Riaz did not take our advice, did not stab France. I'm very disappointed. Riaz, we will talk about this later. But he does seem to have found a friend in Russia, and they're going to push south against Austria together. So Jake and France is trusting enough to pull his units completely away from Germany.
That's a startling amount of trust between France and Germany, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't find Jake to be that trusting of a player usually, so this is confusing to me.
Riaz is a really good diplomat. I've played with him. He's very charming and positive, and they may just be working well together.
All right.
Riaz is getting a build here no matter what, and so is France. And the France move to the North Atlantic is really interesting to me. That kind of stands out here. What is that fleet going to do long term? What is it getting in position to do?
I mean, maybe they didn't think they had the units to kick out the Russian fleet. They didn't know that he was going to pull it back. And so NAO and North Sea were planning to do it in the fall. That's all I can think.
I don't know. It could be a defensive situation. Let's set up a bounce in the Norwegian Sea kind of a deal up there.
All right, let's find out. What we have is, let's say in the West with you, Siobhan, and I see what may have been some taking of advice here.
Okay, so Riaz, I'm very glad you're listening to me from the future, and do that more often. I love a good move to Clyde. Not sure I love the self bounce there. Jake seems to have sniffed out a little bit of this stab, but he loses Belgium. Burgundy falls. Tyrolia goes to Piedmont. Wow. Okay,
with support from the Austrian.
With support from the Austrian. So the Russian is attacking the Austrian. Oh, not by the, I'm sorry, I'm jumping into another territory. Duh.
No, that's okay. I mean, this is always challenging because the dynamics are crossing all over the board from the east and the west and on both sides of the stalemate line. But you're absolutely right, Siobhan. I mean, Russia at the same time is attacking Austria, as did Turkey, although that may have been arranged. It's hard to know. But it doesn't feel like it would be arranged there.
It was an optimistic set of moves by Saren here, wasn't it? To think that she would get to keep Ionian and take Greece.
Right. Yeah, that it's really interesting. The one thing I would love to have seen Riaz do in this situation is make the move to Munich without going to Belgium right now, because if France is moving back to Belgium, you let them. That way you get Belgium and Paris guaranteed. Now he's only going to get one of them. So just a little tactical observation.
But he gets Belgium in this case. So he keeps France from building and gets a second build himself. Isn't that more important?
I think that's why we wanted to see it in the spring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in any case, this is the position going into builds. This looks awfully good for Germany at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to take back my earlier statement where I didn't feel like he was in a great position despite having the most units on the board. If I had to step into a power, it would definitely be Germany.
And that pullback to the Barents now looks even better for Riaz, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. The alliance is not, this Russia-Germany alliance is very rare, but it's very powerful when they can make it work. Yeah. And it's a lot of fun to play. It's just very, very infrequent that you get people that will do it. But, they've got a nice opportunity here going forward.
So here's how the builds play out. Thank you for playing, Allison. This was a rough game, and it's unlikely there was anything you could have done here. You had, two top players who decided to take you out, and a third player we don't know enough about. Jackson may end up being a top player for all we know. But with no one willing to help you and two good players working in lockstep against you, it was just a matter of time. So Germany, this is when the decisions become more difficult for Germany. And Riaz has decided to throw another fleet up here, which probably helps him parry a potential stab from Russia better. But he's going to be guaranteed English Channel here. He's got fantastic position although he's got some guesses in order to get further. Or maybe he supports himself to Picardy. I don't know. We'll find out. In the East, Russia with a very potentially tasty build here. This is a devilish build. Because if it were a fleet, clearly anti-Turkish. If it were Army Warsaw, ambiguous actually between messing with Germany and being anti-Austrian. You could make a good argument if you're Russia that you needed this to continue the assault against Austria. The Army Sevastopol says, I want to keep the option open of moving against Turkey, but I don't want Turkey to think that necessarily.
Yeah, it's a good play. Let's give full marks here. I mean, it's very flexible, and it's and a nice obfuscation of what might be happening there. I think that Saren is going to probably, pull Aegean to Khan and then move east to Aegean to parry that. And that way, if you need to go into the Black Sea, you can. I would give up that position in the Ionian to make nicey nice with everybody around me.
You got to figure France is going to want to pull back, and maybe this is how Italy does it, right? This is how Italy gets back in it.
Russ, you still have a chance.
Keep going, Russ.
All right. Well, so France certainly doesn't pull back here. Lots of other stuff happens. Wow. Let's start in the West with all the black arrows, Siobhan.
Okay. Riaz, you listened to my advice and then just pulled everything right back.
Oh, wow. Good Lord. That's surprising.
I saw in the comments earlier that someone was saying that Jake Trotta is also very charming. And so it's possible that Jake and Riaz are just out charming each other into, oh, no, I'm going to do this. No, you won't. And a little bit of mind control is happening. Jake does pull up into the Norwegian. We'll see exactly what that means. But it looks like Riaz is setting up to take Liverpool. Or at least try. But, I'm so confused.
What a startling! I'm sorry. This is a startling set of moves from both France and Germany, but particularly Germany.
Yeah, I'm a little bit at a loss for words, especially on Germany's part, a little bit on France's, but I get it. What happened in this negotiation?
Okay, let's put aside for the moment the question of whether Riaz is right to be pulling away here. First, let's find out what happens in the east, Doug, because there is some really significant activity here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the story to tell here is that obfuscating army build did drop to Armenia and has a guarantee in Ankara, which then Jackson can follow up with another fleet. In the meantime, Italy might potentially get back into this game a little bit, but most likely it's just going to be a dot farm for France the rest of the way. France has got a really strong position in the Mediterranean, and with Germany backing off, no reason not to continue going. We're gonna see Austria go down pretty quick because Turkey's sticking with it.
Yeah, I just have to wonder if you're Germany, why you would want to be harming Austria here, as it looks like maybe he's coming in to help set up. But I just don't think Russia was on the verge of exploding here. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I mean, maybe they're going to help Austria. I don't know.
Let's see the moves. We'll talk about this after these moves. And Doug, why don't we stay with you in the east here?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, you definitely have that Russian attack into Ankara, which is going to take away the build in Greece. This is a really tough spot now for Turkey, and at the same time, Austria is losing units to Germany at the same time, potentially going forward. Not a lot of friends for Richard at this point.
Boy, this is a confusing board.
It's really messy. Like pretty much everyone in the South is attacking everyone else at this moment in time.
After such a kumbaya opening year.
Right. We've got Germany attacking Austria. We've got Russia attacking Turkey. We've got Austria attacking Italy, Turkey, and Russia at the same time. I mean, I guess if you're going to swing at everybody, you might as well just go after every single person around you.
Wow.
In the meantime, I want to call out our friend Russ here, who moved to Apulia to set up to retake Venice. Love it.
Yeah, but he'll only have one unit to do it with. Siobhan, so I mean, there's not a whole lot to say in the West. We get Germany getting Liverpool.
Yeah, so all I can think here is that they have somehow decided that France had one too many units, probably that army on the continent, and said, hey, Germany, you take Liverpool, put an army down in Berlin. We can both go east, you in the north, me in the south. That's the best I can think of what's happening here.
It just feels like a better deal for Germany. Maybe I'm missing something, but
oh no, it's a better deal for Germany. I mean, aside from the fact that Germany stopped attacking France, and that's good for France.
Yeah, I mean, the subtle move that I think I would also note, building off what you were saying, Siobhan, is the Denmark to Skagerrak move.
Yep.
It's a little hard to see with the arrow, but that's an interesting move. I think that is indicating an attack on Norway is imminent.
Absolutely, I agree.
All right, then let's leave this game for now. And we'll come back to it when we have time. We're just a year behind them, and we'll leave the builds to help ourselves get back into the game. And instead, let's move on over to board number 2, which is the Chicago Dog. And on board number 2, we've got Andrei Gribikov in Austria, coming to us from California. In England, we have Derek Rocco, coming to us from Onaway, Michigan, which I meant to look up where it is. I did not. I'm sorry, Derek. Maybe we can get a producer to tell us something about that. In France, we have Bill Hackenbracht, who is well known to all of us in the face-to-face hobby. He ran the Liberty Cup, which was the previous face-to-face tournament. He's coming to us from Fayetteville, North Carolina. In Germany, we have Marcus Zelstra, who is a DBN contributor. He has appeared as a commentator on our show, also as a guest on DBN Deadline, which is our news program. And Marcus is also doing some editing work for us behind the scenes as well. This is his Weasel Moot debut. And congratulations, Marcus. Italy, we have Kevin O'Kelly, who is a Weasel, a longtime Chicago Weasel, coming to us from Chicago. In Russia, we have JJ Raymond, coming to us from Santa Monica, California. And in Turkey, we have Liam Stokes, coming to us from Victoria, British Columbia. And Doug, I believe you did some background on these players. What do you have for us?
Yeah, this is an exciting board, Brandon. So we have a lot of newer players on here, starting with Andre. He's been playing for about 6 months. And so, who was on the first board who had just started in the coronavirus? We have another hobbyist who's taken the game up in this kind of time. Derek is pretty new to competitive games, has mostly played with friends. So it's nice to see somebody taking that early gameplay and then bringing it into tournaments. That's nice to see. Contrasted with Bill, who we all know really well. Bill is a world-class player, and he's very, very strong at this game, and also a really fun guy to hang around with in real tournament, in-person tournaments, not virtual tournaments. Bill's a good guy to hang around with.
And he's made a couple top boards at World Championships, correct? Including last year in Marseille.
Yeah, that's right. I've long said if you make a top board, anybody on a top board can win a game. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. If you're making top boards, you're likely to win a tournament at some point. Marcus is you mentioned that he is a contributor. He is also an organizer for WebDip and Nexus. So he's really engaged in a lot of different places. So thank you, Marcus, for all that work, and hope you don't get stabbed too bad by Kevin O'Kelly, who is a long time. I think I'll be watching Kevin. He's played for a long time. He's pretty well known within the community. But
a devilish player, it should add.
He is. He's very good. He is very good. But the one I'm most excited about on this board is JJ, who is 16 years old. He's only been playing Diplomacy for a few months, and this is the funniest part, because his initials are the same as his Diplomacy idol John Jameson. He has decided to proclaim himself as John Jameson Jr. or John Jameson 2.0. So nice job, JJ.
JJJ, Triple J.
Triple J. And then finally, Liam Stokes is also a pretty new player. He's been playing for about a year. So a lot of new players, and that's really exciting to see.
Yeah, and you can see in their ranks here, 4 of these players haven't even played a game that would qualify them for the Invitational yet. So this will mark their entry into the rankings. So yeah, so we've got 2 players that we know are experienced. Only one of them is experienced in face-to-face. I'm sorry, 2 face-to-face with a lot of experience, Bill and Kevin. We have Marcus, who is an accomplished player, but in online extended deadline games, not necessarily face-to-face. And then we've got 4 other players who, as far as we know, are relatively new. So, all right, let's dive in and see how things shake out. And why don't we switch up the East and the West this time? Siobhan will take you in the East, and Doug will take you in the West. And let us start with the West. Doug, what do you see over there?
I see a bounce in Tyrolia, and otherwise I see pretty common standard openings, not showing your hand right away, but giving yourself maximum flexibility and opportunity. The move Munich to Tyrolia, again, I think that's of note. That's oftentimes just a defensive thing. You don't want Italy to pop up there and maybe snaffle Munich or cause you problems. But pretty good, strong openings. Not a lot to really talk about yet. We'll have to keep an eye on it.
And this bounce is often arranged, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of times. Although Rome to Venice following it, a little less so. If you were arranging the bounce, I might want to go to Apulia instead.
Okay, and then Siobhan in the East, what else stands out to you?
The only thing that really jumps out to me in the East is the lack of a bounce in the Black Sea and the move of Smyrna to Armenia.
Yeah.
They clearly, Russia and Turkey, are working together enough that neither of them moved to the Black Sea but we still see the Chicago famous Smyrna to Armenia. It's
Two
not
for two.
quite the Sunstrom, but it's close.
It is in the water, or the electrons in this case. It's crazy with these games. When we do a bunch of games together, we get these weird trends that just come out of nowhere. And this is now 2 for 2, no bounce in the Black Sea, which is probably the single most common set of moves on any diplomacy game, right? For 1901. Okay, let's move forward then into fall of 1901, and we'll stay in the east since that's where we finished. And Siobhan, tell us what you see.
Mostly not much. The bounce in Sevastopol was likely arranged. It allows Russia to keep Romania. It gives Turkey something to do with the unit, and they can try to sell it to the rest of the board saying, see, look, we're fighting. P.S. They're not fighting. It's not a thing. And the only other thing of note is Russia forces his way into Galicia.
Yeah. This is this.
I was just going to say, boy, I look at that scenario you're talking about, the arranged bounce. I really want to hold in Armenia and go to the Black Sea.
That would have been so beautiful.
But there's a real reason why you do that, not just the delicious mischievousness of it, but also because as Turkey, this is not a great RT for you. It's not a great way to start an RT. You've got a fleet in Romania that can't help you in any way.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Your saving grace is that you're in the Aegean already, which is nice, but you've got no guaranteed dot here. And if there was an army in Romania, you could convince them to cut Serbia and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, the winner here is Austria, right?
You think?
I mean, if that's the RT that's coming at me, I don't really hate it, and I don't think it's going to last very long.
Yeah, right. If that was the only thing, if it was an
there
ineffectual
are other
RT.
things that I'll let Doug cover, but
Yeah. So so this was the big one here, right? Doug,
Yeah.
what do you see in the West? And you
I
can
think
talk about
Bill
Italy, talk about
Hackenbracht-
Italy here.
Yeah, I think Bill Hackenbracht is in a real strong driver's seat position, picking up 3 builds. A lot of times you don't want to do that, but really, if England is going to go to Holland, a move I do like a lot to do is England. If you're going to go after Germany, why let Germany get out of the gate? Do that bounce right there. But also at the same time, convoy to Norway, that's going to irritate Russia. Maybe biting off more than you can chew there, and a bounce in Sweden. Not a lot of love.
But it speaks to your point about this being great for France. Like, not only do they get the 3 builds, they have all this tactical flexibility, but everyone else is fighting.
That's right.
It's a big mess up here in the north. It's a big mess up here in the east. Yeah. Okay. Let's move forward here and see. And of course, Bill has arranged all of this through sleight of hand. So we get the fleet in Brest, which might be a little bit surprising given how much England sort of did for you that turn. This is a potentially very threatening move for a build for England from France. France chooses to waive the 3rd build, which a lot of people like to do. Lets you keep your cards a little bit closer to your vest. In the elsewhere, Germany puts down an army here, which is interesting. Seeing that France is the one that he needs to combat here, rather than going after Sweden. So this is probably a bid to get Russia on board to help, which seems perfectly plausible. Russia, for his part, rewards that with a fleet north coast St. Petersburg, which is now 2 for 2. In these 2 games.
my God.
Again, the most unusual, well, maybe Sevastopol is the more unusual build for Russia, but this is not one you see a whole lot. Now we've seen it 2 for 2. Elsewhere, yeah, we get the fleet in Smyrna, which confirms what we thought, which was that the bounce in Sevastopol was agreed upon. Okay, let's move forward here into the spring, and let's start in the east here with Siobhan. And
I think what jumps out to all of us is the move from Armenia to Sevastopol again. I can't believe that was arranged. But I mean, Russia is picking up Sweden, so maybe they think that Turkey just needs another unit. I don't know. That feels
Possibly.
like Turkey and Austria are working something else out.
Possibly just really good negotiation on the part of Liam there. Or
Exactly.
might as well take it. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, I love being there if I'm Turkey, so go for it.
It'll be really nice to see what this fleet does in the fall. whether it supports one or the other into one or the other. Spaces.
Absolutely.
Okay, in the West, then, Doug, let us have it.
Yeah, the thing that is probably the most significant is the English Channel gets forced by England. So, that's a pretty strong defensive setup. I didn't think Bill's build was all that inflammatory. Putting one fleet in Brest and then waving a potential second fleet in Marseille, I wouldn't have hated that as England. So I'd be curious what's going on behind the scenes. And then helping Germany into Holland, I think, is a real strong signal that, hey, I want to work with you. Let's not fight.
Suddenly Marcus is everyone's favorite, right?
Well, he's a I've not played with Marcus, but having watched him, he's a smart guy. He's pretty clearly a strong diplomat. So I have to imagine he's spending a lot of time on that.
Yeah, I think if I were England, I would have really wanted to see Army Marseille and Army Paris and wave the third build. There's fleet. If we were really going to do an EF, the fleet doesn't do a whole lot, and you really need to have an army in Burgundy at least.
Yeah, I might not like the builds as France. You can sell it though. It's like hey, look, I got to defend myself potentially against you. I'm going to sit in Mid-Atlantic and Spain.
We've seen that. We've seen that. We've seen that movie before, especially from John Jameson. That's actually a special of his. So okay, let's move forward here into the fall, and Doug will stay with you in the West, where there is some more stuff happening. Lots of black arrows. Tell us about it.
Yeah, England and Germany made common cause after that, 0-1 bounce in Holland, which I thought was pretty significant. Germany repays France's support into Holland by piffing Belgium and move to Burgundy. The good thing here is actually Bill still has a build. So this is not tragic. It's not ideal. He got into the English Channel. So he's pretty defensive. So even though Bill's not doing great right now, he still has some opportunity. And in the meantime, England is continuing the practice of attacking everyone.
Yeah, France. So France gets a rebuild here, is what you were saying, because they had one in the bank and now they have one piffed. So even though they lost Belgium, they still get to put a unit down.
Yeah, and that'll be an army in Paris, most likely. Could be an army in Marseille.
Yeah. You think Marseille here, right? Because Picardy can retreat to Paris if need be.
Yeah, and then you can knock him out of Burgundy potentially. Most likely, yeah.
Oh yeah, depending on what Germany builds here, presumably Army Munich. So and then in the East, almost nothing happens. There is one thing of note, though. Tell us
there is indeed one thing of note, and that is all. And Sev just walks right out into Ukraine, and all I really have to say about the East is what is happening.
It's a whole lot of nothing. I mean, like, it's even less than nothing. Like that move from Sevastopol to Ukraine. I wish Saren were playing this position right here, because there is zero chance that she would have walked out of Sevastopol here.
I completely agree, and I actively hate what is happening in the East.
Yeah, I don't even. I mean, yeah, who goes where from here? This was a perfect opportunity for Turkey to stab, right? Really little to lose. Are we agreed on that?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that. What do you think? What do you make of the attack on Trieste? That's interesting.
The unsupported attack?
Well, no, Tyrolia supported Venice to hold, which I think must have just been a misorder. Because if Tyrolia was going to do anything, it should have supported Venice to Trieste.
Yeah.
Why it's not gonna get there? Well, I guess it could have, but
actually, would it have? No, I think Vienna supported Trieste, not Budapest here.
Did it?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
No, Vienna wasn't vulnerable because there was a fleet, and it's like what's the right analogy here? It's like if you took a bunch of differently colored Legos and just locked them all together in a way that was completely inseparable. Except for there was one yellow Lego that was holding the whole thing up and could have collapsed. If you just removed it, would have collapsed the whole thing.
Brave little yellow Lego had the chance to be a hero. And we'll see. We'll see.
Liam, you could have made the East look like the West with arrows going all over the place.
You could have been a contender.
All right. We've often been surprised. We've often been shown the error of our early ways. So we look forward to seeing who's going to make us look dumb. All right. For builds, we see Germany putting down 2. Why did Germany get 2 here?
Holland and Belgium.
Holland
and Belgium. Very good. Puts down 2 armies. One of them perplexingly in Berlin. But there must be a destination in mind for that.
I assume Prussia or Silesia.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Right. I'm sorry, because Germany and England are now teaming up against Russia. So that makes perfect sense. England gets a build from Sweden, puts down another army, a fleet. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I want to reverse. I want to reverse that fleet and army from Germany and from England. Germany really wants a second fleet, and England wants another army.
Mm-hmm.
In the context of an EG, or in the context of looking beyond the EG?
If I am Germany in this position, I put a fleet in Kiel to go to the Baltic so that I have the availability to convoy to Livonia and also to go up to St. Petersburg. And then I don't need 5 armies in France, because if I'm going to crack France, it's going to come from the fleets, because I can't do that by myself. I've gotten what I'm going to get from France at this point as Germany. So you can affect an attack on Russia and France simultaneously as England and Germany quite effectively. So those armies have to go east. So if he's going Prussia, Silesia, maybe that's fine. But I like to have that second fleet in the Baltic Sea also, just in case of shenanigans by England, because England can take Denmark right now.
But that's what it is. It's looking beyond the EG. What happens when the EG starts to break down? If you're committed to the EG, then I think you send Denmark to Baltic here. You actually clear north. Norwegian goes over to North Atlantic. You've got much higher unit efficiency that way. You just have to trust each other.
Well, that's always the tricky situation.
But we should point out to our viewers who may not know that Doug is probably the foremost expert on playing Germany in the world at the moment. And so if Doug Moore says you should probably be building a fleet here in Kiel, then you should probably be building a fleet in Kiel. All right, I think that does it for the builds, because literally nothing happened in the East.
Still hate it.
All right, let's find out some Fear and Loathing in the East and tell us about it, Siobhan. Something happens, but it still feels like nothing.
I mean, okay, so we take Romania, and Russia chooses to simply piff the fleet, which tells me that Turkey is probably just going to walk out of a Russian center yet again. And why? This is like they're trying to do a rat, but they just can't figure out that they should be moving.
It seems like a 4-way alliance. Right?
Yeah, an IRAT, like one that's made by Apple, I guess.
All right, enough of the East. Doug, tell us about the West.
I want to call out a really clever tactical move here by Bill. It looks bad if you initially look at it, but the end result is going to be quite good. He supported himself into Burgundy. The German army is going to retreat to Paris, but he's sitting now Gascony, Burgundy, Picardy, because he tapped Belgium. This is a good bit of peace moving and order writing by Bill. Now that German army is going to get blown up in Paris. So that's nice. And that always hurts when you start losing forward deployed units. Now let's see if Marcus rebuilds it as a fleet, which he doesn't need to do, because you called it, Brandon. He moved Denmark to the Baltic Sea.
And let's point out here that as part of this, a key part of this strategy here on Bill's part was English Channel tapping Belgium in order to guarantee that Burgundy gets in here. Well, it didn't guarantee it, actually. There could have been the Rias or Marcus could have done the could have led from Belgium, but this needed to happen the way that it was worked out. All right, let's move forward here and then see how. And also, so England plays this a little bit too conservatively here. They really need another fleet around the north here, yeah?
I would think so. I'm not entirely sure that England really wants to go through with the attack on Russia at this point, and maybe is just biding some time. but clearing the North Sea and then remaining in the Norwegian, yeah, Denmark and Baltic should be able to defend that. I think he's worried about Norway.
Yeah, and also the fleet stuck in London here. You just don't need the fleet. That's not a good place for a fleet to be if you've got.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't like that.
All right, let's stay in the West here. And actually, I'm sorry, there were better tactics open to them than we realized. Tell us about it, Doug.
They tried to pull Paris to Brest, but they got the PIF still, which is good. It's a little hard to see all of the arrows with the fleet.
So what happened was that Paris tapped Brest, which enabled English to go to the Mid-Atlantic with support from Irish, and that was guaranteed thanks to that tap. And since there was the follow-up to London, suddenly England's fleets are very well positioned, at least relative to France.
Yeah, this is actually going to work out pretty well for Marcus. It feels like it's really not, but losing that army is not the worst thing in the world, because now that Russia and Italy are over there, there's some shenanigans afoot over there. You actually want that rebuild back home. So this actually plays out pretty nicely for Marcus, I think. And Bill, it's not awesome to have the English in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean here if you're France, but it's not the end of the world, because again, Gascony can drop down to Spain and help cover that. It feels like England might be getting themselves into a cul-de-sac here.
Yeah, and without the pressure from the south, France can hold on for quite a while.
Yeah.
All right, Siobhan, there actually was some stuff that happening in the east.
There are some things happening in the east. I agree. I'm going to continue my theme of what the heck is happening here, because yes, Turkey does keep Romania, so I was wrong about that. I am wrong from time to time. But Russia helps Turkey into Galicia, while Turkey shifts the fleets around to, I guess, make an attack on Greece, which isn't going to work because Italy's supporting Greece to hold. Does anybody know who's working with who here?
Well, it's an RT, right?
I guess.
Turkey's going to get a build here. They're going to put a fleet down, so they should be able to take Greece.
That's okay. Fair. Fleet Smyrna. Doesn't Russia pull in this scenario?
No, because they had the fleet that was piffed that they decided.
Right. Okay. So I don't love this for Russia.
Like it, though.
Don't love it. I mean, Turkey wins, I guess, but no. Yeah, still not a fan.
Doug, do you have concerns for the health of Russia in this case as well?
I do. I have real concerns about the health of Russia. I mean, you're so forward deployed in Silesia and Warsaw. I mean, all it takes is Kevin O'Kelly getting into Liam's head that, go to Sev, go to Sev.
Look, it's Sevastopol. It's right there.
Let's work together, you and I. We'll take down Austria and Russia at the same time. I mean,
Kevin O'Kelly is kind of is in a fun position. I mean, doesn't have a whole lot of sort of growth potential quite yet, but still, isn't really being attacked and has ability to influence the board depending on how he wants.
And it really does look like a Lego blockade in the center of the board there with all those armies. I mean, that's a lot of armies, a contiguous line across the continent.
All right, so Kevin has to navigate another fleet down here. Question is whether he and Austria stay together and sort of keep trying to stalemate. We've got some locking up in the center of the board and also on the naval front on the west. So we have, it feels like sort of tectonic plates have settled into place for the moment, and we're going to have some pressure building up and something's going to break, because this game should not stay this stable for very long, especially with some players on here who, like Bill and Kevin and Marcus, who didn't play last week and know how to score big, and they're going to be wanting to in order to make that top board. So let's do another year, and then we'll pause on this game. But before we pause, I'll get your thoughts on who you think is in the strongest position. But we got another year to see how things rearrange here. So let's start in the West here. Doug, lots of black arrows again. Actually, lots of black arrows in the East too, but we'll come back to that. Let's start in the West. Doug, what do you see?
Italy. Wow. Okay. This is interesting. Marcus decided that he is sticking with England, and he's going to, make the mammoth play to try and take France down. And it looks to me like Bill is deciding to defend against Germany rather than England. That's what it feels like to me on that. In the meantime, I do note that Norwegian went to Norway from Sweden, so they're also extending that attack going forward against Russia in the north. So strong EG at this point.
And now they have St. Petersburg as well, right? Because this retreat actually really worked out, or this move. Really worked out poorly. And it's Bill, who is an excellent tactician, and we saw that in the earlier turns. Had other options, better defensive options to him open to him here, and did not take them.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge with this is he can't defend everything. He can absolutely defend against England. There's no question about that by just dropping down to Spain. He didn't do that. Instead, he's moving forward. I will point out, though, that he doesn't really need that fleet in Brest. If he could just say to England, take Brest. I don't even care, because it's just one fleet holding that, and the English fleet can't go further inland from there.
Yeah.
So it's not the end of the world. And he can cover Spain still from the retreat to Gascony. So, Bill is a strong tactician, and he's deploying against Germany because I think England's a bit in a cul-de-sac. You got Brest, but you needed an army to be in Brest to crack France. So it's going to take him a couple more years to do it.
All right, we'll come back to that. First, in the East, we have one of the most delicious things in diplomacy. Tell us about it, Siobhan.
There's so much happening in the East, and finally, thank you so much. Turkey, you were looking okay for a minute, but I do love that you got the opportunity to retreat to Sevastopol, and thank you for taking that opportunity. Because if you had asked me last turn, if you were getting kicked out of Romania, where would you go? I probably would have said Ukraine. So Austria and Italy are just gonna chomp into the RT that is desperately trying to chug along, but I don't think it's long for this world.
The retreat into an open enemy or foreign supply center is what I was thinking of when I talked about one of the most delicious things in diplomacy.
Love it.
All right, now we're getting to the dumped out box of Legos look here. So let's stay in the East here, and Siobhan, tell us. There was a lot of activity here, which benefits one country in particular. Tell us about it.
Hang on. Okay, so Sevastopol tries to move, quote unquote, tries to get out of the supply center. Nothing. Oops, sorry, I guess I have to stay here now. This, it's not a terrible turn for Turkey, but it's better for Austria all around. Like, this is great.
So the really interesting thing that happens here is that Italy, the three of them get on the same page. So Italy's bounce of in the Eastern Med paid dividends for the fall. Even though it looked like it gave up on Greece in the spring, it got them back in the fall. And so Austria now is getting a build here.
Austria will get a build. Has to put it in Trieste. It will almost certainly be an army, but I would love to see another Austrian fleet today. This might not be the time, FYI.
All right, and then so Doug, there's a whole lot of nothing around the French centers. Is that worth talking about, or should we go right up to the north here?
I would say good tactics by Bill again. You got to sacrifice Brest. That's fine. It's the cul-de-sac. I am very intrigued by supporting into Finland instead of just taking St. Petersburg right now.
Yeah. If you're Germany, don't you push hard for that, because England's getting a build. You need one to keep pace.
I'm not sure about that. And I will also say I'm perplexed a little bit with the Ruhr, Munich, Berlin not doing anything. You're not even defending Burgundy. Why not just amble over to Prussia and then rotate your army Ruhr to Munich and Munich to Berlin? Because you're attacking Russia either way. I'm unsure. And it's a really weak tactical play to blow up a Russian fleet that's going to get rebuilt potentially.
I don't. It was completely risk-free. There was no risk whatsoever.
I don't know what's going on there. I would love to talk with Marcus and say, okay, what were you thinking, and what was happening here?
Marcus is a skilled player, so he must have a rationale for it.
He does, and it's always hard. I don't want to criticize because we're only looking at the board, and we're not having those diplomatic negotiations. There could be a really good reason why they did that.
Yeah, and maybe Derek is a newer player and just wasn't. Marcus couldn't convince him to go through with that plan. That's certainly happens sometimes.
And he also could have just been really, well, I don't need to grow so fast. I'm going to sit here at home and see how this Eastern stuff resolves.
Yeah, long play. All right, so sorry to disappoint Siobhan, but we have an army in Trieste. We have what feels like a very surprising army in Ankara. There could have made a good argument here for fleet. In fact, a real good argument, I think.
I don't see an argument for an army in Ankara. I mean, I guess if the plan is to walk up to Moscow and follow the army around to Armenia, but you
could put it in Smyrna and at least sort of keep open the option of a convoy to Greece or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, let's and then we have a fleet in Liverpool, which is you got to be so happy to see that as Germany. Just had to be holding your breath there, just making sure that you would get England to stay committed.
Yeah, I still want an army though.
If you're England,
I don't need 4 fleets on the west there.
All right, we will remember this as the Army Ankara and Fleet Liverpool game when we come back to it. Before we leave, though, I would love to hear you guys. Who do you think is in the strongest long-term position on this board? Siobhan, we'll start with you.
I still really like Austria. I mean, he's got a really good friend in Italy. I think has a lot of potential to play what remains of the RT off of each other. And, there's a lot of chaos in the West, despite, the one EG alliance that's happening.
And Doug?
I don't know where he's going with it right now, but I do like what's happening with Derek's position. You've got that strong friend in Germany. Once France is down as England, you're pretty much assured of a decently strong result. He's just going to be pretty safe as long as he doesn't, get too aggressive and wander too far away. But with that one German fleet only, boy, really hard not to love England's position.
All right, we will find out more about this game when we come back to it in a little while. It's going to be a while. We're going to try to get through the next 4 games because these next 4 are going to be David Hood's games, who is joining us from the Eastern time zone. So I believe we are giving. Oh gosh, who's getting the pause between the two of you right now? Do you remember?
I think it's me.
I think that's right. Yeah.
All right, Doug. We will see you in a little bit. Thanks for getting us started on these games, and we will see you in a bit. Enjoy the break.
All right.
Ooh, sorry, cut you off mid-sentence there, Doug.
We don't need to hear any more from Doug. It's fine.
It's just endless, on and on and on. Germany this, Germany that. All right, welcome. Let's welcome to the stream, David Hood. David, welcome. You are now a longtime DBN commentator and the host of DBN Deadline News. You are a leading light of the DBN community. How bright are you shining tonight?
I am so bright it even astounds me. It is blinding. I'm blinding myself. No, seriously, I'm just glad that Doug's gone. Honestly, come on, Doug. Yeah. Germany this, Germany that. That is so Doug. Absolutely. Actually, I've been really enjoying the game so far. You've had a lot of interesting games already.
Yeah. So
more interesting moves. I mean, in your 2 games already.
How do you feel about the 2 trends we've seen so far, which are No Bounce in Black and Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg in 01?
Obviously, I would say the North Coast Fleet St. Petersburg is not as unusual, or at least in my experience, which is fairly long. It used to be more of a thing than it is now. It doesn't surprise me as much. The not bouncing in black. And in addition to that, the army going to Armenia in both cases is the weirdness. I mean, not bouncing in black, fine. You got an RT, you're going to try to work it out. but then you put your guy in Armenia. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's interesting that last game where that army ends up in Ukraine eventually, and then Romania, and then back to Sevastopol. But,
Oops.
just a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
All right, let's conjure up some more fun for ourselves right now and take a ride over to board number 3, which is tamales, which do happen in Chicago. On the tamales board in Austria, we have Ed Sullivan coming to us from Houston, which is hurricane-free at the moment. In England, we have former independent presidential candidate John Anderson coming to us from Utah and sitting at 12th in the DBN rankings. In France, we have Tommy Anderson, who's becoming a regular on DBN thanks to his solid play, coming to us.
Brandon, I don't think we have the names listed, do we?
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Is it too early to say I need a cup of coffee?
We're professionals here. This is fine.
I was like, why is David interrupting me? That is very rude.
It is rude. Sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
In France, we have Tommy Anderson coming to us from Massachusetts. He is sitting at 3rd in the DBNI rankings. In Germany, we have Ben Kelman out of Philadelphia. In Italy, we have David Leschiner coming to us from Washington, D.C., my hometown. In Russia, we have Jaromir Sulja coming to us from Ontario, Canada. In Turkey, we have Nick Amantangelo coming to us from Nebraska. And David, I believe you were tasked with getting some background on these players.
I think Siobhan's on this one. I've got the next one.
This is Siobhan. All right. Save that. Tell us about it, Siobhan.
Yeah, I got a little bit of data on all of these players. So Ed Sullivan used to play on a platform that I'm unfamiliar with called Usenet about 25 years ago, and came back about 2 years ago as a casual online player, and really got the taste for it when he made the Nexus Finals top board in 2019.
It's cute that you're not old enough to know what Usenet is. That's cute, by the way.
I like to feel young from time to time, so I just
You-
throw
you
these
are
tiny
young.
little.
Good.
And Ed, we should say, is he's actually appeared with us on as a broadcaster. We covered a Nexus face-to-face game way back, a couple months ago. And Ed was a commentator on that, and he also runs a diplomacy blog himself, along with Russ Dennis. They covered Nexus, various Nexus events. Excuse me, I'm going to learn how to talk right now. And David, is Ed going to be a guest coming up?
He is going to be a guest in the next episode of Deadline News, which is coming up here in the next week or two. He's going to be on the panel discussion, and it's going to be great fun. And by the way, that game that he commentated on DBN, he and I made a bet in that game. He owes me a lot of money, that fella.
What?
So he's going to hear about that from me.
All right, we'll get the dish on that during the game if we remember. All right, Siobhan, what else you got?
Yeah, moving on to John Anderson in England. He's been playing for 17 years, pretty much every format you can think of. Extended Deadline Online, face-to-face, Gunboat, which has become very, very popular with the coronavirus quarantined people these days. So he's been a very solid player throughout these DBN broadcasts. I'm really interested to see what he does tonight.
Yeah.
Tommy Anderson, big name recently, won Liberty?
Liberty, yeah.
Okay, yeah. All these things are blending together since I've been sent to stay home forever. But he's been playing for about 3 years and plays just about everywhere, very active in the community right now. Ben Kelman played a little bit when he was a kid, but only really picked it up during the virtual face-to-face tournaments and came to us from Liberty Cup, or back to us from Liberty Cup this year. David, I'm a little confused by the info you sent in. You said technically you've been playing for 4 years, but practically for 2 years. So I'm going to need to know. But again, various different formats from face-to-face, online, Gunboat, etc. Jaromir is very new to us this year and started with Virtual Dixie and Boston Massacre, and this is his 3rd tournament playing with us. And then Nick, very recently this year, starting in July, and well, he does mention that he had one very ill-conceived game of diplomacy back in high school that I'm going to guess it sounds like he wants to forget about.
I will break in and say John Anderson's also going to be on the next episode of Deadline News on the same panel.
That's right. Looking forward to finally getting the truth behind the myth. We've speculated a lot about how exactly he's managed to survive all these years and play from the grave. So with that, let's see how it goes. And here are opening moves for spring of 1901. David, you're the ingenue on the broadcast. Which would you like, east or west?
I guarantee it's the first time anybody's ever described me as an ingenue. So let's go to the west. Let's go to the west.
I almost said debutante, and then I thought, oh, it's a little stereotyping going on.
Wow.
All right, so you chose the west. So that means you're first up. Tell us what you see.
All right. Well, the German move is fairly standard. The English move with the Yorkshire variant of the Churchill to the north. The French support to the Burgundy, I guess, would be the move to look at there. That's, a safe way to make sure that you're going to have play on all three centers that you could have play on as France, because now you've got some influence on Belgium. You can still take Spain and Portugal if you want with the other two units. So a fairly strong opening for the French, sort of putting your foot down and saying, I matter, and he's going to.
And Siobhan, what do you got in the east?
The thing to note is we finally have a bounce in the Black Sea. Thank you very much. But we combine that with no bounce in Galicia. Other than that, it's bit of a yawn. Spring of 01. Everyone seems to say, let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is where if you're Turkey, you gotta either you gotta figure out a plan at this point, right? Or either that, either a plan for this game or for what you're going to do instead. Because if they're going to work in this well in concert, then you got trouble. Okay, let's see how quickly it gets bad, or whether Nick can find a way to turn things around. Siobhan, what do you see here?
I smell a rat, at least for now. Everybody wants the Russian army in Ukraine to go to Romania, so he goes there. Now we bounce in black yet again. There's a lot of talk about, do you bounce again? What do you do? But I suppose he didn't have to support himself to Romania, so why not?
Yeah, everyone wants him to be in Romania. But a rat with the convoy, and
maybe not. But why would Austria also support the Russian move? Maybe they haven't decided yet. Maybe there's still things to be figured out. But yes, I see you, Chris Kelly. It's a rat. It's not an art. It's a rat. That's what we're going with here.
I would love to see a rat come out of this, to be honest, just because it just looks counterintuitive to me. All right, David, what do you see in the West?
Well, the move in the West is the convoy to Belgium. Sometimes we joke about the English army going to Belgium to die. I'm a dissenter from that view. Most of the time, I think you send the army to England, to Belgium, so that it can do something cool. In which direction? You wouldn't go there just to go there. You go there because it's a springboard into France, or it's a springboard into Germany. So we'll see what happens there. But otherwise, I would say nothing shocking in the West. Well, the Russians getting into Sweden is an important fact. We'll see how much that matters going forward. And the English get Norway because the Russian, even though it had gone north, does not bounce him in Norway.
Yeah, it feels like a waste of the northern opening because nothing came of it, not even a move to Finland to set up the taking of Norway. But just because you open north doesn't mean you have to go after England, right?
Yeah, it all depends on how you negotiated with the English. I mean, this could be the result of a good deal with the English. Who knows?
Yeah, and with things so copacetic for you in the south, there's not a whole lot of pressure to, you've gotten away with it basically. If all you wanted to do was open up the possibility of something fun happening.
Right.
Okay. So builds, the English, I think, are for me the ones to look at here. What does England build, and also France too? But we've got two fleets from England. And that is hard to know. The one thing you do know is that England is not firmly committed against France, an all-out attack against France. With two French fleets.
So many fleets.
That's a lot of fleets.
They might be committed against France now.
Yeah, I might have wished they'd put down the fleet Liverpool. There's still Western triple potential here, isn't there?
Sure. Yeah, if that's what they want to do with their time, I could give it a shot.
All right. Elsewhere, there's really little surprising. Russia didn't have a whole lot else to do. Austria didn't put down the fleet.
I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, we're sorry, Ed, that you made the wise decision of not putting down a fleet. Okay, let's keep pushing ahead here. And so spring of 1902, and I see more black in the West. So let's start there. Doug, tell us what you see.
I do see black in the West, but I actually want to first point out the holds we have in the West, actually, because Munich hold, Holland hold, Belgium hold. I'm not sure what the point of that is. I mean, do something, because now the French have gotten into Ruhr. That could easily have been prevented. And I'm not sure why you wouldn't do something other than holding in Munich and holding in Holland. That just puzzles me. But as you say, there's a lot of black. The English fleets are moving in position to Helgoland, North Sea, Norwegian. That's good stuff. French also moving away from the English in the sense that nobody went to the English Channel. Portugal goes to Spain, South Coast. This is really looking like the French are at least going to act like they're crusading into the Mediterranean.
Yeah, clearly Germany is the loser here. And you just have to wonder sort of who benefits the most from it, given what do you think?
Practice point, though, for people watching this, hold should always be your last option. I can figure nothing else to do with my units, so I guess they'll hold. I mean, it would have been way better to self-bounce in Ruhr if you didn't know what else to do. You see what I mean? I mean, this is just a good practice point, I think, for anybody watching this game. Please don't hold unless that's the only thing you've got to pull out of your pocket. There's bound to be something else in there.
All right. Speaking of not holding, Siobhan, in the East, there is a lot of that. Tell us.
There's a lot of movement in the East, and I'd like to settle a small debate in the comments. If a rat doesn't make progress, no, that does not make it a mouse. It makes it apparently an heir. Because Austria, Italy, and Russia seem to all be working in concert, all be going in the same direction, which is at once anti-Turkish and second, just that line, Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia, and soon to be Prussia. I can only imagine.
Yeah. And am I right here that Smyrna supported Ionian to the Aegean?
I was going to ask, yes. So,
a bid to connive a stab on Austria, maybe?
Turkey's trying, and we'll see. I don't know. Italy will be in Tyrolia and Ionian and Aegean, so it could happen.
If he does, if that happens, then kudos to Turkey, because that would be a fantastic way to break up this AIR.
Absolutely.
Perhaps questionable on Italy's part, but
yeah, I don't know that I'm taking that if I'm David in Italy, but we'll see.
All right, let's find out here. Siobhan, we'll stay with you in the East, and all right.
And as we said, David in Italy probably should not have taken that stab that Turkey was probably trying to convince him to do. Instead, the air runs strong. They make a swipe at Munich, and Livonia holds.
Oh, wow.
Which, I mean, Germany's setting up to make the convoy, so maybe that's not the worst thing in the world right now. But again, just with the holds.
Yeah, so David, so clearly there's some strategic, there's more, we now have a clearer idea of the strategic position here, but Germany got away with an enormous risk here. Tell us about it.
Well, Germany goes east when there's, other colored units in Belgium and Ruhr and Helgoland Bight and North Sea, and none of them did anything to the Germans, which is fascinating. The English army going to Belgium to hold is essentially the same thing as going to Belgium to die. Please do something. Now, it could be that this is just a rearrangement. The English were going to kick the Germans around, and they decided, instead of the Germans have offered to sort of puppet to me or something, so let's go take Russian stuff, is apparently the deal that has been made. And maybe this is a late breaking Western triple. Maybe that's what it is. It certainly has the same effect. The French have gotten the jump on the Mediterranean like you wouldn't believe.
David, do the
Ionian hold?
At least go to Tyrrhenian Sea, right?
Stop it with the holding. Stop it. Enough with the holding.
I think we've discovered some words that simply hurt David's tongue, and they are Western, they are triple, and they are hold.
Well, I tell you what, just to be serious for a minute, when I first started playing the game, we actually had a phrase for this. It was called the hold and support guy. It was the guy whose way that once they got a hold of some centers, their way of playing diplomacy was to hold and support. No, diplomacy is a game of movement.
All right. Speaking of movement, let's move ourselves. And Winter finds us with just one adjustment, and that ends up being a fleet north coast from Russia in St. Petersburg. Okay, let's see how it plays out here. And there's I'm gonna keep going where I see all the black. So Siobhan, are there any movement? There are no units that weren't successful in an attempted move. So tell us.
Everything that wanted to move, except for the fleet in Sweden, got to where it wanted to go. So Russia builds another northern fleet, and it does not help them whatsoever. Austria walks into Venice. I'm curious to see where that's going, if that's arranged. It doesn't feel like it was, and Italy just kind of feels like nothing's coming up green right now. Meanwhile, Russia convoys themselves across the Black Sea. Always love to see a convoy across the Black. Thank you. And they're just going to try and crack the nut that is Turkey.
It's hard not to like Austria's position here, right?
I love it.
Because there's just a lot of oops potential for Austria.
Oops, sorry. How did I wind up here?
All right, Dave, tell us about the one thing that happens in the north.
Well, you mean the Sweden falling as it was going to fall?
No.
I mean, this actually does smell. I smell triples. I smell triples on both sides of the board. So that's basically what it is. I actually think the Austrian move to Venice is part of the triple. That the AR triple. I think that's intended to either go to Tuscany or try to do some kind of goofy attack on Rome or something. So I actually think all of that's arranged. And it'll be interesting to see how long these triples last. The Germans, perhaps desperately said yes to the triple as opposed to being attacked. But, the issue is going to be, what are they going to get out of it?
Yeah. All right, let's find out. And in the fall, we have, let's start off with you, David. Tell us about what you see with the Western powers.
Triple. That's what I see. I mean,
Okay.
moving to Prussia, moving to Berlin. I mean, it's just a bunch of Tripoli stuff.
Yeah.
Going to the Barents Sea, holding in Sweden, make sure that nothing goofy happens. It's really Tripoli stuff. I mean, what's happening in the West is actually in Italy. So over to you, Siobhan.
I mean, the Italian may be a part of that Eastern Triple, but they are not long for this world, because France correctly guesses that they are going to support an attack on Rome, and therefore just takes Naples out from under Italy. Italy winds up on one center at the end of this year. Turkey goes down 2, also going to be on 1. Austria and Russia, Austria mostly, absolutely gets all the spoils of what's happening in the East.
So we've got, all right. So we're rushing headlong into a sort of a stopped up position here, 3 against 3. So the question is going to be, do they find an unstable equilibrium there to break, or does it just lock up 3 against 3?
Well, here's why it's not a lockup, because AR cannot hold the Mediterranean. Almost by definition, cannot hold the Mediterranean. They're never going to have the fleet strength to do it. So it is not locked up. Now, it all depends on whether the Western Triple stays together, but the French will eventually win in the Med if it stays together for a long period of time. So it's not really locked up, in my opinion.
All right. So first we'll call out the builds here. Let's get through 1904, and then I'll give you guys a who do you like question here. France puts down fleet and army. France definitely feels like they're in a good driver's seat. We get another fleet in Trieste. So this is now the 3rd game in a row that we have at least had one fleet Trieste build. And Italy...
That was desperately needed, by the way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Italy, interestingly, chooses to keep the fleet here, I guess hoping to be useful in some way. But the problem is that Rome can't be defended. So maybe they're hoping that they'll be able to get supported back into Naples or something. All right. And then we do get an English army on the board, probably defensive in nature. Okay. Siobhan, then let us hear about what happens in the East.
I think most interestingly, what happens in the East is Ionian goes to Aegean. The Italian kept the Ionian to be annoying to it. Okay, we'll see what's happening there. As expected, the Austrian is pulling the fleet out. They're getting the Russian fleet out through Constantinople. That is going to be complicated by the Italian fleet bouncing Aegean, because it depends on who they want to remain in power in Constantinople. Elsewhere, yeah, we've got some shifting in the middle of the board. Austria takes Bohemia, Germany takes Silesia, and I think I'm now encroaching into David's territory.
Davis, let it happen.
Well, that's because the West is encroaching into Eastern territory.
Exactly.
That's exactly why. I mean, there's really nothing happening in the West because the triple continues. The Germans are still part of the deal. The English and French have not taken their stuff yet, and I emphasize the word yet. So I will say this, though, before we leave this particular turn. I thought the Italian fleet was staying alive so that it would go to Greece in the fall and stay alive as an Eastern fleet to help hold the Med. That was what I thought was happening. But given the moves, that apparently is not what's happening. That's a real missed opportunity. Really, the Austrians don't need Greece. They should get rid of that army, give that to the Italians so that they've got another fleet to help hold the Med with. That's what I thought was happening. And I sure hope that is what's happening in the fall turn, but it doesn't look like it based on these moves.
Yeah.
Well, they should be able to at least keep France out of the Mediterranean this turn. Then the question, the Ionian this turn. The question is then, can they get another fleet into play before France? I think they can actually, because
the Italians should have convoyed Greece to Apulia.
Oh yeah,
and then taken Greece behind it is what should have happened. But it's woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Okay, Siobhan, we've got I think what looks like a terrible misorder here on Austria's part. Tell us about this.
Okay. Let me just,
So France gets into the Ionian
because wait,
Austria
show me those moves.
Sure, Austria used Adriatic to support Venice completely unnecessarily. Venice only had an attack of potentially one.
That's a huge mistake. Yeah. But Aegean did not support Ionian. Is that
Aegean tried to support Ionian, but Ionian moved to Tunis.
Ionian moved. Thank you. That's what I was missing.
Yeah, no, there's really only one set of moves here. Aegean to the Ionian with support from Adriatic. And Bulgaria should be heading back over to the front line here.
Bulgaria pulling back to protect Khan. This AR is breaking down, but I mean, this is the turn we see. Thank you very much, Italy and Turkey, for playing.
Yeah, 2 eliminations in 1904.
Yeah, so it's the AR against the triple in the West, and I don't think they have it.
All right, so then, David, I'm just going to call this out for you because not a whole lot happens here. We have France moving into the Western Mediterranean, and England convoys over to Norway. So you have the Western powers spreading their forces in opposite directions and really setting up what looks like a line. The question is going to be, how stable is this? Like I said before, so Russia gets a rebuild here and a pickup, so they get to put down 2, and France puts down another army. England puts down another army. Not clear what they're going to do with it exactly, but it's good for defensive purposes.
Holland looks beautiful this time of year.
Yeah. So, okay, before we leave this, here's the situation here. Just who do you guys like here? Who would you want to be? And David, we'll start with you.
England or France, either one. They're both in really good position. Because I'm sort of a French expert guy, I would go with France. But frankly, English is just fine. They're both in good shape. Gosh, yeah. This is going to be tough for the Eastern powers here unless something drastically changes. Although I will point out the Germans could have done a lot better than they did last turn. They could be in Livonia, for example. There were some moves in there that weren't ideal, but still. They're in good shape. I certainly wouldn't pick the Austrians or the Russians at this point.
Yeah, the Germans, it's just hard to see they're just basically the tip of the spear right now. So, all right, Siobhan, who would you want to be here?
I mean, I want to argue with David, but yeah, you've got to be either England or France here. And even I'm not a fan of playing France, and I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I think I'd actually pick to step into that role.
I mean, France is in the Ionian and Ruhr.
I know.
In 1904?
But they're the most vulnerable to being. I mean, the English could, I don't know. It's great to be in the Onion. It's great to be that far, except that that's far away from your country.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I guess
I still like the position. I'm just saying it's you could make an argument for England's position too.
Yeah, because England can slip into English Channel here and get armies in there. And so if it's interesting to see what France will do with West here. But you got two Andersons next to each other again. I think this happened. I don't know if it was last week or the last tournament, but they're both quality players. They've both proven themselves in these tournaments so far. So well done to them to get the commanding position. Question then becomes, with Tribute, as they succeed, there is a lot of point incentive for them to get the jump on the other one. So question is, do they do that? Who does it? Stay tuned and find out. We will come back to this game in a little while. And now let's see. Before we go on to the next game, this is the time when I am going to take a break, and Brian Pravel is going to come onto the broadcast. And let's make sure Brian is ready in the waiting room. He sure is. So let us flip over here. Welcome Brian Pravel back to the stream. Brian, welcome back from break.
Thank you very much. We've got some really fun games, it looks like.
All right, I'm going to bid you guys adieu for a couple games, and you guys see how far you can get on games 4 and 5, and then I'll come back for game 6.
Okay. Well, let's looks like everything is going really, really well. Thank you guys very much. Let's go ahead and bring up our next game. All right. So on screen, we are looking at round 2, board 4, Harold's Chicken, popularized by Oprah and Chance the Rapper. We've got Austria. Timothy Crosby is in Austria. Coming to us from Florida. In England, we have Natty Schaefer from Salt Lake City. France is Stephen Hogue in Lexington, Kentucky. Germany is 3-time world champion Andrew Goff from Melbourne, Australia. Italy is Karthik Konath from California. Russia is Mitch McConaughey from Brooklyn. Turkey is Paul Pignotti from Wisconsin. I believe Mitch is in our top 10. I think he's doing pretty well. Had a solid top, I believe, or tied top as England. And then several of the other players are ranked fairly highly. Natty Schaefer, Andrew Goff, and Steve Hogue in particular. David, what can you tell us about the players on this board?
Well, starting with Timothy Crosby, he's a very experienced online player from Interlochen, Florida. So I think this may be his first entree into the virtual face-to-face. Actually, it's not the first one, but he's relatively new to the virtual face-to-face scene and the face-to-face scene in general. Natty Schaefer from Utah actually came in second, I believe, at the Liberty Cup, and maybe came in first in the cool name contest that you all had. But anyway, Natty is obviously knows how to play. He's ranked 9th for a reason. Steve Hogue, new to the scene. His first tournament was actually this year's virtual Dixicon, but he has really gotten into the hobby in force and plays a lot of stuff online. He's going to be a guest on our October broadcast of Deadline News, talking about some strategy and tactics stuff. So, and Steve has already recruited other people into the hobby, and we'll hear about that later in this tournament, actually. Andrew Goff, I believe I've dealt with Andrew. No, seriously, I've known Goffy for a long time, lives in Australia. He's one of the best players in the world and is a favorite to win any board he's on. So this should be fun to watch him. Karthik Konath from California also has played online this summer, so this is not his first rodeo. Mitch McConaughey, you've already talked about, had a great comeback, as I recall, last weekend on his board. And Mitch is the only guy on this board that I have played face-to-face with in which he played in a particular board game in which he got to play the communist orcs and loved it. So that's my experience with Mitch, and it is a great experience. Paul Pignotti, longtime Windy City Weasel, who lives in Wisconsin, and I don't think you can count Paul out given his experience.
Absolutely, yeah. Paul being one of the early strong tacticians in the Windy City Weasels. So let's get into the game. So we'll start with the opening. David, which do you want to take, east or west?
I think I was west on the last one, so maybe I'll take east on this one, Siobhan, and you can take the west. So Paul, being the weasel, decided he would do the Sunstrom opening, the move to the black and go to Armenia. The Italians do the single foray into Austria move, where you go to Trieste, maybe with Austrian acquiescence, maybe not, but otherwise the Eastern openings seem relatively standard.
And Siobhan?
There's not too much to speak of in the West right now. It's very, very early. The only thing I'll note is that Paris did slip into Burgundy unopposed.
All right. Excuse me for a second. I am having a little bit of technical difficulties.
Well, Siobhan, did you notice Munich to Tyrolia? I actually thought that said Munich to Ruhr at first myself, but I just
did miss Munich to Tyrolia. Thank you.
I did too at first.
All right. I am having some technical difficulties here.
Yeah,
folks.
no worries. We can
Well,
talk
we'll
on about
Paul.
Fall of 01.
Yeah.
So why don't we do that? I'll just stick in the West for a minute. England, 2 units holding. I get it. Okay, y'all agreed that France was going to get Belgium. France also pulls the fleet down to Spain of South Coast, which tells me that there's a possibility for not a triple, because England didn't do anything with the rest of his units. Germany doesn't bounce Russia and Sweden, and yeah, there's just very few bounces around this board.
All right. I think we've got it now. So we'll go ahead and continue on into the winter.
Well, let me talk about the East first.
Yeah, we didn't quite get to the East.
Just a couple of quick notes. The Italian move to Serbia is what we call the key opening, where the Italian army tries to go to Serbia and the Austrians vacate. The way they did it here is a little less awesome because the Austrian fleet does not end up in Greece. Sometimes with the key opening, the Austrian army would have been in Budapest or Romania or something. But at any rate, that was the attempt. The Turks sniffed it out, bounced the Italians to sort of force them to take Trieste instead of Serbia, which is not so good for the AI alliance. Interestingly, the German leaving Tyrolia, everyone apparently expected, because nobody did anything about covering themselves from a German slip. So that's another reason why this was not a Western triple, because if it was, the Germans would have stayed in Tyrolia and tried to cause havoc there.
All right. So in the winter, we've got some heavy commitment from the German on the armies. So double army build from the Germans that stands out to me. We've got a army in St. Pete, which doesn't really commit Russia one way or the other. Gives them some good play on Scandinavia to either hurt or help either England or Germany, probably trying to help themselves, obviously. We've got a double fleet build from France, 3-build France with the army in Paris. Anything stand out here to either of you?
I mean, not too much for me. Andrew Goff plopping down 2 armies, while we don't see it often from Germany, does not surprise me from Goffy. So,
actually, the only thing that will surprise you from Goffy is if he didn't try to surprise you. That would be surprising.
Why didn't he wave both of them? That's actually kind of surprising.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's start in the West and let's see what he does with those armies.
All right. And everything moves for Andrew Goff except for Denmark, which I suppose didn't have much to do. Tyrolia, Munich, and Ruhr. I suppose we have to presume that France is going to come into some German army problems very soon. I can only imagine that Tyrolia will drop into Piedmont very shortly. And otherwise, no movement from the English player, and the French, support themselves into Burgundy, pull back up to MAO. All right.
All right. And in the East, I see a lot of movement, especially from Russia.
Yeah, Mitch has redeployed south, and he's done it in a way that is not friendly to the Turks, in the sense that he tried to hit Bulgaria, and he went into the Black Sea. I mean, that could still be salvaged, but it looks like with Warsaw going to Ukraine instead of Galicia, that Mitch is trying to work out something with what appears to still be an AI alliance. You can see the supported move into Serbia, and the Italians continuing to send their fleets as far east as they can go. So they, obviously did not decide to pull the plug on the AI alliance.
So in the fall, looks like we've got a lot of activity between Turkey and Russia. Can you talk to us about that, David?
Yeah, the Russians looks like they convoyed
Convoy to Bulgaria with
Bulgaria
support from
with
Romania.
support, which was pretty awesome. That meant that what that means tactically is the Conde Black Sea move doesn't matter, is what that means, and that was why they did it that way. The Italians actually did the traditional Lepanto. I'm sure Eddie Brisson is watching this somewhere saying, yes, they did what I told them to do in 1971 or whatever. He wrote that original Lepanto article. So anyway, the Lepanto invasion is the Italians putting their army in Syria, which is usually hard to block for the Turks, and they of course couldn't block it here. The German in Tyrolia, is trying to cause havoc. It doesn't quite work because the Austrians are free to cover Vienna, but that's interesting. It could be that Mitch is the one that comes out well here as much as anybody else did. The Austrians do take Serbia, of course.
Yeah, that convoy to Bulgaria is a thing of beauty.
Very nice.
I said it in a previous game. Anytime I see a convoy across the Black Sea, I am happy. So thank you, Mitch.
And it's important to keep Siobhan happy.
Isn't that everyone's goal 100% of the time?
No, it is definitely mine.
Anything making you happy in the West, Siobhan?
I see a couple of convoys in the West. It looks like Belgium tried to support the English into Holland, and Holland supported the English into Belgium. The English player had their choice. They decided to take Belgium from the French, and the French convoy themselves from Portugal to Gascony, which smart. A lot of people don't often see that kind of convoy. Get your army there a season faster. I see Andrew Goff probably slow playing. Doesn't really much care to pick something up right now. He knows he's a big threat on any board he's on. So let other people reap the benefits, and he will come out, I believe, in a few seasons.
And Andrew's a slow player by temperament, I would say, and he's really as between people that like to slow play, he's really good at it.
Oh yeah,
it's interesting. I've heard a lot of people argue that Germany's not the right power to play slow, that it does better by being aggressive and putting units where you can get it causing chaos in the middle of the board. I think this will be an interesting case to watch and see how the patient play in Germany works. So moving on to our winter builds, looks like we've got a fleet in Liverpool, which typically is going to be always anti-France. And we've got another army from Mitch in Moscow, and an army in Vienna, which of course is the only real option. So I think everything pretty much there is what I would expect. The only thing of interest for me is that fleet from England. Anything stand out to either of you?
The French losing their fleet in Brest stands out instead of the one in Lyon. They were trying maybe to tell the English, "Hey, I'll do that, and then we can be friends." Whereas maybe pulling the one in Lyon might have been better in the long run, or I'm sorry, at least in the short run.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a commitment from Natty that he's going to partner up with Andrew at this point.
It certainly looks like it.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, starting out in the West, Siobhan, why don't you help us out here? What are we seeing?
Unsurprisingly, the build in Liverpool is anti-French, and all of the French fleets, well, not all of them, two of them, drop down as France pulls away. So either we've just got some good diplomacy on the part of England, or France just said, well, he's coming. I'd rather be a thorn in someone else's side and maybe take a stab at Tunis. We do see some movement from Andrew Goff this turn, a season later than I thought it might be, but actually it makes more sense in the spring. Tyrolia does go to Piedmont. Munich follows up, Ruhr follows up, and yeah, we're going to see a lot of issues for the French coming up.
I absolutely love the move from Tiroli to Piedmont. I don't know if Steve was expecting that. Really, really smart play there. That'll help break through that defense. That France can be a hard one to break through, and that makes it all the world of difference.
Oh, absolutely.
Mr. Hood.
Mitch McConaughey, Mitch.
Again,
Either
thank you.
either he has convinced the Turks to do something, or the Turks have said, you know what, I can't defend against everybody. I like Mitch. Mitch tried to help me in the beginning. I'm throwing to Mitch because he leaves Khan and lets the Russians get in there. The Russians also convoy to Ankara solely to make Shaban even happier.
Yes. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you.
Having played with Paul Pignotti, I think the idea of somebody upsetting him and throwing is completely within his temperament.
Are you trying to say he's pugnacious, Pignotti? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm sure
the other thing I would add, in addition to that really terrible pun, the other thing I would add is that Steve has tried to say to somebody, I will be your puppet in the mid, which is why he moves mid-Atlantic to west. I don't know whether he thought he had Natty convinced or he's simply trying to convince Natty by showing I can be your puppet down here. And we'll see if Natty takes him up on that. And the pitch might be, hey, I can be your puppet. Now you can turn on Andrew. So we'll see if that works.
All right. Well, we will find out. And Siobhan, why don't you go ahead and start us in the West?
Yeah, so Steve, maybe he was trying to turn either England or France, but neither of them seems to take the bait against each other, and they do their best to push forward. The only real movement is the English Channel gets into Brest, and Denmark walks into Sweden. Oh, Mitch, Andrew is so charming, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, I meant to say something about Mitch walking out of Sweden. I'm like, I don't think that was necessary. I mean, if you're going to have a border with Gough, each of you keep your unit where it is. That
yeah, absolutely.
I meant to say something about that last turn and I forgot. But goodness.
All right. Anything else in the East stand out to you, David?
Well, Mitch's armies continue to go south, as you can see, which is just par for the course. Now, Mitch does go ahead and finish Paul off by letting the Turks in. Which, maybe that's the right answer. Maybe not. Maybe Paul was willing to stick with him as a puppet to help Mitch on whoever his next target is in the East. It does look like that Mitch and Austria have a relationship, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Mitch has reached out to Carthage in Italy and said, "Hey, let's work together against Austria, and you go into the Med and help slow down England if they happen to break through." So.
Well, it would make sense for him to try to prop the Italians up, although, there's a lot happening here in the East. There's a lot of possible moving parts.
Yeah. All right. So in the winter for our builds, thank you for playing with us, Paul Pignotti. We also see another disband from Steve in Italy or in France. We've got Andrew building an army in Kiel. We've got an army in Budapest. So anything stand out here?
Another northern disband from the French. I mean, sort of going all in on the concept of, hey, let me just be the southern power.
Mm.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I would say that if it were anyone but Andrew Gough, I would be really questioning the lack of a fleet build from Germany. But it's Andrew, and I'm just going to presume that he has seen the future and knows better than any of us.
Well, just one point about that. It could be just Goughy being Goughy, but it's also possible, from a diplomacy theory point of view, if you're going to keep the EG around, then Germany builds armies, and as a way to get the jump on the stalemate line to the east. And of course, he's already in Tyrolia and Piedmont as it is. So maybe it's just a theory of I'm gonna go over the stalemate line in force and convince the English not to hit me in the rear.
Yeah,
I'm not one to question Andrew Gough, but I'm going to question Andrew Gough. We've got 4 English fleets, and the only German fleet is in Sweden. He's got to feel very confident in his ability to win this diplomatically because, man, if I were Natty, I'd be licking my chops at how vulnerable those senators are right now.
Well, and I just got to say that we haven't really talked about Army Edinburgh that got built. So that army can be convoyed anywhere. And if I'm Mitch, I'm a little anxious because it's so quick, if you believe the EG is happening, for Norway to slip into Barents, the army to convoy over, and for Mitch to have very serious northern problems.
I'd be shocked if that's not what's about to happen.
Yeah, I would as well.
Well, let's find out. Siobhan.
Called it. Yeah, it's Mitch pulls back to protect St. Pete. Andrew Goff walks out of Sweden because why does he even need to be there right now? And on we march.
And
actually, pulling out of
like...
Sweden is interesting to me, to be honest with you, as opposed to just going to Bothnia.
I mean, yeah, he could have gone to Bothnia, but I think this is very classic for Andrew Goff. It's like, hey, England, I took my dot up in Scandinavia. You have nothing else to worry about from me. I'm never going to make a play for St. Pete or for Norway. I'm just going to hang out here in Denmark. Cool.
Is there anything classic Goff? Because doesn't he do exactly not the same thing every time he plays? I'm not sure anything is a classic Goff.
That's the brilliant part of it, is that means you can call anything classic Goffy.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Siobhan, you should be happy. We've got another convoy through the Black Sea, this time the other direction.
Oh, my goodness.
David, can you talk to us about the East?
Yeah, I can. The Hogue French fleets in the Mediterranean go to Tyrrhenian with support. He's really trying to be relevant in the south there. And I just find that fascinating. The English apparently listen to that somewhat. English go to the English Channel from IRC. I know this is on the west, but it's relevant here to talking about the Mediterranean.
Oh, please.
The English fleet didn't go to the Mid-Atlantic.
Wait, and can we talk about how Brest supported the French to the Mid-Atlantic?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not.
Is that what I'm seeing?
That's let me check.
Yeah, I missed that entirely because I was just so happy to be right around Scandinavia.
I was reading that as support into Gascony to Spain, but west of Mid-Atlantic's a very different story.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if that was some kind of message or something he was trying to send, because it doesn't. Otherwise, it doesn't really mean anything. It really just means you were planning to hold. But one thing in the East I will say is that the Germans really didn't. I mean, going to Bohemia doesn't really do a whole lot for you. So again, Andrew maybe just be playing Andrew, or he may just be getting ready to take Belgium, as opposed to moving a bunch of armies east, which would have put him somewhat out of position. So it's interesting to see if this EG continues, given the lack of push in the east there, and it'd be very interesting to see.
All right, and no, it does not look like he's continuing to push east. I guess we'll go ahead and start in the east, David.
Well, he actually leaves Bohemia, which is interesting almost in and of itself. The Italians and the Russians really do have a deal here, but I also think that they're trying to not attack the Austrians. They're worried about the EG, probably sensibly. Very interesting. The only other thing I would say is the Italians... Yeah, actually, no, I wouldn't say it. All this is totally understandable, to be honest with you, in the East.
So, just taking a high-level step back here, it looks like we've got Russia and Italy and Austria all saying, "Hey, we've got a monster on our hands. We've got to be safe with each other and move to stop that."
Well, the only thing I would amend that comment to say is, except Austria really isn't sure whether Austria is on board with that. Because Austria is just sort of protecting themselves. They're not moving towards the West. They're just protecting themselves, hoping that they don't get hit by the Italians and the Russians. And up to now, that hasn't happened.
And Siobhan, do we have a monster EG on our hands?
I mean, the EG seems to be continuing. England takes MAO this turn. Andrew Goff marches into Burgundy, follows up from behind from Bohemia. I do got to say that I got to give a lot of credit to Italy this turn for guessing right in every single instance. They don't lose Tuscany. They don't lose Rome. They don't lose Naples. They don't lose Tunis. There were so many guesses there about, do I protect Spain? Do I go to Tunis? Do I make a stab for Rome or for Naples? And Italy guessed right on every single one of them.
That's a great call. I completely missed that. So. All right. So continuing on for our winter 1904 builds, we've got Russia building a army in Warsaw, which makes a lot of sense. Austrian army in Budapest. That looks like our only changes. To me, this reads that the board is trying to move towards the stalemate line and kind of solidify. Anybody notice anything else?
I don't know, but that is a great sound effect for this map because
That was amazing.
trying to get to the stalemate line.
I'm gonna guess that's a dog with a squeaky toy.
It is. It is my dog Agnes's 4th birthday today. Happy birthday, Agnes!
Happy birthday, Agnes!
Happy birthday.
That was amazing.
All right.
Sorry.
We're gonna have this for a little while, I think. Okay, so let's go ahead and stick in the east. I think there's a little more going on over there. David.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. The Austrians were trying to figure out where they wanted to be in this scenario, and where they want to be is not as a coordinated partner with the Russians and the Italians. So here they go. They've gone to Galicia. They've taken out Bulgaria. Yeah, I agree, Agnes. That the move to Bulgaria, killing that army is really awesome. I totally agree with Agnes on that point. The EG continues with their advance here, putting the English army into St. Petersburg. So the French, what are they doing in the Mediterranean? They're sort of, I guess, losing is what they're doing in the Mediterranean.
It looks maybe they're just trying to make a play for Piedmont to push that army forward.
Perhaps.
All right, and in the west, Siobhan.
In the west, as David touched on with the move to St. Petersburg, the EG just marches on. Holland walks into Belgium. I'm going to guess that was entirely arranged, that they can use a German unit up on the eastern border more than they can use the English units most productively. And England puts Italy into Spain, which leaves the French with 3 dots to protect.
Yeah, not looking great for Steve Hogue right now.
Nope.
And just real quick for Tanya in the comments, Agnes is Brian's dog.
And it's providing sound effects for this game very well, in my opinion.
Chef's kiss. Love it.
Timed perfectly. All right, Siobhan, why don't you keep going in the west?
Yeah, absolutely. So in an attempt to keep as much as possible, France guessed wrong in a lot of places, and I believe only holds on to Spain at the end of this year. Italy gets kicked out of Spain and gets to retreat to the mid-Atlantic Ocean, which I think is just perfect. And I believe it was Doug Moore who said to me once that if Italy's in the mid-Atlantic Ocean, well, their solo is only a matter of time. I'm not sure it's true in this case. But yeah, it looks like Germany taking Belgium was absolutely arranged because England picks up both Portugal and Paris. So it's fine.
Wow.
Yep, and I think
as far as the East goes, the Mitch is just really losing out here pretty badly to the offense. So Mitch decides to take Smyrna off the Italians, which probably a move of desperation there to try to keep his position. But Italians ain't gonna like that. They done retreated to Armenia, and they're probably going to keep that army and try to screw with the Russians. So. That's interesting. I mean, EG, what's to stop them here? The Austrians have made it to where the Russians can't really help to stop the EG. So the East has got to pray that the EG falls apart, or there's going to be a stalemate line problem here.
It doesn't look like that EG is going anywhere.
Brian may be muted because he's trying to mute Agnes when actually, if Brian could mute himself and put Agnes back on, that would be insane. That's fine, but we like your dog.
So Mitch lost the Northern Fleet as Russia. That's a heartbreak every time that happens.
That's a commitment to less relevance. But there's probably no way around it here, though.
Yeah.
I mean, another double army build from Andrew Goff in Germany, and I I want to critique it. I want to say that Germany needs another fleet, but he really doesn't, and he hasn't been wrong any step of the way. And well, I guess that's how you win 3 world championships. So
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to stick with the EG again, what would the fleet do other than lead to instability? I mean, if you're going to stick with the EG, you're going to diplomatically prevent the English from attacking you. One more fleet's not going to do anything for you. In fact, it's going to slow you down. So I don't disagree with Golfi on this. I am surprised to see the Italians pull the army of Armenia. Perhaps that was arranged. I thought maybe that was just Mitch being desperate, but maybe that was arranged under the theory that the Italian army doesn't help defend against EG, but the Russians can. So that could have been arranged.
I think absolutely that could have been arranged.
Although
having to pull another unit would have been devastating.
The retreat to Armenia instead of off the board is what fooled me, but that's fine.
Fair.
All right. Moving into Spring 06. Let's go ahead and pause for a minute. This is an interesting point in the game. We've got clearly a very strong EG. It looks like Russia and Austria and the last remnants of Italy are trying to hold a line. Who do you? Let's ask 2 questions here. Siobhan, who would you want to be if you were trying to top the board? And then David, who would you want to be? Who do you feel like has the best chance out of the survivors in the East? Siobhan, you first.
Okay, I mean, I think if I want to top this board right now, it's one of England or Germany, and I think I have a slight preference for England in the long run. I feel like there's just so many options for them, and Andrew in Germany without stabbing England just gets locked up by the stalemate.
David, do you agree with that?
Probably so. Gosh, I mean, England or Germany, either one could pull the plug on this somehow, because Germany would have to do it when they're building, obviously, because they don't have the fleets, but that can be arranged. I actually like the English position pretty well. You asked me, I think who has the best chance of doing something decent in the East, I think was the question you were asking me. You know, honestly, Austria at this point hasn't looked like they've been wanting to fight the Germans. It looked like they've been wanting to reestablish ownership of the Balkans and fight the Russians. So, you know, if that continues, Mitch is going to be in serious trouble. Mitch has to turn that around. And it's because I haven't seen any evidence that will continue, I might want to be the Austrians here, under the theory that if the English eventually decide to pull the plug and attack the Germans, then that'll allow the Austrians to grow.
Yeah, and I don't know if either England or Germany is a real solo risk right now, at least. So I would be tempted if I were Austria. Hey, maybe I don't top this board. Maybe I can maximize my score as much as possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't count out the solo just yet. I mean, it's almost too early to know that for sure.
Well, let's find out how close we're getting. David, start us in the East.
Okay, so the Germans do move east as part of a continuing EG. The Austrians appear not to be expecting that because they instead go take Venice, which, you know, that's sort of short-term thinking, I believe, on Timothy's part. Otherwise, the Italians take the Austrians out of Greece, which makes sense. If you can't get the Austrians on board, you're going to have to try to beat them to have any chance of defending against the EG.
Yeah. How does that impact your read on the West, Siobhan?
Well, first of all, I want to take it back. I'd rather be Germany. I mean, this is just perfect. The EG is stronger than ever. He can self-bounce in Burgundy and keep Marseille, which we're seeing happen. And that line that we were seeing locking up is not so locked and will not remain so, and all to Andrew's favor.
Yeah,
Let me make a broader point here about, for people watching this game and are trying to learn diplomacy, there's a couple of different ways that people play diplomacy these days. And there are people that simply wouldn't have committed to a long-term EG alliance like this. There are people that just don't have that in their DNA, so to speak. But historically, this has been a legitimate way to play, even under a topping the board system, to just commit to a big alliance let those two players dominate not only their side of the board, but start cheating into the other side of the board. It doesn't mean that somebody doesn't stab later to try to go for the board top or even the solo. It just means that you're putting those two, if you agree to an alliance like this, you're putting those two powers in the best position to win the game later on.
Yeah.
And given the sort of chaos in the East, it may very well work for one of these two players.
And in the tournament perspective, it's also interesting because you've got, I believe, Natty and Andrew don't have points in the tournament right now.
Yeah, that's true.
So Mitch is one of the leaders. So it's also good for their tournament scores.
Yeah, if they're trying to break into the top board and keep one, maybe try to keep Mitch off the top board to leave a spot open, something like that. Very
interesting. All right. Moving on, we've got England building another fleet. To me, that shows commitment to stick with the EG. And why would you not? It's working pretty well for them. Is that good game, Steve Hogue? I think it is.
Yeah, he tried his best to pitch all sorts of puppeting ideas, but they just weren't having it. Which it was all he could do was to try that, and you can't blame them for saying no either.
Yeah, and then we've got a Italian army in Rome, which kind of makes sense to me from this position. So, all right, Siobhan, let's go in the West. Start with you.
Yeah, absolutely. The English fleets march west and south and are attempting to make the Italians eventually probably redundant, and will take over that position to take Spain and Tunis and what they can of the boot. The Germans continue marching, or at least attempting to. Not much success this turn. It's a whole lot of red arrows. Hold on to Galicia by mobilizing Mitch's support. Okay. Sorry, that's in the East, David.
That's all right. Again, with an alliance that's already sort of poking into the East, it's hard to keep the two things distinct. I mean, what would there be to talk about in the West? The fact that they didn't stab each other. So really the action's in the East. And, if the EG is a crime, the Austrians are an accessory to the crime, because they're really just not doing what they need to do. And it may be that diplomatically that's just all broken down here because of the earlier moves the Austrians made. Instead of defending against the EG, going after their neighbors is really coming home to roost here. It's just hard to imagine. I mean, Austria is also very hard for the Italians and the Russians to do anything too. So this fight is going to not really accomplish anything, but it may be, except for taking Venice back, but it may be that that's all the powers can do diplomatically in this situation. But man, look, North Africa, Piedmont, Galicia, Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia, St. Pete. It's only a matter of time. It's a little surprising that the German fleet from Sweden didn't go down there to help, bust into Livonia and stuff like that. But you can't have everything, I reckon.
Well, they're coming pretty darn close to it. All right, let's go ahead and go in the West. Siobhan, what are we seeing here?
As expected, England takes Spain off the Italians. Andrew pulls some armies back west into Belgium and Burgundy. I'll be intrigued to see what happens with those. It doesn't feel like he has a lot to do with them. However, he is getting a build because he did pick up Vienna from the Austrians. So, time will tell.
Yeah, on the East, it's red arrow, red arrow, red arrow, red arrow, red arrow. You've got the one move to Ukraine, but otherwise, which again, why? Unless you're going to continue this fight while the Germans take your stuff.
That seems like what's going to happen.
Again, this is just a diplomatic breakdown, and it's hard. Sometimes we don't know. The relationship just could be so frayed that it's hard to put back together. But goodness gracious, that's really dangerous here. The stalemate line's already breached to begin with, but man, it's gonna keep getting worse. And as you said, Brian, the question is going to become which of these two alliance partners gets the jump on the other.
Mm-hmm. And I've heard of the Anschluss in between Germany and Austria, and I think this is taking it to a very different conclusion than most people had in mind.
Well, the original Anschluss was the Germans marching into Austria saying, "You want to be part of my country, right?" And that's, we've all seen The Sound of Music. We know exactly how that works.
We know how that goes.
We know how that goes, but that's basically what's happening here.
Von Trapp's vacating right now.
And I don't. The Austrians get ready to sing Edelweiss and go out of the equation.
I mean, is The Sound of Music basically just Diplomacy the Musical? Is that what we're saying here?
That's it.
Every movie and every story of any kind is actually diplomacy. Come on.
It's true.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and pause this game in this position. Before we leave it, though, I'm going to make each of you pick Germany or England. Who do you like? Siobhan, we'll start with you.
Germany.
And David.
Well, I'll take England just to be contrary, because honestly, the EG, unless you really angle it correctly as the Germans, the English are always behind you. So I know it's Andrew Goff. Good for Andrew Goff. He's got a great position, and yet the English could still do something to you. So we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, Natty is really, he's proven himself to be a very solid player, and I don't like betting against Andrew, but it could happen here. I think I would pick England out of this one also. We'll find out. We'll go ahead and transition over. Give me 1 second. And all right. I'm not sure what's going on here. Thank you, Brandon. So for this game, we've got round 2, board 5, Garrett's Mix. Garrett's being the popcorn mix famous in Chicago for cheese and caramel. We've got Austria.
Sorry to interrupt, Brian. But real quick, I think I'm swapping out for Doug here.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So why don't we go ahead and bring Doug on? And welcome, Doug. And in Austria, we've got George Zhang from Illinois. He's a longtime Windy City Weasel. England's Maxim Popov from Ames, Iowa. France, we have Gary Sturley from Great Britain. Germany, we have Owen Bragdon from Massachusetts. Italy, we have Christian Brown from Peoria, who recently joined the Weasels. Russia, we have Hunter Ketcher from New Haven, Connecticut, who I believe recently won European DipCon. Turkey, we have Dave Roberts from Snohomish, Washington. We've got Maxim is the highest rank out of all of these players. Is it Doug? Are you going to tell us about this one?
Yeah, I've got a little information on our players for board 5. George, as you mentioned, is a longtime Weasel. He started playing when he's in high school and joined the Weasels then, and also does some game design in some spare time. He's a fun guy to play a game with. Maxim, I think, is really pretty fantastic player. He's only been playing for 5 months since late March, and he's already made a name for himself as a strong player, which is exciting to see. Excuse me. Gary's been playing for 3 years in a variety of different formats, old school games via zines. So he's been around the block, is what my understanding is. Owen is a longtime player as well. Christian is another new player, only played virtual face-to-face. So it's nice that we're extending to new players that way. Then Hunter is a well-known player. He's a very strong player. He's been playing for quite a long time. You don't get to go over to Europe and win a tournament if you're not a strong player. And I don't have a lot of information on Dave, but it'll be interesting to see how he plays today as a virtual face-to-face player.
All right. Thank you very much. So moving on, we'll go ahead and start in spring of 1901. Doug, you are joining us, so I'll let you pick. Do you want to east or west?
I'll go with the west for this game. I want to track what Maxim is doing.
Fantastic. All right. Well, why don't you lead us off? How do they open in the West?
There's not much controversy here. I would just say these are all relatively standard, effective openings. Nobody's showing their hand. So that's the story of the Spring 01 in the West.
All right.
I'll tell you what, the East looks like Austria and Russia, being the two more experienced players, have decided to team up. You can tell that they didn't go to Galicia. The Austrians actually did the move to Trieste, which turned out to be really smart because the Italians are trying to slip two into the Austrian position there with the follow-up to Venice, and that got blocked. So bouncing black is not terribly surprising. The Russians do decide to go north, which is something you certainly can do if you're going to ally with the Austrians.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of northern Russian openings in this round of the tournament. It's been really interesting to see. And then I've also noticed Christian moving Venice to Trieste. We don't see that a lot in face-to-face. I remember when I used to play online a lot, probably 10, 15 years ago, that was a pretty common way to open. But we've seen a lot less of that just because of how early conflict between those two powers can imbalance things in the favor of the Juggernaut. So,
Yeah.
All right. We'll go ahead and stay in the East. We've got David. Why don't you show us what's going on?
He does it again, and this time it works. Wow, gosh, George probably missed the boat on that one. I'm not sure why you would hold in Vienna. It doesn't do anything for you. Why not go to Trieste anyway? So that's a real miscue. I bet he wishes he hadn't done that. The Russians
with the follow-on into Venice.
That's what I mean. Yeah, he did exactly what he tried to do in Spring 01. It didn't work. So it really shocking. And look at the move to Greece to really mess up George with the support of the Turks, it looks like. So, man, that's just a tremendous miscue on George's part to let that Trieste thing happen. Again, I hate to be the harper here, but hold. Probably not. Only if that's the absolute last resort. I mean, what could possibly have been wrong with going to Trieste? It wouldn't have made anybody angry. If he was trying to leave it open for a fleet build, I know we've seen some early fleet builds, but that should be rare to build a fleet this early as the Austrians. Man, George, he's a great player, but this was something I'm sure he wishes he had back.
Doug, anything? What's the large storyline you're seeing coming out of the West?
I'll touch a little bit on Russia convoying over to Sweden. It's not something you see very often. Still don't really have a great sense here of what the alliance structures look like. It's hard to say this early. I would just say people are playing a little cautious, maybe feeling each other out. And until we have a little more to see on the board, that's probably the most interesting thing about this. Everybody doing logical things and probably an arranged bounce in Belgium would be my guess.
Okay, so with our builds, we've got England builds a fleet. We've got 2 fleets from France. We've got 2 fleets from Germany. Don't see that very often. Another Army St. Pete. I've seen quite a bit of that this game. Yeah, everything else is pretty standard. Anything jump out to anybody?
4 fleets in France and Germany combined tells me a sea lion is in the offing.
Yeah, that's not good for Maxime for sure. Tanya makes a good point in the comments. The Italians really should have gotten no builds there. So it's not only is it terrible for George, it's really lucky for Christian that he ended up with a build there.
Yeah, excellent point. All right, so let's find out what happens with all those fleets. Doug, why don't you start us in the West?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty logical. You got a lot of bounces, but that's what's going to happen for a little while at least. I do think Germany perhaps overbuilt the fleet there. I don't think you really needed it, but I'm not going to complain about it. So we're just going to see France and Germany make their play here and see if Maxim can stop them.
He has the Russians on his side, it looks to me like.
I think that's a smart play.
The convoy itself was an anti-German and pro-English thing to do, really, because it kept your fleet in Bothnia, which you can't do anything except to the Germans. So, that gives Maxim some hope, I suppose. Now, on the eastern side, you do have the Austrians taking Trieste back, which is obviously no surprise. The Italians, though, continue marching. I mean, look, they marched into Greece. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, if you're George there, are you making a deal with Turkey to try and kick the Italian out of Greece, or is that a deal with the devil you don't want to make?
You got to make a deal with Turkey. If the Italians are going to attack you like that, what else can you do? He already had, he thought at least, some kind of friendship with the Russians. So he tried to make friends with the Turks. I mean, an AT can work. At this point, it wasn't really an AT. It was like, who can help me? Anybody can help me? The Italians just screwed me over. Can you help? And the Turks may not say yes. They may say no. Although if I were the Turks, I don't know that I would love where the Italian fleets are, but there's probably no way around that.
All right. Oh, let's go ahead and stay in the east, David. Why don't you kick us off?
They did say yes. Look, the Turks did say yes. They went to Greece, which, if I'm Turkey, I probably would say yes there too, honestly. Italians are going to stay even because they took Tunis. The bounce and the black, it's hard to know. My guess is that they're sort of trying to be friendly with each other at this point. It's almost certainly arranged. Look at the Russians. They as I said earlier, that convoy that Doug was talking about to Sweden really was anti-German, and now they've gone to Silesia to double down on the anti-German.
Leading into the West, thanks, David. I mean, I think Maxim has the opportunity here if he can get France to back off. There's no reason that France can't flip south. He's not committed to the point where, there's no way that makes any sense. You got Italy poking up in Munich, and Galicia went to Silesia. You might think about it as France at this point. You might go that way, because taking England on one as France is a long slog, and I'm with all the anti-German stuff going on, I'm not sure I want to take that on by myself.
And that conversation only happens because Maxim and Hunter chose to work together. If Hunter's not backing Maxim up, then it's a very different story.
Well, another reason all this happened is what I call the giant sucking sound. The Germans building the two fleets meant they didn't have another army they needed to try to not tempt people to do this.
There was no need to. I mean, the fleet in Kiel has never gotten out. I mean, that could just as easily be an army right now.
Well, he did use it to bounce the Helgoland bite move from the English. It wasn't completely useless, but goodness, it does hurt him now for sure, as you say.
Yeah. All right, we're going into winter of 02. We've got a German build in Munich, a Austrian build in Budapest, a Turkish fleet in Smyrna. Anything stand out in the builds?
No.
Yeah. Pretty standard, what you would expect.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and go to the east, David. We've got a little bit of action over here from Austria, it looks like. What's going on?
Well, yeah, there's action in the sense the Austrians are moving their fleet back down, but they almost have to do that because the fleet's not doing them any good sitting in Trieste. But look at the Italians. Have gone ahead and said, yep, I attacked Austria in spring 01, and I'm still anti-Austria. So let's fight. So it goes to Adriatic, goes to the Ionian. Otherwise, basically docile between the French and the Russians and the Turks. I think that's just sort of a waiting game, knowing that AI is in warfare.
What do you make of the Tyrolia move?
Yeah, well, you're right. I'm sorry, I missed the Tyrolia move. I guess that makes sense. That's why those guys went there. Was to do so. And I think the Italians actually tried to poke into Tyrolia last turn, so this is just a continuation of that. And also the Russians went to Livonia with another army. So again, all caused in some way by the giant sucking sound of not building the second army there and building the two fleets.
Well, and I think also there was a tactical error. Ruhr should have been supporting Munich. When you're sitting there with two on there, why aren't you doing that? I mean, and
particularly if Belgium's going to hold anyway, you're not even getting any position.
right, thematically, you've been talking about the hold as an error. And what are you doing with Belgium there? Just holding one army and one supply center is completely useless. Make use of that in a stronger fashion. The rest of the West is really just the commitment of France to continue going after England, while England just took Denmark off of Germany. Germany's lost 2. I mean, this is the time when I think you might flip and take Belgium, just because, propping Germany up for the long term is just going to get you in no productivity for this.
I agree. And look, it's not that it's not only that he didn't take Belgium, he moves Picardy to Burgundy instead of Gascony to Burgundy. It's like, wait a minute, you're not even putting yourself in position. You could sell that as trying to help the Germans protect, which of course it would have potentially helped them protect if they still had Munich. Gosh, yeah. Some missed opportunities here. We're sounding like we're being negative here. It's easy for us to sit here and say this. We were not involved in the negotiations, but that's not ideal.
Yeah, and also I think Russia's playing a really good game right now, and I think England's playing a really strong defensive game. And it's unexpected all of a sudden when you get Italy and Russia popping up and causing havoc in the center of the board that early in the game. So it's probably sort of unnerving, and it's just very challenging to deal with it. I think that we're going to see Germany retake Munich with French help right here.
I think in the last round, we saw Christian Brown take a kind of a similar approach, where I believe they were Germany and moving very heavily way down into Austria. And it really caused some chaos and imbalance in either side of the theaters. Made for an entertaining game, but very, very good for Hunter to take advantage of that and cause some chaos, which I do think will break in Russia's favor.
Yeah, maybe Christian's just one of those guys we call a chaos agent. That's what he thinks is fun, and people play for different reasons. Some people play to be chaotic. That they actually enjoy that. They enjoy unhinging things.
Well, let's see what happens. Why don't we stay in the West?
France is continuing the anti-English activity, and as I thought would happen, they recaptured Munich. The story here really is that France is in a decision place, and they're going to kind of dictate a lot of what's going to happen with the rest of the West going forward. England's doing a good job defending, but we'll just have to see what France decides to do ultimately.
All right. So for our builds, let's see. It looks like England's going to get a build here from Denmark, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you build here? You looking for an army or a fleet?
I put an army down. Just send a statement. You're not getting anything. Go away. Fleet.
Yeah.
Agree. I totally agree with that.
And so does Maxim. So looks like we have Germany disbanding in Belgium, possibly because of the interaction that France and Germany had earlier, and they seem to be working together somewhat at least. Get the fleet build in Naples. Looks pretty straightforward. In the spring, let's go ahead and start in the east. David, we've got quite a few black lines, a lot going on here.
Yeah, the Austrians had gotten into Ionian. We didn't talk about that at the end of the last turn, but that was important here that because that's a forward unit that can be used, and it was used to help take Venice. And then the Turks go behind that. The Austrians retreat into Apulia, I think it is. This is just the Austrians have basically become a forward tip of the spear, so to speak, for the RT, trying to get up there and do what they can to sort of deal with the chaos agent. Maybe Hunter enjoyed the chaos agent while that chaos agent was alive, but Hunter's deal is with the Turks. And so we'll and that means, and the Turks need to kill the Italians. So that's what's going to get ready to happen here. So I'm sure Hunter's using his diplomatic relationship with Austria to help that happen as well. They do lose Silesia. Germans are trying to fight back there a little bit. So good for them.
Yeah, and the story here for me is Irish Sea to Mid-Atlantic. The rest of this seems pretty reasonable. Strong defense to protect Denmark. You've got to do that. Moving your armies around the island it doesn't really matter where they are, but I'm not sure why you go to the Mid-Atlantic and to the Norwegian Sea simultaneously. Gascony can defend Spain from Italy if Italy goes that direction. So as France, you're not making a friend in England, and you weakened your attack. You get the North Sea, but you just lost Holland. It's Germany. I love that.
I suspect that's just the effect of being frustrated with that army build. Like, nope, not getting anything. I don't want to sit here and waste that unit. I'm going to go find something productive for it to do.
I mean, the French are in Norwegian and North Sea.
That is definitely bizarre. I will say. I'm excited to see if London goes to the Channel.
Well, let's answer that question.
Nope.
It does not. But Mid-Atlantic does.
I tell you what, goodness. Maxime built that army and then didn't use it to defend himself, Doug. It just, wow.
Yeah, he did the right thing, but moving the army to Wales, that didn't help. But let's acknowledge that this is actually a pretty good tactical play, as it turns out, for France, because they get on the other side of the island. So that did end up working pretty well. I would have liked to stay in Liverpool and Edinburgh at the same time and force him to, cut supports. And they piffed the English fleet as well. So he doesn't have a disband. He's down to it. That's going to be his loss.
Yeah, that was a good turn for the FG. I was not expecting that a couple turns ago, and they've done a good job.
Well, it was sort of kind of a good job, but look at what Baltic did.
Yeah, they got Holland.
Kiel?
Yeah, they retake Holland. Germany just is losing two here. He's losing Kiel and Belgium. So the beneficiaries of this fight with England are really Russia. Russia walked to Norway. It was a great turn for Hunter.
Absolutely. And he's still got friendship with the Turks. He's still got friendship with the Austrians, from what I can tell.
This could be a really big result for Russia going forward. If he's slow playing it, he's going to take Berlin as well. This is going to be a monster result for Hunter.
Yeah, no, anytime Russia's involved, it's always a little precarious because you're trying to defend both sides of the stalemate line. But that would involve people actually getting together and trying to be anti-Hunter, and I don't see a whole lot of evidence of that going to happen anytime soon.
All right, so we've got a fleet north coast from Russia, and lost two of those fleets that were built earlier in the game by Germany. England disbands in Denmark. Looks like everybody wants Russia to have complete control of Scandinavia. France builds Fleet Brest and Army Marseille. We've got Fleet Khan in Turkey. Russia, is that good game, Russia? No, Russia's still got Rome and Tunis.
You mean in Italy?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Italy. Yep. Anything stand out here?
No, except that we haven't said enough. Gary really did some good moves here in the last two turns to really put himself in good position. Probably didn't say that enough even.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna go cover Spain. It's a good fleet build for him right there. He definitely needed it, and he put him in the right places, the army and the fleet.
Okay, and we've got commitment from Russia to stay on this northern Scandinavia game. So, all right, let's start in the east, David.
The Turks continue to move, just march forward, and the Italians do nothing to stop them, because he's decided that his chaos agency needs to be in Iberia if he can make it work somehow. So here come the Turks and the Austrians and the Russians who've gotten into Berlin. They of course went to Barents. So I guess RT with an Austrian junior partner so far. Germans get piffed in Bohemia of all places. So, really, way to go east. They probably have to do that, given how well France's position was, or how good France's position was. Oh, that's time to turn over to Doug when talking about France's position now.
Well, I just want to praise the defense by Maxim. We just gave him, the hard time last turn, but he did a good job here. Strong turn, defended everything that he could do. You sacrifice the North Sea, but you get back into Edinburgh in a place where you can hold on to it. So nicely done. France is doing what France has to do here. I wonder when the time is to turn on Germany, because that the sucking sound into the center of the board is just pulling more and more Russian forces in. He's got to defend.
There's almost no Germany left to turn on.
I know. I think maybe let's call Germany France's agent of chaos here, because popping down into Tyrolean, all that kind of stuff is just meddling with the other side of the board to France's benefit.
Yep. So speaking of sucking units to the middle of the board, is this the time for Turkey and Russia to say goodbye to Austria?
I don't think they need to yet, to be perfectly honest.
No, I don't think so. Look at, Turkey is in the Tyrrhenian Sea. He's, moving up the boot. Why would I want to stab Austria at this point? I don't have the armies nearby to get up to the center of the board. I'm perfectly content to leave those Austrian armies there to do that job.
Unless the Austrians really are getting ready to build from taking Naples. Now, if that's true, you don't really want them building because they might get some ideas of their own.
Can't have that.
No, we can't. They can't have their own ideas. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. So, David, let's find out if we've got ideas of their own. What do we have?
He's gonna keep Naples. Now, I'm sure that was with the acquiescence. Wait, what? The Turks left Rome. That's interesting. But took Tunis, but left Rome to keep well, I guess if the Italians are going to bonsai to the west, you might as well keep them alive. So I guess that's what happened there. I mean, the thing about the building with the Turks is you're building way back in the rear. So if you're really trying to make progress, I guess you keep the Italians alive. But otherwise, look at all those black arrows going west.
Yep.
Bohemia to Munich.
And also France finally turned on Germany here. England, that second army at home stopped France. Russia's intervention, or support has been, decisive for this. And Hunter now has weak powers all across the West, nobody attacking him still, and everybody sort of pushing West away from him. Now the question is just, when do you drop the hammer?
Well, speaking of the hammer dropping, Brian's question now becomes even more relevant. The Austrians are building too. I was not expecting for the Austrians to end up with Munich. I mean, that makes them less of a minor player here. I mean, they're literally building too.
Yeah, and they could be the only power to really slow Russia down at this point. I mean, Russia is just rolling.
I'm not convinced they will, though.
I mean, Russia helped put Bohemia into Munich. I mean, they're definitely working together here.
Yeah.
Maybe their idea here is we'll go dig Turkey out and get a big result. That's not necessarily in Russia's interest at this point, but could be.
All right. Well, we've got we say farewell to Owen in Germany. Played a hard-fought game. We've got Russia building 2, Army in Warsaw, another Northern Fleet in St. Pete. We've got 2 Austrian builds that are close to the line. And, I missed this. Where did England get? Is it a rebuild for England? Or did they
it has Denmark.
Gotcha. There it is. Okay. So, yeah, Fleet, Liverpool. Anything stand out here?
Well, we didn't call it out last time, but Italy got into Spain. And France should have been able to stop that. So a bit of a tactical error, and that's going to cost France. France is
actually very costly, particularly given the Turks leaving Rome.
Right, exactly.
Two Chaos Agent fleets.
Yep, you got 2 Chaos Agent fleets, and you don't have enough armies at home at this point to protect against yourself. All your units are up north. France is going to crumble fast.
Bye-bye Portugal right now, maybe.
Yep. Portugal and Marseille are both going to fall this year. And
Who gets
probably
Marseille?
Yeah.
Who do you think gets Marseille?
It doesn't matter. I don't know.
It depends on the tactics. If they give it to the Italians, then the Austrians or somebody will take Rome out, so that he doesn't get to build.
Yeah, and Munich should be driving to Burgundy right now and rotate the Russian Kiel and Berlin so that you're bringing the more armies down and just keep rolling west because France can't stop you. And England is stuck at home still.
Gosh.
All right, well, let's
At some point, this Eastern Alliance is going to have to break down, though. I mean, it's not going to happen right in the spring of 06, apparently, though.
Well, I will say it looks like Hunter's love for England is going to end soon because he's positioning now to take those English dots for himself after France did all the work of locking him in. So good sense of timing here.
This Russian fleet in Helgoland, that is going to be deadly.
Yep. That's a great position. How often do you hear the words Russian fleet in Helgoland?
It's usually not good for Germany, and since Germany's dead, I think that proves the point. Yeah.
And it looks like Austria is continuing enrolling. David, what do we have in the east?
Yeah, look at again more black arrows going west. You know, the Turks going all west. The Italians do go to Portugal. We'll see if the French were able to take that back in the fall somehow. The answer on who gets to take Marseille is that the Turkish army is convoyed there.
That's awesome.
I did not see that coming, and I love it.
The Turkish army in Marseille. This game is awesome.
That is fantastic. Nicely done, Christian Brown.
Gary's over in England. He lives in England. He's in England right now. Or actually, a couple of hours ago, he was yelling into the screen. No.
I mean, France is his lost Marseille is gonna re-lose Spain. Is gonna probably lose Holland as well. I mean, this is a devastating turn of events for France. I'm sorry, Gary. It's not good.
Let's go to the 30,000-foot view just a second instead of talking about these particular moves. Here's another example of strong alliance play under even a tribute system. Strong alliance play destroying the stalemate line. We'll see what it means and who benefits from it, but that's, again, one of those things you won't necessarily expect from a system like tribute.
Hunter is doing a fantastic job here. I mean, he's leading very significantly. I mean, he's got a 2-center lead over Austria with centers sort of in the bank, so to speak. And look how out of position Austria really is. He needs to keep building in order to protect himself for the long term. I still think that Hunter is in a driver's seat for a big result here. I mean, even much bigger than he's currently sitting.
So clearly Hunter's in the driver's seat. Is there anyone, David, left on this board that could challenge him for a board top?
Wow. I mean, in the current diplomatic situation, clearly no. I mean, could AT turn on Russia? I mean, maybe. Given the right situation, if they happen to be building better than Russia's building a particular turn, Russians don't get lucky against the English later on or something. But I'm having a hard time coming up with a good argument, honestly. Hunter's just in a great position. I mean, could something else happen? Yes. Is it likely for something else to happen? No.
So, fall of 06. David, why don't you lead us off here?
Yeah, the Italians keep Portugal. Of course, they've lost Spain. The Austrians go ahead and take them out of Rome. Otherwise, the armies continue to march. The Austrian armies march west. I mean, there's an Austrian army in Burgundy, but look what the Russians are doing. The self-bouncing Galicia, because, I got to make sure you're not going to hit me there. Yeah, but now the Austrian armies are going west. The Russian armies are staying put. Wonder what that could possibly mean for the future. Now the Austrians, not only are they sort of in advanced position, the Russians are behind them. But otherwise, Doug, this is your deal here because the East doesn't really have much going on. They're all in the West. So
There is no west.
Well, there is, but it's part of the East now.
This game, I mean, at this point in the West, this is just tactics. Okay, it's pushing the tactics. What's happening in this game is Russia's positioning themselves for a monster result. Hunter is actually a threat to solo this board if he times it right against Austria because of just how far out of position Austria is right now. The West is all tactics at this point.
Yeah, I don't think at this point in the game the question is, can anyone else top the board? I'm wondering if anybody else can stop Hunter from soloing. I think it's that time of the game.
It is a time of the game. It can still be done though, and George is good enough player. I don't know Dave as well in Turkey, but George certainly knows how to move units around. So it's still going to be. I mean, Hunter's in a great position, but if
England's going to get a build as well. Look at the convoy to Brest. That's an interesting, hey, can we work this out? We got to stop these guys or we're both toast. Probably a little too late. But, I like, countries cooperating to try and slow the process down.
Man, this was a fall turn. The French didn't even try to defend Holland, right? They just sort of marched west for no good reason. Maybe they've given up somehow. I mean,
sometimes, I don't know why you would not do that, but sometimes you just get demoralized.
Yeah, that's right. I think that must be what it is. And gosh, considering how good his position was at one point in the game, wouldn't you be I would be demoralized at this point if I was the French.
Well, let's see what they build.
All right, so we get.
Oh.
What do we get? So we've got another Northern Fleet in St. Pete. That is commitment. We've got an army in Moscow, another Turkish fleet. We see a disband of the Italian in Lyon. France is just decimated, keeping Fleet Spain, Mid-Atlantic, and English. Did England not have a build? Did they say? They lost Denmark. They lost Denmark. Okay. Oof. So rough turn. So yeah, I mean, Hunter's just going to keep rolling up north. Like there is nobody else that has the fleets to stop him at this point.
Nope.
All right. So let's go ahead and go to the east quickly, David.
Albania. Those of you who have been watching DBN live streams this summer know that this has become an inside joke. If you don't know what else to do, send all your units to Albania. It's a perfectly legitimate place. But otherwise, the French lose Greece. The Italian fleets continue to march west. The Italian fleet does go into Naples. I mean, I guess that was going to happen. Look at the Austrians now realizing, maybe I better move back a little bit. So, or maybe they're just repositioning because they're actually not moving back in the west now that I look at it. Wow.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's a reposition because, I mean, Austria's picking up two.
It must be a reposition.
Yeah, I mean, this game is the story, like the AR alliance here with Turkey. Let's see where it goes. I note under all those red arrows that the channel snuck into London, but I don't think it's a permanent thing forever here.
We'll find out.
Austrians are in Paris. Again, how often do we get to say that?
Yeah, Paris and Belgium. Normally, if I'm
07, it's one thing to be in Paris in 1912 after some gigantic fight, but in 07.
Yeah, normally, if I'm Austria and I've got units in Belgium and Paris in 1907, I'm feeling great. But I don't think I'm feeling great as George right now.
I don't know. He's big.
Yeah, we'll find out. So let's stay in the West. What do we see?
That's a lot of stuff there. It's a little hard to see with all the arrows what's happening there. But, really what the story is, again, for me here is what's happening in Russia and how fast are they driving down there. It kind of feels a little bit like in the West, tactically speaking, Hunter is sort of slowed down, maybe to not freak out the other folks. But, they took the Austria and Turkey just took the mid-Atlantic. They're just continuing to push west into France. So again, it's really, this is a tactical game at this point in the West, and the question is, at what point does the alliances, do they break or do they just call a draw?
Well, the Russians could have taken North Sea and they didn't do it. You're right. That's intentional slowdown on Hunter's part.
Yeah.
And look, and as far as the East goes, there is one move that matters here, which is Moscow to Ukraine.
Definitely that matters.
We'll see what that means, if it means anything.
Yeah, we also continue to see Austrian progression into now Picardy. So
I thought Tanya Gill was the only Austria allowed to take things like Brest and Paris. I only thought Tanya was allowed to do that when she plays Austria. But apparently George would like to do it too.
George does play a good Austria. All right, so for our builds, we say goodbye to the army in Brest, the fleet in English. So it looks like the sole French unit remaining is the fleet in London. We've got a couple of builds from Austria and an army in Caen. All of those seem sensible. Anything stand out?
Nope.
All right. Let's go to the east this time. David, we've got a little action.
Well, the first thing that hits me is inaction. You build an army in Caen and you hold, and then your army in Bulgaria holds. What was the point of building that? I mean, if it looks like there's going to be a fight between the Austrians and the Russians, which was what it was sort of looking like, why are you holding? So interestingly, the Austrians had moved down to Apulia and over to Venice to try to defend themselves against what? Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not a complete. For a minute, I thought it might have been a Turkish NMR, but no, they moved the units over in your neck of the woods in Iberia, Doug. But they just everything else held. Maybe they got to the end of the order writing phase and didn't have time to submit the orders or something.
It's possible.
They did support the movement of Austria, though.
Where?
Turkey, we can go to the next season pretty quickly here. Russia decided to make their attack on England at this point, which is sensible. I'm not sure what the slowdown was. I'd be curious. But I actually want to flag an opportunity here right now. If Turkey wants to stab Austria, they're in pretty decent position to at least take Spain and Portugal. From there, maybe you just drive up your fleets, hold the West and then try and take out Austria. I don't know. At some point,
that would have been a really good move if he had moved his other units in the Mediterranean to help support that attack.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens in the fall.
All right, go ahead.
A lot of holds again. Are they like calling the game? Is that what's happening here?
Well, we can see that the game is over in spring of 11. This is 08. So this game goes for another 2 years.
I mean, are they just playing out the string and committed to the alliance? In which case, we could probably kind of go forward.
It certainly looks like it, Doug. I think you're right. It certainly looks like it.
All right, well, let's play through, see if we get any major changes here. So we've got the disband in Skag. We've got the army in Smyrna. Or the fleet in Smyrna. Continuing on, looking at the West. So Austria and Turkey are ready to draw this game. It looks like maybe Russia isn't. Is that your take?
Well, Russia's moved Romania to Albania. They're having some fun, which is good. I mean, I think it's pretty entertaining. But if you'll note, they're still making the play for Edinburgh. Russia is going to call this game when he gets all the dots that he wants to make sure that he's topped the board. So, I think that's just what's happening over there.
And maybe the Austrians and the Turks just figured, yes, he's going to top the board. Let's just get this over with.
Yeah, feels that way.
Could have been a deal for a while now, actually.
All right,
yeah, that's clearly what's happening.
Continuing.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a nice little Turkish fleet in Liverpool. That's always fun.
Indeed. And London will fall next year. And there you go. I mean, Russia could make a play for it. Drop down to Armenia.
So Russia is at 12 right now. Is there any chance that Russia solos from here?
I don't think he wants to. This is a tournament with a top board, So probably doesn't need to solo. Did he play in round one? I think he didn't he, Brian Hunter?
I don't recall, but I believe so. Yeah, I believe he has points.
He did also. So he probably just assumes this result will get him on the top board. So why does he bother worrying? Now, I would never do that because to me, the solo is the holy grail. And I don't care what happens tomorrow. I'm going to get the solo today. But not everybody thinks that way. So maybe he's just done with the game. Apparently he is. We know the game ends in a year.
All right. So, yep. We've got collusion, a little bit of movement down here just in case. Continuing on. Everybody holding. And I believe, yep, this is where we end the game.
I mean, the surprise.
I'm sorry, Doug.
The surprise for me was they actually put the Austrian in London instead of Russia taking it. So Hunter must have just said to George early on, like, they clearly had a mutual top because Hunter didn't have to take that. He could have been at 15 if he wanted to be right now.
The interesting thing about this whole thing, and Brian, maybe you were getting ready to say this is not a tribute game. You want to leave the little guys alive. That actually gives you more points than taking the centers out. So this game was played as if it was under some other scoring system, like Carnage or something. Because
I don't know how many points Hunter had, but I mean that could be it. Is hey, I've got the 37 points that I need to make it to the top board, and that's I feel like that's going to be enough. George, you've been a good ally. I can't remember if George had points either. I don't think George had points. So maybe that's playing the tournament rather than the board itself.
Just heard from the producers, George had 24 points, and Hunter also had points. He had 38. He was in 5th place to start this. Well, so it sounds to me like they both decided to try and put themselves on the top board with good results.
Yeah.
Well, and again, would you have expected any of that under a tribute scoring system? Maybe this whole thing was an experiment over with this kind of system, and you're going to have a top board in tribute. What does that mean? And maybe it is going to mean when people play it out a lot more shared board tops. Who knows?
I always say that tournament diplomacy is a variant, and the main variant everyone needs to keep in mind is that you are playing one very long game to make it to the top of whatever tournament scoring you've got, and I think this is a really good example of playing that tournament scoring.
Yeah. That could very well be, and good, well played by all of them, considering maybe this was the deal for a very long time.
It's quite possible. So, all right. Well, at this point, I am going to say goodbye, and we're going to go ahead and bring Brandon back into the stream. Brandon, how are you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
Good. Hey, Brandon.
All right. So we're sticking with Dave and Doug here. Is that right? For one more game. Yep. And then Siobhan's going to come back on and spell David. So, David, this is your final game. Although it looks like we got a couple games to go back and finish up. So.
Yeah.
All right. Let us. Oh, I got a little bug. Might get a little crash here. Let's see what happens. Indeed. So let's get a little reboot, and then we will have a look at our game number 6.
Before we get to 6, while you're rebooting, I want to say I thought George played a really strong game. He was in real trouble early on, and I was very impressed with how he was able to pull that back out. That must have taken some really strong diplomacy. So. Hard to know what was behind the scenes, but it was well played.
Yep. Yeah, it was interesting to watch Hunter pass up a pretty clear solo opportunity. He certainly could have gone for it. He would have secured a giant board top, but it really looked like he decided he didn't need it to make the top board, and a split board top or a decent second score would come in for George on a three-way draw, and even in tribute, that's still going to be worth 20 to 30 points.
The issue here is there's a top board. Now, if this had been at Liberty or at DixieCon or somewhere this summer, he would have gone for the solo because it was just a 2-round tournament.
Yeah, that's right. Or at least the big board top, right?
Yeah.
So, so maybe the top board is creating this dynamic. Part of the reason for this split board top dynamic, which is definitely come as a surprise to all of us. I still, it's cool though. It's like it's an unstable equilibrium. The split board top. It's like draw size with the opportunity for getting a big score with a stab.
I think you're just using fancy language to prove that you know what you're unstable. What? Come on.
Is it working?
Yes, it is working.
Okay,
yes.
great. That's all that
I
matters.
think you're awesome.
All right, let's power on through here. Then we've got board number 6 coming up, and this is deep dish pizza, which is definitely something Chicago's known for. In Austria, we've got former world champion Nicolas Sahuguet, who has been very familiar to watchers of our broadcast. He's sitting in with the DBNI ranking of number 14. In England, we've got Jason Massbaum, familiar to lots of face-to-face players, regular on the circuit, coming to us out of Los Angeles. And hang on a second, we've got a little bit of business to do behind the scenes. And all right, in France, we've got Melinda Holly coming to us from a properly spelled Phoenix City in Alabama. Melinda is a very long time hobby player that David, you've known for 30 plus years at this point. Yes. And Melinda was a guest on the previous episode of Deadline News hosted by you. Yes. In Germany, we've got Advait Arunav coming to us from Singapore. In Italy, we've got Karl Ronneberg coming to us from either Seattle or New York, depending on the weekend. I'm not sure which one this weekend is. In Russia, we've got Peter McNamara coming to us from Melbourne, Australia. So another one in whatever time zone that is. That's really far away. Like 13 hours difference, I think, between Australia and here in Singapore and here. And in Turkey, we've got David Miller playing from Olney, Maryland, which is actually not too far from where I grew up. And I used to go play soccer there a lot. All right. So which one of you is up for giving us background on these players?
Well, it's me, and I have a few things to say. Nicolas, of course, almost goes without saying. He's actually a Frenchman who lives in Montreal, and I have played with Nicolas many times. Such a spectacular diplomat and really a great guy. In addition to being a world champion, he's just a prince of a guy to play with. So it'll be fun to see how that interacts here. Jason Massbaum, somebody that I've been playing with for probably 10 or 15 years also. He started off, I think in the D.C. area, as I recall, playing D.C. games. Went to some East Coast tournaments. Then he moved to California. So a lot of experience there. Melinda, literally, since I joined the hobby in 1984, I've known Melinda Holly. She actually started in the early 80s. She doesn't remember this. She thinks she started in the late 80s. She actually started playing diplomacy in 1982, because I remember reading about that at one point. Advait from Singapore just learned the game in March, but he's been playing a lot of virtual face-to-face games and other online games, and we're just thrilled to have a player from Singapore involved in our virtual hobby. Carl is someone, I think he's got a significant amount of experience, somewhere in the 15 years of experience for Carl. Peter, who we call the Peter McNamara, the Australian Peter McNamara. There's another Peter McNamara that plays, who's from somewhere else.
From Chicago.
Peter, from Chicago. This Peter is outstanding. Both Peters are actually outstanding, but this one's really outstanding and has been playing for a very long time. And I have seen him in tournaments for years. He's been playing for 20 plus years. David Miller, someone who actually picked up the game about 5 years ago. David's comes to DixieCon every year, and I have watched him progress. When he first learned the game, and Doug, you've played with him a bunch too. When we first saw David come, he was learning the game. He wasn't very good. He got pasted a lot. He got destroyed. Started steadily getting better. Now he's a 2-time DixieCon winner. David is a real success story in 5 years of game play.
This is a stacked board.
That is exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, yeah.
This is definitely, and we had the other board, which had 4 of the top 8 players in it. These players, some of them didn't play last weekend, I don't think, but you can look at their rankings. They're all ranked, and the person who's ranked lowest here is, maybe one of the best 2 players on the board.
No question.
If you're going to take a wild guess, just like looking at the draw, who would be your pick, David?
Yeah.
Well, honestly, David Miller, and I'm not saying we know anything about what happens in this game, and anything could happen in this game. But if you held a gun to my head and said pick one of these guys, I'd say David Miller's really good. But the minute I say that, I'm thinking, but Peter McNamara's Russia. I don't know, but I'm playing Austria, so I don't know what that means.
Just pick one. You're not going to hold you to it.
I'm going to go with Peter McNamara for the only reason that he's playing from Australia right now, and he is a fantastic player. So I'm going to go with Peter.
Yeah, Peter's my pick too. I don't know why, but yeah, I'd love to see Melinda or Jason pull something out of the West here, and Advait too. Anyone on this board would be really fun.
It's such a great board. I can't wait.
This is been great.
So who is West? Who is East? Let's see. Doug, you pick.
I picked first last time. Let's.
Oh, did you? All right, David, what do you got?
I'll take the West. Just
all right.
I'll let Doug figure out who's going to win that stacked East.
All right, David, call the opening in the West for us.
All right, this was actually pretty similar. The one thing I want to the supported attack on Burgundy is something we've seen tonight earlier. The one thing I really want to focus on is the German opening, because I was telling Brandon about this sometime a few weeks ago. This used to be a really common German opening when I first started the hobby in the 80s. It's the push for 3 centers in 01, where you go to Holland so you can support yourself to Belgium, and you just give up on the possibility of bouncing the Russians in Sweden. Don't see this hardly ever anymore. It's interesting to see it in this game.
All right, tell us about the East.
This is, I think, a pretty cautious opening by everybody involved. Maximum flexibility. You got the bounce in Galicia, and you got the bounce in the Black Sea. I think that, I really like what's going to happen for Peter because he's guaranteed Sweden. And that's just a mammoth relief when you're Russia. So I know that's branching over into your neck of the woods there, David, but I just think that opening and looking forward, that's just so significant for Peter at this point. So we'll just have to see how the East plays out because we're not seeing anything from these moves.
Would that make you more inclined to give Turkey a little bit of sugar here? You're less worried about the board reacting to an RT if you're going to get that Sweden build?
I mean, I think it actually makes me more aggressive in the South.
Okay.
Because I've got a build in the bag, and I really want to assert that I'm going to get rum. So I'm going to bounce in the Black Sea because I don't care if I get rum at this point. I would prefer to keep Turkey in the box.
Got it. All right.
If anything makes Doug more aggressive, something has drastically occurred here that was not anticipated by the entire world.
Right. Call the
fair point.
All right, Doug, talk us through the East here.
Clearly, I say something and I'm always wrong. So instead, gives the Black Sea to Turkey. I think that's the most significant move here. I will highlight that you've got the convoy to Tunis with the Venice to Trieste, but that feels very planned to me between Karl and Nicola. That looks like it's planned. So I really want to focus on the Black Sea because this gives Turkey a lot of opportunity to stay alive and be relevant in this game.
Yeah, let's go to the West first, and then we'll talk a bit about the overall situation. David, what do you see over here?
Well, I was going to say the West is You're going to take 2 on Belgium. We're going to put 2 on Belgium and stop you, and that's exactly what EF did. I will say though, if you're going to oppose the Germans, it might have been cooler just to bounce him in Denmark, which only takes 1 unit, and then take a shot at Munich. Because if the guy's trying to put 2 guys on Belgium, which is probably what he was doing with that opening, then take a shot at Munich. And guess what? That would have worked. So they could have kept him from getting the 3 neutrals and taken Munich. That would have been a little better. But at any rate, that's about all I've got to say about the West.
I like your tactical deployment there, David. I think that would be the right call. I mean, this is still good, but that would have been pretty fantastic.
And if Doug Moore and David Hood agree on anything, it might be worth looking at.
I feel like the streams have already gotten crossed twice in this game, and we haven't even finished 1901 yet. All right, to be clear about what those streams were, it was David complimenting Doug, and then David agreeing with Doug. It's very uncomfortable.
We'll fix it, Doug. Let's fix that.
All right, we'll get
you worthless SOB. Let's fix it.
Thank you. It's much better when mommy and daddy are fighting. Okay, so it seems to me that this went really well for Russia. This is just you've got this weird strife in the West. You don't have an army in Norway. You don't have an army in Galicia. There may be some problem between Austria and Italy. You've got. I actually like letting Turkey in the Black Sea here. I'll push back a little bit on you, Doug, here, just because it can give the rest of the board a bit of assurance that you're not going to just roll over everything if you're worried about a bit of early leader syndrome.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair point. And I don't want to question anything Peter does because he is a great player in this game, in this hobby, and most likely he's got a really concrete plan that he is charmingly getting people to execute on his behalf. He's really excellent at that.
So, all right, builds. We got some juicy stuff here, and it's going to start with Fleet Venice in 1901. You can't beat that. You just can't. You cannot beat that. We've got two armies from France, so this is definitely an anti-German follow through. Italy's got. It's a weird thing. Italy's got nothing to worry about from France, but is going to be hard pressed to make. Actually, they do have opportunity down there. Russia, for his part, builds an army in St. Petersburg. So we've seen a bunch of Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg. And here we see, somebody who has a lot of experience and is choosing the more flexible option. So elsewhere, we get Germany with the ambiguous builds. And this Fleet Edinburgh for England probably says, France, you got nothing. It's probably intended to say, France, you have nothing to worry about from me. All right. And do you guys want to make any comment on Fleet Venice?
No. I mean, as in, that is my comment. Don't build a fleet in Venice. There's no value in that.
No, it is the best build ever, Doug Moore. You don't know what you're talking about. You've never known what you're talking about. And I've never wanted to disagree with you more, but I can't. You're absolutely right. That was a terrible build.
Thank you so much, Doug. My indigestion has gone away. All right. We've got spring of 1902. I'm sure that was TMI. Let us stay in the East, and Doug, tell us about what you see.
I'm interested that they let him into the Black Sea, and then they took it away. Bulgaria falls here, so you've got 3 people ganging up on David, which is generally not a good situation to be in. I don't like the hold in Venice. You put a fleet there and you're just pinning yourself in supporting Trieste. So, I feel kind of like Nicola and Peter have a real opportunity here to grow pretty quickly going forward. And I will note that Peter took Norway.
Yeah, this is, Peter suddenly is in 2 centers.
Brandon, can I change my earlier answer? David Miller's not going to win this. And Peter probably is going to win this game. Peter may actually solo this game. Just wanted to change my answer.
David, I know that I said that I wouldn't hold you to the choice that you made, but that was just a trick to get you to commit. And you cannot change it.
I have totally made the wrong.
It has branded you forever. All right. Dave, tell us about what else happens in the West besides.
Well, more bouncing in Belgium would be something I would say. Otherwise, it's obviously an EF. Melinda's an alliance player anyway, at least in the early parts of the game. So she's going to stick with this. That's why she built the 2 armies. She's committed to the alliance.
Fleet hold in Portugal is interesting. Easily could have gotten away with.
She literally does not want to do anything that might make England think she's not with him.
Yeah. All right, let's push forward here. Fall of 1902. Dave, we'll stay with you in the West.
Still bouncing in Belgium.
like every season, 3 consecutive. All right, so bounce in Belgium.
Bounce in Belgium. Besides, the only other thing I'll say is Marseille to Piedmont, which again, if you have built armies because you're EF and you can't really use all your armies, you might as well go into Piedmont. Because that could even be just going to Tyrolia to get around Switzerland. Sometimes we don't talk about Switzerland because it's not an actual space on the map, but it's actually a pretty important space on the diplomacy map because it prevents you from moving easily between some areas that you otherwise think you should be able to move easily. Yeah. So you have to go around it.
All right, Doug, take us around the East here.
You still have the 3 powers working to dig Turkey out. I really like this play right here by Peter. He's got a build in the north, and he walked out of Bulgaria for whoever takes it. Does Turkey take it? Is there a bounce? But this is a clear hey, we blew it up. I'm going to walk out. This is for you to get. and they walked in for free. They didn't even support the attack, so that was nicely done.
All right, let's see what. So Peter's build here, I'm curious to see. Is Fleet is Army Sev the only option here?
There's no such thing as only. There's no such thing as only option. I would argue.
Only good option.
I think that you probably want to build Army Sev because you're not terribly likely to break out in the north, and you don't want to spook Germany by building in Warsaw. You could make an argument to wave if you want to, but I wouldn't. I'd bring the hammer south. Clobber.
All right. And he does. We got an army from Austria as well, and England has to disband after losing Norway. Okay, let's keep going here. And in spring of 1903, let's stay in the east with Doug and talk to us about. We got a convoy across the Black Sea. Siobhan somewhere is tapping her feet together.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to make the guesses when you're on defense against three powers, and there's nothing really that you can do. This is the most frustrating part of diplomacy is you can be the best player in the world, the best tactician, and if three people decide they're going to gang up on you, you're going to go down relatively quickly. So nice convoy over there, good support, they guessed right. Not much to say about that. So what I'm interested in is seeing what's going to deploy out of that. How is it going to shake down between Italy, Austria, and Russia once Turkey's out?
All right. And David, can you summarize the West in one sentence?
Red.
Oh, I thought you were going to say bounce in Belgium.
Well, okay, because that leads to red arrows.
Bounce in Belgium. For the fourth consecutive season, we have a support just a bounce in Belgium. Most of them have been supported as well.
You know, Brandon, you remember what I said about when I play France? The most important thing I do is send at least 2 units against Belgium so that this doesn't happen. You can go back and take Iberia later. This is exactly why.
In spring 01 you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, let's then tell us about the bounce in Belgium.
Are you sure you didn't just put the last season's orders up?
They could have done it for sure. Burgundy could have gone there. Well, that would have been for sure, but
not for sure. But anyway, that's this can actually be frustratingly common when you're the French and you're attacking the Germans. You really have to have the English getting around to make it work, unless somebody else is putting pressure. It's a hard slog. That's why when I said earlier when she went to Piedmont, maybe it's the idea of going to Tyrolia. Of course, that doesn't work out here, but that would have been good because that's a way to get around this and allow her to get progress against the Germans. But otherwise,
she does get into Tyrolia here. But
are you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't read that. Yeah.
It would have Vienna tried to go to Tyrolia, but it went to Piedmont instead.
I see the black hair now. It's hard for me to read, but yeah.
Yeah, but Trieste supported the move anyway, so it would have gone. But I have to point out there's a unit here that could have gone to English Channel, several seasons ago, and made Belgium a moot point.
You talking about the fleet?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she doesn't want to spook the English. She's a big time alliance player. I'm not saying it's the right move. I'm saying that's probably why she did that. Yeah.
All right, Doug. So we stole the thunder on Tyrolia. What else you got for us?
Russia just took all 3 of Turkey's dots
in 1 year. Oh wow!
In 1 year. I mean, this is just absolutely devastating.
Brandon, could I change my answer?
No, you've got the.
I want to vote for Peter.
So I mean, this is about as fast as I've seen Turkey get eliminated in quite a long time.
Peter's going to win this game.
I think. He also made a really sublime move in the north. He took the risk. He went to Finland.
Yeah.
And opened up for a northern fleet. And the chaos in the west is really paying to his advantage. I like that Nicola took Romania because he absolutely has to in this instance. If he doesn't, Russia just explodes, and they're going to explode anyway.
Yeah, but if he doesn't, why keep playing at this point, right? The question now, the question is just how big does Peter get? If the rest of the board stopped everything they were doing and started trying to push him back, they could do it, but that's what it would take right now. Yeah.
I mean, of course they can stop him, but the West has to resolve their differences if they're going to have any prayer of stopping him at this point, but
it would need to be all 5 of the remaining players, I think, getting on board at the same time. Yeah.
the fleet in Venice is very costly right now, by the way, because they can't even use AI can't even use that to go up into Tyrolia, for example, and try and lock down some lines.
The other thing that's ossifying these positions is the fact that the French only has one fleet. So what do they do with their armies? Do they sit around while everyone else tries to stop Peter? I mean, generally when Russia grows, the French go, "Yay!" because you're attacking people that I'm against, and that might be what's happening here. Melinda's just saying, "Fine, let him grow. He's going to hurt the people that I'm trying to fight."
Yeah, but if she fights them, then it'll just help Russia even more. I mean, Russia has the pole position now, so until that changes, I mean, but I get it.
How does she benefit from knocking him down? She's got 4 armies. I mean,
what I'd be worried about here is if Karl does something like attack Nicola, then Peter's going to just roll fast. So, I mean,
with what? He's got a fleet Venice. He can't even do it.
He could go for Greece or something if Peter's sweet honey dripping words him, into making a mistake.
Yeah, not only
love Australian accents, we really do.
We do.
All right, let's push forward here. I mean, not only is there a fleet Venice, but there's an army in Tunis, right? I mean, it's yeah. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's go to you, Doug, Dave in the West, and we have Belgium.
Somebody took. Wait, really? They took Belgium while losing the North Sea. That's not really ideal, but
at least something. Can you
say actually took Belgium? Yeah, that's good.
But can you say Belgium the way you say it at the end of the deadline broadcast? Thank you. Okay.
Someone has taken Belgium.
There we go. Good. Okay, what else happened? Talk to us about the Scandinavia, because there is
the French actually took Norway off the Russians, but of course the Russians were repositioning anyway, moving lots of units around to put them in better position, which they've succeeded in. So I understand they lost Norway, but their position's not bad at all.
Notice though how he moved Finland back to St. Petersburg to give himself a retreat.
Yep.
Just in case the others bounced.
Which he didn't need, but yeah, exactly.
Well, and also now he can dislodge Norway without having a retreat to Sweden, St. Petersburg open.
True.
So it's surely foresight.
And look him in Silesia.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm a little concerned about Nicola not doing really much anything here. Maybe he's nervous about Italy. Like I talked about before, Italy doing something that doesn't make any sense in the context of this game. Going to the Aegean Sea is one of those things. Why do you need to go there? Let Austria go there and actually send your fleets west, or whatever you want to do. Sit in the Eastern Med.
He went there to attack the Austrians because there wasn't any other reason to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so
got to deal with the Russians, because they're good to deal with.
All right, let's move forward here, see what happens in the fall of 1904. And what we find is in the East, Doug.
Good redeployment by Peter. We've got an attack on Greece as we predicted. Peter's rolling. Look at him move into Bohemia. He's deploying for an attack eventually on Austria.
And in the west/north, Dave.
Well, he's working with Advait. You can see that moving the guy down to Bohemia, taking Norway back, bouncing the English out of North Sea as Advait takes London. I mean, he's actually working with he's dripping that Australian honey into Advait's ears.
And in fairness, Advait had no other option, right?
Well, not obviously, we just talked about the fact there was a diplomatic option, was to work everything out and resist the Russians, but that didn't happen. So, given that fact, you're right that he didn't have an alternative.
All right, let's push forward here. So the Germans took London here, so the Germans do get a build. England will get a rebuild, and they put down an army. Good for you, Jason. Army's good for defending the island, which is what you clearly need to do at this point. Elsewhere, we have a German army. We've got an Austrian army, and we say goodbye to the army in Tunis, which stayed in Tunis for a while. All right, spring of 1905. David, let's stay with you in the West. Some black arrows and some red. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, actually, a fair amount of red in terms of the sea areas. We didn't say this, but Melinda really did move to the Mid-Atlantic last term. But that's because she's going to go mess with the Germans, not because she was going to mess with the English.
Right.
But the Russians actually reposition and move out because they, as Doug's getting ready to talk about, they have different plans for their army in Bohemia, for example.
Yep.
And they're rearranging their armies or their units in Scandinavia because they have different plans in the East. Take it away, Doug.
I mean, clearly Peter has lured Carl into his web of deceit and destruction, because Carl has executed what is a picture-perfect series of moves for Russia. Does take Greece, blows up that fleet, enabling him, Peter, that is, to take Romania. So now, I mean, this is a really devastating turn of events for Nicola, but I think it's a really devastating turn of events for the rest of the board, because Peter's going to get the lion's share of these dots in relatively short order. At this point, if I'm playing this game, I am spending my time talking to everybody else about, like, what are we doing to stop Peter from soloing? That is what we need to do. We have to organize that defense right now, because that's the track he's on right now.
He's going to solo. I think he's going to solo this game because there's probably not anybody that could be the ringleader for that except for Nicola, and he can't get the Italians even to realize it.
I mean, Melinda might be able to do it. She's got to persuade Jason and Advait to do that as well, and that's going to be tough right now.
Yeah.
Isn't it fascinating? We're talking about a solo in 1905 with a power that is on 9 centers. And it seems really clear that, like, the solo path is just wide open right now. It's a testament to how well Peter has managed this game so far up until now.
Yeah, that's really true. And maybe we're wrong, and these guys can turn it, and gals can turn it around. But man, it sure doesn't look like it.
Haven't seen any sign of that happening.
We need to see Italy pull off of Nicola in order to really stop that, because Nicola is the only power that has the armies that can check Peter. Yep. And right now he's about to lose, more.
Yeah, and then we need to see, German army to Silesia, French army to Bohemia, or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, wouldn't you? And so if you're Melinda, aren't you talking to Germany about putting them into Belgium here, just trying to replace or are you getting Belgium so you can put down a fleet, trying to replace, you got to change the strategic situation.
You just got to jettison the English and become the FG and try to use that to fight the Russians.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay, we luxuriated a little bit there. Let's move on to fall 1905. Did I just skip right over it? All right, Dave, tell us about the West. Looks easier to parse.
Yeah, Russians are in North Sea. That's just terrible.
With support from the Germans and Holland.
Yeah, certainly is not. And look, the French are still trying to make progress against the Germans. So this is just really a disaster for stopping the Russian behemoth.
And Dave, similarly, the story in the South, I would say, is Trieste supporting Tyrolean to Venice.
Yeah.
So there's a French guy there.
And there's a lot of other stuff that happens here with Austria and Italy fighting.
Although honestly, maybe even if I'm Melinda, even if I'm worried about the Russians, maybe kill the Italians, because they're not part of the problem. They're not part of the solution. They're part of the problem.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Peter's still in just a great position. I mean, it looks like it's degraded, but it hasn't, because he just blew up another Austrian army, replacing it with an Italian fleet that's totally useless in that position. You can't even attack Romania going forward.
Yep. And so Peter's going to be putting down 1 here, and it's no surprise, an army Sevastopol. Melinda does get a build, puts down a fleet in Marseille, which indicates that she wants to try to eliminate Italy here, rather than try to shore up the north. Interesting. Okay, let's push forward here. Spring 1906. Tell us about all of the merry-go-round in the East, Doug.
In my opinion, what's happening here is like more strong Peter play. He slides into the Aegean Sea and Smyrna. That gives him access to Bulgaria. Most importantly, he gets into Ukraine. Now he's got multiple supported attacks. A lot of guessing that has to happen. It does feel perhaps a little bit like the other players have persuaded Italy to back off, but I think it might be too little too late.
Do you think this should have been a fleet build now that we're looking at it?
No, I don't need, at this point, I don't need a fleet in the south. I'm not going to be a fleet power down there. I need to just hold Turkey and drive my army south, and then late I can build fleets. I'm not going to get to the Ionian before France does in almost any scenario.
I was just thinking of putting black, but that would be really to get leverage over Bulgaria, which you don't really need.
I'm perfectly content to have an Italian fleet in Bulgaria.
Yeah. Okay. What about the West, Doug? Dave? Anything of significance?
Well, when faced with a Russian who's trying to win, the Germans should definitely convoy to Yorkshire. Although, it's hard to know exactly what Kiel to Munich and Munich to Tyrolia really means. But since he's working with the Russians, I think it probably means something really bad for Nicola and for the game.
Yeah, can we? Is it worth trying to get inside Advait's head here?
Well, he may think he has no choice, and Brandon, you pointed this out earlier. If you're not able to work something out with your Western, neighbors, and the Russians are saying, "Hey, work with me," and no one else is saying, "Work with me," then I guess you work with the Russians. I mean, what do you do? Pound your head against the sand? So maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe he's hoping he gets some builds, and then he uses those builds to defend against the Russians. But it's wow.
Yeah, it's tough.
Can I change my earlier answer?
No, it's permanent. If you, it's tough, right? Because it's easy to look at Advait and say, "Why aren't you fighting, against Russia?" But somebody has to present him with a different strategic option. Like if nobody else on the board presents him with a different strategic option, just keep stacking him. I mean, it's a completely reasonable thing to do. Yeah. All right, then Dave, keep us going in the West. Here.
Well, the Russians have taken Edinburgh, as they do when they're in the North Sea.
With support
from his German ally, because they're thick as thieves, those two, and Germany is going to get a lot out of that in the long run. Now he does cover Berlin, which is probably smart considering there's an Austria next to Berlin. He was worried about that. Doesn't have to worry. He doesn't have to cover anything against the Russians because the Russians are his allies. I don't see anything. Lots of other red arrows. Well, lots of other red arrows. Otherwise, I think. Yeah.
So, Doug, in the east, looks like some dipsy doodle. Actually, I see a misorder that is of significance here.
I haven't looked at the misorder yet. I actually think what's more, Nicola put together a pretty decent defense here. Yeah. So that was nice. I really noticed that Italy is taking back. Italy is taking back Venice, and at the same time he just cut Serbia, which I thought was really interesting.
The misorder here is Romania not supporting Greece into Serbia. It supports Aegean into Serbia.
Yeah,
or into the misorder.
I don't know that that's necessarily a misorder. Right. I want those dots for myself, and Italy is moving back west, so maybe it was an honest misorder, maybe it wasn't. But I think it actually turns out pretty good for Peter anyway. I want Italy not to really grow at this point,
even if it slows down Austria's demise. Since
I probably would have supported that. I probably would have gone ahead and supported that. But you could make an argument for what Doug's saying, that you do an intentional misorder.
If you're getting a dot on the north, like you're still growing. All right. My question for you guys is Fleet St. Pete or Army Moscow here?
I want a fleet.
Yeah.
North Coast. Yep.
Yeah, there's no question. I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah. Normally I don't like a North Coast fleet, but I don't want to spook Germany, who's continued to help me. I'm putting it on the North Coast.
You like a North Coast fleet when you're rolling in the West with a German ally. That's the one time you do one.
Yeah.
Instead, we get the Army Moscow.
Wow.
It gives him tactical flexibility for dealing with this little monster. He can get rid of this one while also going to Ukraine. That would be the argument.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to tell Peter he doesn't know what he's doing, because
indeed
he does.
All right, let's hear some more about what Peter knows. Doug, take us around the east.
Peter knows how to take 2 dots off of Austria. He just took Vienna and Budapest. And he tried to go to the Ionian Sea, didn't get in there. So he's making his play right now, is what I'm seeing on this board. He got into the north. I won't go all the way to the west, but my story of this board right now is Peter's utter dominance of the board, and nobody is able to stop him in any kind of effective fashion. He is just cruising.
David.
I really feel like the Russian national anthem should be playing during this because this is really just Russia going everywhere and doing anything he wants to do. Other than misordering, I don't know that Peter has made a bad move in this entire game, and he just continues to dominate. He's just in great position. There's just no way around it.
Sorry, go ahead.
One thing we do know is that the French continuing to fight with the Germans is a really bad idea.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I question, whether or not there's like some spite going on, like something happened where it's like, I don't care if he solos. You guys messed with the wrong person, whoever, is in that situation, because
it wouldn't be Melinda because that wouldn't be her style, but it could be Adbate.
Yeah. I mean, I've played with Melinda, she's a very savvy, strong player, and has been around the block quite a few times, the diplomacy block. So it's not like she doesn't know what she's doing.
So for me, the question at this point is kind of the only drama left here is whether Peter needs to stab Germany for the solo or whether he somehow manages it without doing that.
I mean, that would be interesting to see if he can do that.
Yeah. All right, Dave, let's stick with you in the West. There is some activity. Tell us about it.
Yeah, the Germans take Liverpool. That qualifies as activity. Otherwise, lots of red arrows.
This seems interesting to me here. We've got North moving to Norwegian unsupported with Edinburgh holding. Misorder, or are you happy to stay in North if you're Russia?
I think he cut the support.
I think that was cutting the support. Yeah, I think that was cutting the potential support for Liverpool to Edinburgh or something like that.
Okay, but you want to stay in North, so you don't support it.
Exactly. You definitely need to stay in North. Yeah, I see your question now. Yeah, this again. Peter knows exactly what he's doing.
All right, and there is a bunch of dipsy doodle in the East. Tell us about it, Doug.
I mean, I'm almost curious at this point if Nikolai is basically walking out of his dots, because that's what just happened. He's like, I'm dead anyway. I'm giving my dots over. And Peter just helped Karl into Trieste and Serbia, but I don't think those are going to remain Italian dots for very long.
So no reason, in your opinion, to not stab Italy here and take those dots for yourself?
I want Nicola out of the game if I'm Peter, because Nicola is a sublime, effective diplomat. He's one of the best tacticians on the planet. And, I don't want him orchestrating a defense if the folks on the other side of the board are able to get things together.
Got it. Even if it's one unit, even if it's just sitting on one unit.
And there's no position here that Italy has that can stop. He cannot stop Peter at this point the way he's deployed.
Yeah, you see guaranteed dots and then really good follow-ups as well.
Peter at this point is guaranteed Bulgaria, Serbia, and Trieste. I think he just has to write the orders.
I want to know. So Italy gets 2 builds here. I want to know how many fleets in Venice we're going to find.
I hope the answer is 0.
You do understand you could only build one at a time, Brandon, don't you?
That's what you think, Dave. You are brilliant, but you are limited in strange ways sometimes.
No imagination.
Limited vision.
All right. The answer is 0. We do get an army in Naples, though. You could argue that should be convoyed over. So it's in this case,
something like that. Yeah.
But we do get 2 Russian fleets. Yes. Maximal Russian fleet builds.
Now is the time.
It's been the time. You mean now's the time to put the hammer down? Yeah, that's certainly true.
I mean, he's got 13 senators. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 that he can get in the south within the next 2 game years. So he needs 1 other senator somewhere else to get, and he can hold Edinburgh at this point. So
let's go back to the 30,000 foot view for a second. When you win a game and you solo a game of diplomacy, how does it happen? It happens because some of the players want you to, or don't mind if you do. So either the Germans and Italians didn't care whether he soloed or didn't realize he was going to solo, maybe. But this happens because there's been a breakdown. And some people say that means the game didn't go well. What that really means is that Peter has played the game really well. This is a psychological people game. I've said for many years, this diplomacy is a game of people, not of pieces. So the way you get a solo is to control and influence the people involved. The pieces take care of themselves after a while.
Yeah, and I would add one thing to that as well is to stop a solo, you also have to be able to have the vision of how you're going to stop it and how somebody can get to those 18 dots. And that's something that comes with experience. And sometimes people just don't see that future out there.
Yeah. And also one thing that we're going to stop luxuriating in a minute, Brandon, but one thing is Russia is the most difficult one to stop once they get ahead of steam because they're on both sides of the stalemate line. It's sometimes easier to figure out a way to get a bunch of people together to stop somebody from taking Marseille or taking Munich. Whatever. Russia's on both sides of the stalemate line. That's actually really tough to stop if you don't do it early enough.
Yeah, it doesn't come down to St. Petersburg, Munich, or Tunis, which it often does, which is, yeah. So your point is like once Russia has the tentacles out, it's too late. You got to stop it before those tentacles actually get out of their little cubby holes.
Rule of thumb for me, if once Russia gets to like 10 or 11, it's really, really tough. You got to stop them before that.
And now we're at 13. All right. So for me, again, the only drama is, does he have to stab Turkey in order to do it? Does he have to stab Germany in order to do it? And so far the answer is no. All right. So the Italian moves are probably the most interesting ones down here. Talk us through them, Doug.
I'm not sure why you would do that. I mean, this game's over.
Yeah.
I mean,
Italy has just conceded the solo. And
I mean, the only hope that you had of stopping this is getting one of those guys into the Eastern Med, convoying over there, sacrifice Bulgaria and Serbia to preserve Greece and Trieste to stop the solo. That's what you needed to focus on. And give Peter, for the love of God, give Peter something to worry about. Slide over to the Eastern Med, slide up to the Adriatic, use those fleets to lock the line. And he just hasn't. And so now Melinda's got to pull back. I mean, it just impacts everything that happened on this turn.
Yeah. And Advait's not trying to stop it. I mean, now it's just which actual dots are they going to end up with? And so Germany does make some moves to try to, that could be construed as anti-Russian here, supports Piedmont to Tyrolia, bounces Prussia.
Yeah,
That's
there may have been some change here. There may have been some bit way too late though.
I think that's in reaction to Denmark because Peter took Denmark. And so at that point, Germany kind of reacted.
Wait, Russia's about to win. What happened about Denmark?
Yeah. Look, Advait's a relatively new player, right? I think it'd be interesting to hear from them exactly what went wrong in the early game, because it did seem like the game solidified into England and France hitting Germany no matter what. Was that a breakdown in communications, failure of imagination, inflexibility on anyone's part? It's hard for us to know, but the end result is that they dilly-dallied, bouncing over Belgium while the purple tentacles spread around their throats.
Here's one prediction I will make. Siobhan, if you ask her, is going to say this was Jason Massbaum's fault.
She's giving a thumbs up in the green room. So, Jason, you could have done better, man. From Siobhan.
I will actually. I'll point out, David, you made the point early in the game about the bounce in Belgium versus sliding over to Munich. That play has a lot of influence in what we're seeing right now because Germany would have fallen.
That's true.
And Peter would not have had, his ally to put him over the line. So just that little move, that was critical.
That's a good point.
All right. And so now we're seeing the advancement. So he's at 17 here, just needs one more, and clearly, now Advait is just saying, "Well, it's over."
Yeah, he's got 3 or 4 different centers that he can take.
Yeah, he's going to lose Edinburgh, but he's got these two, Kiel and Berlin, and then Holland would fall pretty easily, and he'd get North back and blah blah blah.
Right.
Oh, he's taking Trieste down here,
He's
so it's
taking
going to.
three.
All right,
Yeah.
it's going to be over this year.
Sometimes we spend too much time. I'm not talking about we in the three of us, but sometimes one spends one's time complaining about the people who didn't stop the solo without saying, "Way to go, Peter."
No, Peter played a brilliant game. He's one of the best players in the world. He's a world-class diplomat and strategist, tactician, everything. He's the full package. And I think he really put on a pretty clinical display right here.
Often solos are thrown. Somebody breaks out, everyone else on the board tries to stop him, and then someone dots someone from behind. That's a common path for a solo, or they start to try to get together, but they can't, and they won't make the moves that they need in order to trust each other, and then they just start attacking each other. Usually somebody loses their temper in some way. Hard for us to know if that happened here. It doesn't look like it, right? Like this was sort of a slow motion solo from the beginning.
And I think that oftentimes, I think solos are random, and I've talked about this before, like you're talking about, and Dave alluded to the breakdown. But what's not random is Peter positioning himself and building up to the opportunity, so that if those events on the other side, if that breakdown happens, you can take advantage of it. And that is something that a lot of players would do well to pay attention to in this, because Peter did a masterful job of setting himself up for that to happen.
And you set yourself up both positionally, like you're talking about, and diplomatically. I mean, a reason that Advait did not turn was, I'm sure Peter was a great guy to work with. And the same was probably true for the Italians. Peter said something, potentially, that caused the Italians to do what they did earlier in the game. So you position yourself not only with the pieces, but with the people.
And what's nice is you can sort of see every step along the way with Peter. Like almost every decision he makes that we can observe keeps open that path, right? Every build, every movement, every sort of support of an ally. I wonder about the not supporting Greece into Serbia. We question whether that was deliberate or not. I'd be really fascinating to find out. He ended up doing it the next year, but like Doug said,
he said in the chat while we were talking that it was a mistake. It was a mistake.
Oh, is that right? Okay. But it wouldn't have changed the result either way, right? No. So, all right. Congratulations to Peter McNamara, the Australian Peter McNamara, who I can only assume has secured a spot on tomorrow's top board.
Well, that seems pretty likely, yeah.
We will, at the end of the broadcast, I should be able to pull up the standings as they stand. Okay, we have, let's see, several games to go back over. We have finished was board 5? You guys finished that, didn't you? Yes, you did. So board 5 and board 6 are both finished. Board 3 was your first board, David. Is that right?
True.
And that was with me and Siobhan. Is that right?
Siobhan, and yes. You should have said Siobhan and I, but yes.
Well, with me and Siobhan, actually.
Oh, no, you're right. Sorry. People can't speak English.
Like I said, David, sometimes your imagination is limited, and sometimes it's other things that are limited.
It's true.
Okay, so I guess is Siobhan supposed to come back on right now? I think she's supposed to come back on for board 7. But David, is it getting too late for you? Do you want us to try to finish off your games here?
It's really up to y'all. I can play it either way.
Why don't we do this? Let's Doug, let's bring Siobhan back on. We'll give you a pause here, and then we'll finish board number 3. And then we'll finish board number 4 as well, and then we'll let you go. And then Doug, we'll bring you back on. We'll do boards 1, 2, and then we'll go all the way through 7, which is still going on. I love it. That's going to be our 1917 board. Awesome. All right, Doug. Great. We'll see you then.
Yep.
And, all right. I got to take you off because you can't do it yourself. And then let's bring back onto the stream Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, welcome back.
Hi. Hello, everyone.
Tell us how much of the last game was Jason Massbaum's fault.
110%. That was Jason Maspom's fault. Always. Though I do have to say a little tidbit. When you sent me the board draws before we started this stream, that was the board I was most interested in. And
Yeah.
I really wanted to comment on it, but I'm actually glad I didn't wind up doing it because I got a little bit of a spoiler somewhere in a Discord chat that told me how it wound up. So I'm glad that maybe you guys didn't have that spoiler.
It's this was like Doug said, that board was stacked, and it's actually, to be honest, a little surprising that it went as smoothly on such a smooth path, right? There was not really a dramatic change, a turn. There was, the drama was really how big is Peter's board top going to be? So yeah, that's how it goes. So great to Peter for topping the board that looks stacked. All right, shall we go back to board number 4?
Yeah, let's see if we can remember
3
it.
or 4 that you're going back to.
3. I was looking at 3 and I said 4 because that's just how it goes.
Kind of like that whole English thing, and language and grammar are hard. I guess numbers are hard for you too, Brandon.
What are you saying?
Someone in the comments did point out that it's with Siobhan and me, not with me and Siobhan.
Oh, come on. That is not. That can't be a real thing.
They're right about that. Keep going.
That
They are
is,
kinda right.
There is a difference between idiom and grammar. I just want you guys to know that.
I know nothing about idioms. I never speak at idioms.
It never happens.
I'm sitting here like a bump on a log.
David, you're the biggest idiom on here.
Wow. There we go.
My heavens, yeah.
The vapor.
Right.
The vapors.
We'll get you some vapors. Okay. Back to 1904. This is the board with the 2 Andersons.
The
England
Anderson
and
Alliance.
France. Yep. And we had just said goodbye to David Leschner in Italy. And we still have Ed Sullivan and Jaromir Sulja doing a little dance in the East. Right. This is where that Army and Khan, it felt like a very inefficient way to manage the AR. And we wondered if there was some distrust between them. But the big story here was the Anderson Alliance and how quickly it was quickly dominating this board. All right. Do you guys remember who was in the East, who was in the West? Because I don't.
I seem to recall I was in the East for this one, and I was consistently frustrated by how it was happening. I could be wrong. So when you patch this all together, we'll find out.
Hey, if you were in the West, we were just switching it up, man. You go to the East, I'll go to the West.
All right. Well, what's going to get the most frustration out of Siobhan? Because that's delightful to see.
We're all about making her happy. We established that earlier.
Yeah, David wants to make me happy. Brandon wants to frustrate me. This is going to be a great time for me here on the stream. Wait, do I have a bottle of wine? Darn it, I didn't bring it.
You don't have a faucet.
I should just
exactly. All right, you've already chosen the East. We're going to.
I'll take the East. Yeah.
And then here is the East, the moves for spring 1905. Why don't you tell us what you see?
I mean, okay, Austria makes one move effectively out of everything. They take the Ionian, which, good. Ionian's a good place to be. The Russians backfill into Eastern Mediterranean. I suppose that AR is finally trying to get somewhere. They take Silesia, fail to take St. Pete back. It all seems. I think this was the game where the EF just had the drop and the AR just doesn't have the fleets.
Yeah, that's right. This is where Ed in Austria made the mistake of allowing France into the Ionian when could have stopped it. Might have been inevitable anyway with the Puglia Open, but you never know. Okay, Doug, Dave. Sorry, I got to keep doing that. You got these D's are very hard on my idiomatic brain.
Hi, Brandon. I'm David Hood. Well, it's not just an EF, as I recall. It's EF with a sort of a German puppet.
That's right. There are some German units in there,
and they're not trying to take out the Germans. They're using the Germans. So that's an important consideration here. Killing the unit in Finland's probably worth pointing out, but otherwise they're just moving in position. The French just continue to march in the south. And they're going to, because as we talked about, it's hard for the AR to have enough fleets. Even after that Austrian fleet got built, they still just don't have enough fleets. Isn't this the one where I was arguing they should have kept the Italian fleet around?
Yeah.
Oh, that was this one. You're right.
So yeah, right. And then the question for us was who stabs first, ERF, and in the way that a lot of these games have gone, maybe neither of them stabs. And here's a quick look at the standings. John Anderson's in 15th with 20 points, and Tommy Anderson had an elimination. So Tommy Anderson, there's going to be more pressure on him if he wants to make the top board to make a move here. Fall 1905. Let's see what we got, and a lot of action in the West there. Tell us about it. Oof.
Yeah, wow. The English actually do take Holland and Denmark.
Yeah, with an
Ooh.
army.
Well, it was going to happen at some point, so I guess it shouldn't be that surprising that it happened now. The French continue to hold, let the Germans hold Munich though, against an attack from the Austrians. Yeah. Otherwise, English get into St. Pete with an army, which of course is the point.
Yeah.
Get in there with an army. So
yeah,
progress.
I'll point out one extra thing here. Germany could have pulled this fleet rather than retreat it, and then they would have been able to rebuild. Would they? No, they would not have.
Because they also lost Holland too. So
they lost 2. Yeah. Okay. Tell us about the East, which has also a disband over there.
There's some fun happening. So around the Turkish former homeland, the Austrians do their best to stab the Russians, but the Russians say, hey, if you're going to walk out of Caen to take one of my dots, here I am. I could have just bounced you out of Ankara. But no, this is a clear message of, I saw that coming, let me shift it around. So Austria does take Bull and Ankh, but loses Caen. I can't imagine in any way that was arranged. I think they were trying to stab, and it just didn't work.
And this benefits England, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Actually, somebody in the chat's pointing out that the Germans could have retreated off the board and rebuilt, and that's probably because they lost the Prussia guy.
But that would still be 2 down. They've lost. That would still be 2 units off, unless they had a PIF in the. They did not have a PIF in the.
Yeah, that's probably right. That's probably right.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking first too, but then because they lost 2.
Yeah.
So France is going to get a rebuild here, which is potentially important if there's going to be an effort to stop England here. England, for their part, puts down 2 armies. Boo! Wow, you guys like that?
Well, as opposed to what? Putting down fleets and attacking the French? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. What's your obstacle to a board top right now?
The fact that the French were building?
Yeah, I mean, I think if France isn't building, then at least one
other
fleet.
Austrian fleet.
Oh, see, someone heard me say that I love Austrian fleets. That was a joke.
I wonder actually if now this little dipsy doodle was arranged.
The more I look at it, the more I think it must have been,
because now they outnumber the French fleets.
Just seems like a weird way to do it. Why do well, I guess if the Russian army wants to convoy out, then it needs to be in Caen. Okay, I could hypothesize on this all day, but
this is awesome to have that many fleet. I mean, that is really a great turnaround on the fleet situation.
Oh yeah, and I do love playing in Austria when building fleets becomes necessary. It doesn't happen super often that you can build fleets on the regular.
I mean, the French did rebuild a fleet, so they can send it down there.
Oh yeah,
this is the night of the Austrian fleet. I think we've seen tons of Austrian fleet builds.
True.
Okay, so all right, let's keep pushing ahead here. Right now, so just to reset the board, we've got Austria and France both at 8, 1 behind England at 9. Russia is hanging on at 6, and it's somebody's gonna top this board. This does not feel like it's headed toward a split board top, but you never know. Spring 1906, see a bunch of movement in the east. Let's start out with you, Siobhan, down there.
Well, as I was just talking about, the convoy of the army in Caen over to Greece. That's why they did the shifting of the armies. So we're just trading some more dots, getting things into some position. Austria is dropping the fleet down. I'm kind of rooting for Austria now to top this board. As much as I begrudgingly took the east side of the board to talk about, I like it.
I think they're going to lose Venice here.
French have a lot of units.
Yeah, France can guarantee it.
Okay, well, let's see. I'm going to put my wild card horse.
Okay.
Or yeah, whatever that phrase is.
Does anybody else think it's interesting that the English convoyed first to Belgium instead of to Norway?
You tell.
Yeah, tell us about that, David.
What do you
'Cause
mean
they
by
did.
interesting?
Did.
Why is that interesting, David?
Because what does that do against anybody except potentially an out of position France? I mean, arguably, this would make some sense, maybe, sort of, kind of. But if I'm the French, I'm thinking, wait, why didn't you convoy that to Norway?
Yeah.
So this could be interesting. Otherwise, the English just move around to take out more German stuff, or perhaps to defend them from the AR units. Who knows?
All right, let's find out. It doesn't feel like England actually needs to stab France to secure the board top, but it would if they were able to get the jump on France. It would guarantee the board top. That feels like the situation we're in. David, walk us around the north.
Hello, Irish Sea. That's not really it's sort of the north. I'm not sure that I quite understand that one, honestly, but okay. Maybe because they didn't like the convoy to Belgium. But you could see that the convoy to Belgium was totally innocent. It was to move the guy up to Holland and then move the other Holland guy into Kiel. That's exactly what it was.
Is a convoy to Belgium ever innocent?
Convoys are always awesome, according to Siobhan Nolan.
Across the Black Sea, yes.
Oh, sorry, it's only Black Sea convoys. I mean, if you got two armies, you got to convoy them somewhere. And I was just surprised that they convoyed to Belgium. I think I said first. You clearly were going to convoy one to Norway and one to somewhere else. I just thought it was odd that the first one was to Belgium. But at any rate, as you can see, and I think I mentioned this, the English going to Baltic might have been to defend the Germans, which they did. They defended the Germans in Berlin. Because they don't want anybody else to take the stuff. They want it for themselves.
All right, let's. What about the east, Siobhan?
There's not a ton happening. Some bouncing around Serbia, which I'm sure was very planned. Advanced the Russian fleet into the Ionian. As predicted, the Austrian does lose Venice this turn, but they're still my dark horse.
All right. Shall we say hello to Fleet Liverpool? Indeed we do. And Fleet Brest.
Where's Ariel to argue for Army Liverpool right now?
So now I don't know. I mean, now you see the that it feels to me like England either waited a turn too long or built an army too many, in my opinion, or both.
You really think their position's all that bad? I'm not sure it is.
No, it's more just that the size. It's going to be harder to secure the board top. They're going to have to fight France for it now, and it may not be as big as it would have been otherwise.
Maybe. I mean, a lot of it depends on whether AR sticks together or not.
In fighting France, you mean?
No, in not fighting each other. Right. I mean, it's keep basically as a counterweight to the French. Yes.
Right. So if they fight each other or work out a deal with France, and France can send some more units up, then it gets harder for you, is what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's find out. Does any of that happen, David?
Well, the Germans go to Burgundy in the spring. That seems like a good idea for them. Because they're going to try to live. I want to live.
I want to live.
And they will.
That's by the way, that's a Star Trek reference. I didn't expect you to get that.
I grew up on Star Trek. No, I did get that.
Okay, good. Let's see. The French tried to go to Belgium. Is that right?
Yes, but there was the English convoyed from Norway.
Norway, yeah. Okay. So, of course, they went to the English Channel. Yeah, the German move to Burgundy is probably the thing that stands out to me. Now, it means that the Germans have lost Berlin, but they were going to lose it anyway because the English weren't going to defend this anymore. Interesting.
But it does mean
for vacating and going west, but that's Siobhan's territory. So let's hear it from Siobhan.
I mean, yeah, there's not a ton of action in the east, aside from France pulling some fleets back in the Med, which I think is going to give Austria and Russia some chance to actually make some headway where they didn't have it before. So this EF fight is, I think, going to benefit the east.
Yeah, I'll just point out that it doesn't feel like Austria and Russia would lay off France here, but Austria now has the stab opportunity, right?
Oh yeah, I can point that out as they can walk into Smyrna, they can walk into Romania, they can put
And
themselves in a
probably
really good position. I mean,
take Munich too at the
they
same.
could probably take Munich too. I mean, the Greece army presents a little bit of an irritation, but if you're convincing the Russian to convoy it to Apulia or do something equally
Yeah.
silly,
You could take Greece too, then.
take Greece back. Just be like, oh no, I wouldn't. See how good we've been this whole time. I'm rooting for that.
This is a mess. France.
The Lego blocks, as we've talked about.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out France had 6 units down here on the Italian peninsula at some point.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got it. Tell us about the East, Siobhan.
Oh yes, walk into Romania, walk into Smyrna, walk into Greece, convoy to Apulia. Called it. Someone earlier in the comments said that I had a little crystal ball and a tarot deck down under the screen. You're not lying. I do see the future. That happened.
But big problem. What's the big problem?
The big problem is. So why am I not seeing what you're talking about?
Trieste.
Oh.
Got to clear it out.
Yeah.
This was never going to work.
3 dots.
Trieste
Nowhere to build.
Was never going to get to Venice.
I'm gonna argue with you, Brandon, because I enjoy it. Big problem? No, just a medium problem.
Medium problem.
I mean, you still get 2 builds.
They've made a deal with the French anyway. You can see that they've made a deal with the French. So whatever. I think
it's a medium problem with ripple effects though, because he could have gotten a 3rd fleet down.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you would build a 3rd fleet in this. And again, you've got to deal with the French. Why would you keep the fleet's only moderately helpful against the Russians? You build on more armies.
Yeah, I suppose Russia only has 1 fleet, but I don't know. It would give you total control over the Southern Med. Anyway, we could navel gaze on that for a while. Yeah. What about the West?
Munich does fall, but to the French with Austrian support, it looks like. Which again, that's my point. They made a deal, which is good for them.
I like that. I like that deal.
I do too. I think it's a really good
Absolutely.
move.
Yeah, because England is your competitor right now for the board top. So anyone who's going to fight England should be a friend of yours, except for Russia, who you need as a dot farm.
Right. Norwegian does get into the North Atlantic as expected with the bounce in London. So otherwise, I'd say nothing terribly surprising otherwise.
All right, let's see what how many armies Austria can fit into Vienna and Budapest.
Well, if you're Peter Jürgen, you can build in Serbia as Austria, according to the top board at Worlds 2016.
You can certainly try. The disbands are fun here, actually. Russia keeps 2 completely isolated southern units.
Oh.
And gives up. This is a giant gift to Austria. Maybe
he's trying to puppet to the Austrians.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe he watched what George did last week, getting that, he had the fleet that ended up in Spain.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
It's a good play.
I mean, Yaromir does know how to play.
Absolutely.
We've seen that in earlier parts of the summer in these virtual events. So maybe that's what he's thinking. It's just become some kind of puppet. The problem is Austria doesn't need that. Austria doesn't want to fight with the French. So we'll see.
Yep. Okay. It looks like Austria didn't think they needed to fight.
No, but look, the convoy. Yeah. Wow.
Tell us about it, Siobhan.
I do love the convoy back to Greece by the Russian. That's cute. That army will cause some irritation for the Austrian. So well done there, predicting that, well, the fleet was going to move, and it did.
But why move to Aegean here? I guess to
keep the Ionian from going to the Aegean.
Because that's
I think that was a guess, is would the fleet go to the Aegean? But in this case, the Russian decided to make the convoy instead. So, I mean, we're at that point in the stab where you have so many guessing games. The Austrian does have a pocket build if they don't lose anything. Can they take Greece back? With the French help.
It's a 50-50. No, it's a 50-50. It's a 50-50 guess because he has to guess whether Ion's going to go to Albania or Aegean.
Oh, okay. Right.
Because he's going to take Sev, and
he's going to take Sev this turn.
And Warsaw.
Sev and Warsaw.
he doesn't care if the Russians
Yeah.
temporarily.
That's right. And so with the pocket build plus the extra, yeah.
Oh, and plus, even if he takes Greece, there's a
gonna
retreat.
retreat somewhere. You'd have to chase it around to keep it from retreating somewhere.
Yeah, don't even bother with it. You're right.
Just let
All
it take.
Come on back here in the West. This is straightforward, right? France is pulling back, and England is advancing. Yeah. So,
It's straightforward. Yeah.
is this just a race now between England and Austria, and England has looks like more room to grow? Is it as simple as that?
Well, France made it a race by going back to the Mediterranean. I'm not sure I'd get that, honestly. Why would you not try to defend instead?
Maybe he was annoyed at Russia, and maybe something happened in negotiation that made him think that Russia was just trying to mess with him.
I guess, but it looks more like, it actually just looks like a big mistake. And Tommy knows better. I'm not sure. I mean, Marseille to Piedmont? What? No.
Yeah.
No.
Brest
no.
is
It just looks like some kind of rage move or something.
So tensions were flying high. I'd like some more info about what was happening in the negotiations here.
And of course, as we sometimes do, and I've done it myself tonight, don't criticize Tommy. Say, way to go, John, because John is really playing this extremely well.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is a surprising.
I'm just going to break in right here. Why? Like, as we talked about, if they walk out of Greece into another one of your dots, everything's fine. You can still move a G into Greece to bounce out Ionian so you don't lose that as well. You would have taken Sev and Warsaw if you had done this right.
Yeah.
And now you've got a rogue Russian unit who he's going to keep. Like, well, he's going to have to disband it, does he? Or he'll be on 2. He has to disband 1.
Why not order to Serbia from Trieste if you're going to do this?
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's so much that.
And also, you did the hard work to get the position in the Aegean that you wanted. Don't abandon it. Pull Albania down here.
Yeah, use Albania to cover Greece. Aegean can make a play for Eastern Med or Ionian with support from Apulia if you really want Ionian. I don't care. Do something else than that, but you cost yourself Warsaw in this case.
He was probably thinking Ionian would hit Aegean maybe, and that's why he moved Aegean. But again, I think we've all agreed, and Ed will probably agree later, this was a tactical mistake.
But the thing was, like, you just pull Albania to Greece without any support, or put it in Serbia if you're worried about that move. There's so many. I understand there were lots of guesses here, but I don't agree with this approach.
I mean, let's also be clear that these players are working under a lot of pressure. They have to negotiate. They only have 15 minutes to do that and develop the tactics. And
to be fair, I actively avoid the VDL games because the idea of them stresses me out, and I will have to get used to them at some point because apparently I have to play in this game that Brandon is organizing.
Aha!
You don't have to, but you.
He stabbed you by making you play him. Yeah, well, that's a good point.
I stabbed myself by winning.
It is easy for us to be somewhat critical, but we're not doing it to be critical of Ed. We're doing it so someone can learn from it who's watching this stream.
Yeah, I think we're just a little also surprised, right? Because we've seen Ed play before, and it seems like he's made several mistakes here that were avoidable.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, but now it's just a question of how big England's board top is going to be, I believe, and it looks sizable. He's sitting on 54 points right now, which would certainly guarantee him top board, and he's got more dots to get. So let's see how big he gets.
He really does. I don't know why he would stop. Yeah.
So I'll help us out here. He convoys into Belgium rather than guaranteeing Mid-Atlantic. May come to regret that since there are now 3 fleets on Mid-Atlantic, and advances in the east, going to Prussia in order to try to pop that. But look, the support from Moscow into Warsaw. What do you guys make of that?
I mean, I think if I'm England, I love that Russia is going to continue to be a thorn in the next largest power on the board's side. Like, we've got the army in Serbia being the problem it's going to be. It can just hang out and hold, but oops, where's it going to retreat if you kick me out? Is that more of a problem? And now I'm walking into Smyrna and blah, 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 blah. So I think if I'm England and I'm looking at the next biggest center count on the board, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm going to prop up the person who's the biggest annoyance to him.
And maybe you're playing for the end of the game at this point.
Absolutely, I am.
I mean, it doesn't prop up the Russians for very long, honestly.
No, but I mean, it keeps them alive, and it keeps the Austrian chasing
Oh
the
my
fly
God.
out of the room instead of getting bigger.
What was the oh my gosh for, David?
Vienna.
Yeah.
Oh my good. What?
France is in full FU mode here, huh?
I again went to Tunis, tried to go to the Ionian. Interesting stuff.
Tommy, I love this rage
This is
play.
the Falkern, and the Austrians did not take Serbia.
No.
The Austrians didn't take Serbia. They failed to take Warsaw, which
Yeah.
apparently they couldn't. But
Of course, that Serbia guy can retreat so many places. Maybe it was just why bother?
well, and that's exactly the problem of
That was
kicking
the
them out of
problem.
Greece.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Let
That-
them stay in
Yeah.
Greece, and
That sealed the English board top when he made that mistake, I think.
absolutely.
All right, I think so. We're just looking at final board position here, and this is where we're going to end up. Some dots do change hands here. Austria finally takes Serbia and Smyrna, and allows Warsaw to get eliminated.
Okay. So Russia winds up on 1 in Romania.
Oh, Russia has Romania. Nice.
Okay. Well, no, but yeah, this is fall. Okay. So Russia winds up on 1, but gives England a slightly bigger board top score. 59 points is stellar, by the way.
Well,
good.
isn't it really good for England that Germany and Russia are still alive under this
Yeah.
scoring system?
Oh, yeah. And I think that's possibly half the motivation of keeping Russia on 1 dot is that tribute scoring.
It's good for England. It's not good for Austria and France.
Right.
Well, fair.
So they would have done better to eliminate Romania. Also, Germany hanging out in Paris for the last 4 or 5 game years.
Yes, I'm sorry. Ben Kelman, we haven't talked about you for a while, but
Yeah.
I see you. You're there. You matter.
Well done, Ben. Okay, this is game. This is how the game ends right here. So board number 3 is in the books, and does this feel like the right result to you guys based on what we were able to detect? Siobhan?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
I agree with you, David. Yes, it feels like the right result. I feel like Austria could have done some things differently along the way. Maybe not to a board top, but to a much better result.
John Anderson continues to impress, I would argue.
Absolutely.
So John Anderson almost certainly qualifies for the top board here. He had 20 points from round 1 or so, and picks up.
I mean, so we're talking an 80-point total score across 2 rounds. If he doesn't make it to the top board, I'll be shocked.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to. So that's 2 that we're pretty sure are going to make it, and then it's going to be interesting to see who fills out the rest of these. Because we still have some games to finish up here. It looks like games 1 and 2, and then game 7 is still going. We do have a few game years of board number 4 to finish up, and these are going to be our last years with David. Siobhan, you called these as well with David and Brian, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Well, we are going to then give me a little bit of a pause and bring Brian Pravel back on the stream. Hey, Brian. You're on mute, so you got to undo that.
This is me joining every Zoom call ever.
I know, right?
How's it going?
That's all right. We've witnessed 2. We saw split board top earlier. Now we've witnessed 2 big scores, big board top, and then a solo as well. So it's good to see some big numbers getting up there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very impressive board or solo from former Alpha Weasel Peter McNamara, and who will definitely qualify for the top 7 if he's available to play tomorrow. And John Anderson definitely did himself some favors to get in. So that'll be exciting to see it all come together.
All right. I'm going to let you guys take it away on board number 4.
All right. Sounds good. So board 4 right now. Let's see. Brandon, I unfortunately don't have controls. Do you mind helping us out here?
Uh-oh.
There we go.
There he is.
Yep.
Ghost
All right.
Brandon. Yay.
So round 2, board 4, we see Harold's Chicken. Where we last left off, let's see.
Oh yeah, no, I remember this board. I think I was commenting in the West, but I was delighted by the East and the sheer number of convoys across the Black Sea by Mitch McConaughey. And I think we left just being impressed by Andrew Goff's slow play.
Yep, absolutely. All right, and David, why don't you kick us off? We'll run through the builds, and then you can start in the East. So we see Andrew build an army in Munich and Natty a fleet in Liverpool. So it looks like we've got that EG continuing where we left off. David, why don't you take us through 1908?
Okay. Well, the Russians do things to the Austrians. That seems like a good idea when facing an EG. Italians moving back away from the action. Gosh. Otherwise, there's just not a lot happening. There's some attempted things happening, but a lot of red arrows. But
Yeah.
the big thing is the Russians taking Bulgaria and killing the army in Ukraine.
Yeah, that loss of the Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine is such an important space in on this board, and that's a big deal for Austria for sure. So a little less red in the West, Siobhan.
There's a little less red, but not by much. I mean, there's some support orders, the English getting their fleets out and around. I'm confused what the plan for the English must be. Is why not make a stab for dropping into Western Med now? Why wait another turn? But fine, and Andrew Goff in Germany, self bounces in Marseille and drops down to Tyrolia, but not much else.
Yeah, normally I might argue, oh, they're just trying to make sure they're not tempting to Germany, but Germany literally has nothing that they could possibly do. So
Exactly. So they have set themselves up in a way with this EG that they can't really stab at all. Oh my God, Andrew Goff. I'm sorry. Okay. If we're going to do the move to Albania, all of us, I see that you convinced your ally to do it in this case, Andrew, but it was better when you convinced 31 units on the board to all move to Albania all at once in a single turn at Virtual Dixie. I'm out.
So yeah, it looks like they're probably starting to maneuver towards a draw, probably having some draw votes starting to happen around here. So good. Agree with that?
Totally agree with that. And you can see the Italians are taking Trieste and the Russians are taking Romania. They're just trying to get some points, I think, for a finish that they're all going to vote on here before too long.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got a Russian army build in Sev. Do we like that? Is that the right build?
You mean as opposed to a fleet?
Yeah.
What would you do with Fleet Sev at this point? It would take 1, 2, 3 seasons to get it anywhere close to relevance. And if we're taking draw votes?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think army makes sense.
Yep, I agree. All right, and more fun from Natty.
I'm seeing in the comments, I blamed Andrew Goff. Apparently this was all Natty Schaefer, all on his own, making these, which, I actually really, really appreciate. But the 31 units doing it all at once was my favorite.
Well, we're not all 3-time world champions and able to talk people into using 31 units to move in one place.
Fair point.
All right. I mean, there's not much happening in the West. David, anything in the East?
Well, the Germans helping the Russians into Budapest. They're just trying to clean things up here, it looks like. But otherwise, if I can see anything, underneath all the red arrows to Syria, which I can't, but yeah.
Just some supports and some bounces, it looks like. Yeah.
I agree.
All right.
Ask and I shall receive. Yes. Okay. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah,
They tried to convoy lots of things through the Black Sea for sure.
Okay, can I just say that I am now angry at Mitch, who didn't get in on this train to go to the Black Sea. I mean, come on, you're the Russian. You want to be in Black Sea. Let's go.
It's interesting that are they killing off the Austrians, or are the Austrians still going to own something at the end of this term?
The Austrians, I believe, under all the red arrows, the Russian took Budapest and the Italian is taking Serbia. So the Austrians will own
Or do the
nothing.
Russians own Budapest? I can't tell.
I believe at the end of this, the Austrians will be dead.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not sure I quite get that unless it's some kind of, I don't know. Why would you arrange all that in this particular scoring system? You want to keep the Austrian alive at 1, don't you?
Well, I mean, I think that based on the scoring system, you would want to, but I think a lot of us have been playing under scoring systems where eliminating that tiny player and then drawing has seemed advantageous to so many face-to-face players for so many years that it just almost feels natural.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand the Russians and the Italians wanting to do that. I don't because under this system because they're not going to be the toppers.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a little puzzled why the Germans would put up with that. But who knows?
Well, this is an interesting point of the game. Right now, we've got a 9-9-9 three-way split for the top. We know that points are really tight, and this is, we're going into the final round of this tournament to qualify for the top 7. I know that Andrew did not have a big score, so he would need one. And Mitch had a pretty good score. I believe Mitch
was tied for 7th coming into this round. I'm also seeing in the comments that Andrew Goff says that Mitch was running the scores and he told them that this scored us more. Andrew, Mitch lied.
Yeah, so I wonder if is this where they end it? Is that right?
Yeah, so Mitch had 28.5 points coming into this round.
So this is a missed opportunity for Mitch for sure. I mean, if there was a way now, I don't know. I mean, Dave, do you feel like there's a shot for Mitch to get more here, or does the rest of the
No, I was going to say I don't think this is a missed opportunity for Mitch. I think this is a gift to Mitch.
Yeah,
he ended up getting 20, whatever it is, 20.5, or I can't really read that, but whatever he got out of this, it was going to be way less if the game kept going because the EG was rolling and the Russians get creamed.
Absolutely agree.
So the fact that they made a deal is actually good for Mitch. It may not get him to the top board, but it's still good for Mitch.
So Germany is the one who had probably the most opportunity to get those centers in the middle, and then you've got Natty sitting on the border, could stab at any time. So yeah, I kind of get this for where they drew.
I mean, if you don't care about the shared board top, that's fine. If I'm England, I probably wouldn't have done this. I would have stabbed Andrew and tried to get the board top for myself.
Yeah,
okay.
and
Mitch does say in the comments that Austria on 1 brings the EGR score down to 24.2 instead of 26.5.
Well, he could be right with this, 3 people topping.
The 3 people even thing.
I haven't tried to run the math, so Mitch could very well be right about that.
There's a calculator somewhere on the internet, I think, and
so that's a downside of Tribute is it can be hard in some situations to do the math on it.
Yeah.
Isn't that actually kind of a plus, though?
Not for those of us that don't like math. No.
I mean, I'm the person at every face-to-face tournament. I'm walking around to other boards and quickly calculating scores in my head. So I don't like it, but
I love you, Siobhan, but I hate math.
Rick Desper and I will be in one corner loving math. You can,
and my daughter Callie loves math.
Oh, Callie could absolutely join us.
Yeah.
So Siobhan, question for you, Natty, if he makes a play here, is there anyone who could take it from him? Anybody could take that top?
I mean, if I just looked at this board and you said, could England do it and could anyone take it away? I would say, no, this is England's board to lose if they want to keep playing. However, knowing that Germany is Andrew Goff and the speed with which I have watched Goff mobilize an entire board of even people that he's been fighting with is kind of insane. So when it's Goff, I don't think so.
Well, I I understand after we talk through it this result. Congratulations to Natty, Andrew, and Mitch. This was a really fun game to watch. Very good balance, and that EG was just a monster EG. I think to David's point, this is a good example of how alliance play can coexist in a scoring system that rewards as a board top based off of center count. So. Well played. Let's go ahead and bring Brandon back onto the stream.
Hey guys,
Well,
long time no see.
How are you doing?
I missed you terribly. Did you miss me?
We did. In
Siobhan,
fact, we missed you so much. We're bringing you back.
All right.
I think I'm gonna say goodnight from here, and may join you at the end of the stream. But this is it for me for calling board. So have a great night, everybody.
Thanks for your work. All right, good job, Brian. Thanks for your work. Yeah, the split board tops are continuing tonight. I think we've had fewer than last week. I think we want to end up with 5 out of the 7, and we certainly have had two lone toppers who had bigger scores than our biggest one last week. It's interesting. It's just it may end up being that tournament tribute is people. There are situations where people play it more like draw based than they ever would play Sum of Squares. And it's okay.
We'll need more data, obviously.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting case study, though, to see it in action for a tournament scoring, because like board by board scoring, if you're just playing a board here and a board there is one thing. But when you're playing a tournament with the intent to enter a top board, there's often a very different mentality. And so to watch players react to a very new system is fascinating.
Yeah.
I will say this, and Brandon and I've talked about this before, maybe on air. It is fun, in my opinion, to have different systems and to experiment with different systems. And subject players to thinking about the game differently depending on what system they're playing. And it's a bit like tennis, where you have to adapt your play to where you're on a clay court or a hard court or a grass court.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a brand new surface that the players are going to have to take some time to figure out.
Like AstroTurf or something.
Optimal strategy. Well, maybe hybrid. I don't know what Kentucky bluegrass. What is? I don't know what the types of grass are.
There are many types of grass.
Fescue is another one, but that's fine. We don't need.
Very good.
We probably don't need to talk about that now.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not just going to talk about gardening now.
I think you have Game 7. You haven't even started.
Game 7's still going. Yeah, but we got some games we got to finish off. And I believe this was the last game for you, David, for the evening. Is that right?
Yes. Yep.
David, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Do you have any final thoughts on sort of all the games together that you've witnessed?
Well, I will say we talked about how some of these boards were really stacked. We saw some really good play. I know we saw some play that we thought was less than ideal, but we saw some really good play tonight. And I hope people watching this will learn from that and emulate some of those moves.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I've seen some play that has perplexed me, and on occasion I've been very, very wrong, which, you go back and look through all these streams, I'm often actually quite wrong. But no, I'm never wrong. No, see, David's just trying to make me happy. See, he knows.
I'm not just
This is
trying,
goal.
I'm succeeding.
You are succeeding.
will
Yeah,
say one
Brandon,
more
you can shush. No.
One more thing before y'all get rid of me, which is another practice point for new players. Even if you're Peter McNamara and you end up soloing the board, you're still going to make a misorder.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Even if you're Ed Sullivan, who was playing really well, you're going to make a tactical error that screws. It's going to happen to the best of us. It's going to happen to you when you're learning the game and you're playing your first couple of games. Don't let it throw you. Don't let it turn you into some kind of rage monster or some chaos agent. Stick to it, and it'll be okay. You can still win the top. You can win the game with a solo victory after a bad misorder.
Oh, no, absolutely. I have won tournaments after having boards where I misordered terribly on. And I was really frustrated with myself because it just felt like, oh, that was such a silly misorder. Or I should have seen that thing and I didn't do that perfectly. But don't give up just because you're frustrated, I think maybe is the point David is making.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And before you kick me off, Brandon, I just want to say one thing more about Weasel Moot. congratulations to you and Brian and Christian Klein and everyone else who was helping with this tournament. It's been a tremendous success, and I'm looking forward to watching the game, the final board tomorrow night.
Yeah, let's not leave out Corey Nesland, who has
Corey
done,
Nesland, absolutely, yes.
has been an assistant tournament director. Basically, she's done.
I think Valetsky has been helping you GM. I mean, there's a lot. This is a group effort. I'm saying huzzah to all of you.
Yeah,
I'm taking note of all of these names for when I run virtual whipping in April. So just all y'all, you're on my staff. It's gonna be fun.
We're gonna be back to face by then. Come on.
I would love to be the first face-to-face tournament back, since I was the first one to cancel.
Well, David, maybe we'll see you tomorrow night. Maybe we'll pop you onto the stream or something if it gets late enough and you're done with your choral concert. Is that right?
Well, I'm actually singing a solo tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes.
What are you singing?
It's late and I'm forgetting. It's just a closer walk with thee. It's a religious song.
Okay. Well, break a chord. I don't know what the right thing is to say.
Break a vocal cord. Yeah, it's
just wish me well and tell me good night.
I always wish you well, David.
Siobhan and me wish you well.
That's great.
I think this time it might have needed to be me and Siobhan, but
me and Siobhan, me and Siobhan wishes you well.
David, you and Siobhan had done wish me well. That's great. I'm glad to hear.
We done did wish you well. Now give me some vapors. I am about to
hear
it. I'm going to say ciao, David. All right. Have a great night. We'll see you again soon.
All right. See you later.
All right. Coming back on the stream with us right now is Doug Moore. Welcome back, Doug Moore. How you feeling?
Good. That was a fun game to watch.
Yeah.
And I saw in the chat that it was an EGR from the start. So they were focused on that from the beginning. And that's, I love that alliance. It's a lot of fun to play that. And it's hard to do, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I will share, actually, and I wasn't gonna, but I got a text from one of the players in the middle of the game who told me that he forgot that he was playing with world champion Andrew Goff and that he wasn't, and then he just thought he was playing with his friend Andrew Goff.
You don't want to divulge who that was?
It was Mitch.
All right. I have to say, I mean, I was in and out doing stuff. I caught most of the game, but not all of it. And it looks like a great job by Mitch to squeeze into that draw.
Absolutely.
That is 26 points to go on top of his 28. That's 54 points. That's right exactly. And there's some halves in there. So he gets up to 55, which is exactly where we sort of thought the cut line might fall down. So
yeah, I mean, we had the solo and we had a couple of other big results tonight, but that's a solid chance.
Those might actually help.
And with Ali not playing and people who might opt out of the top board, remember, you're not just playing for top 7. 8, 9, and 10 are very much in contention.
Yeah.
Well, there were some, I mean, it depends also, that solo killed a lot of other scores. So people who may have played the first round and had a decent score all got a big 0 on that board. So,
yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, let's head on back over to board number 1. So we now have 3 games left to finish covering. 2 of them we have started. We got 5 years and 4 years on them. And then we've got a game that is still going on right now, board number 7, which we haven't started yet. So we're going to go finish boards 1 and 2, and then we're going to go all the way through board 7. And it's the 3 of us for the rest of the night. So
let's go.
So it's party time.
Let's get
party time.
All right, welcome back to Italian Beef. This was our board that looked just like a pool of sharks at the beginning.
Yeah, poor Allison.
Allison got taken out very quickly, but here we have Jake Trotta, Riaz, Russ Dennis, Saren Kwok, Richard Lowenberg. Of those, 4 of them were in the top 8, and Riaz, the one who was not, is only because he didn't play last week. So this was a board to behold.
This was a board. Yes, if I recall correctly, I think I was in the West and Doug was in the East.
That's right. This was everybody's attacking everybody else in the East. I remember.
Yeah. So have fun with
that. We had high hopes for Saren, but she let herself get a little overextended, and a Russian army came in behind her from Jackson. And then let's see, Jake Trotta was right. Jake and Riaz took apart Allison. But then this right, we expected Riaz to stab Jake, and it looked like he did. And
he like moved for it and then pulled back.
So
Yep.
this
But
was
kept Belgium out of the deal.
And it looks like he's going to Yorkshire as well here.
convoys to Yorkshire and takes Liverpool. This is when we
that's
left.
right. Oh, and I think I recall when we left it, I was like, okay, this might have all actually been very much arranged. The decision that if the FG is going to continue, they need an army in Berlin or a fleet around the Baltic or something of that. And so that French army on the English mainland is basically useless.
All right, so let's find out how it goes. And so France is not pulling here because they're up 1, down 1, but Germany is definitely dropping a unit here. So and we also had the fleet in the French fleet in Norwegian, which seemed like it had a lot of things it could do, also a lot of things it can't do. One of which is protect its home centers.
Okay, so Germany's dropping, but France is even.
Germany's
building.
I'm dropping a unit. I meant putting one down.
Dropping one down. Okay.
Yeah. And that is an army Munich, which doesn't feel very French friendly.
Not what I would have expected based on the crystal ball analysis I just tried to give.
But we do.
Yeah, Fleet Sev, here it comes, Saren.
All right. So if this is the night of the fleet Trieste, it's also the night of the Russian fleets, because we have seen a lot of them tonight. And all right, let's keep going here in the east. Siobhan, we will talk about spring 1906 with you. Tell us what you see.
Well, I'm actually in the west, but I'll take
sorry.
that. No, it's fine. Germany doing some repositioning of fleets, dropping into London, going over to Clyde as France takes his fleet away. But not a ton else aside from Riaz taking Vienna, which is sort of an Eastern thing, so I don't want to step on Doug's toes here. Oh, and France slips into Piedmont.
And Doug, now you can tell us about the East.
I love this move because the convoy to Smyrna, guessing right and holding an Ankara is a really well executed tactical series right here. And that is great, and it's going to net Russia a whole bunch of good stuff out of the long term. And I also think we still are continuing the trend of everybody kind of attacking everybody else. There don't seem to be any hard and fast alliances here that are really making anything work. It's everyone for themselves here.
All right, let's keep going here. We've got fall of 1906, and let's stay in the East with you, Doug.
Well, this is interesting. Jackson stopped, takes Serbia, is going back to Rum, and isn't prosecuting the attack on Turkey. So I would love to have been a fly on the wall and see how they got to that decision and why, because that's pretty amazing.
Would have gotten Khan here, correct? Because Bulgaria was supporting Smyrna into Greece.
Yeah. So I guess, nicely done by Saren as well. Maybe they just cut a deal. Well, obviously they cut a deal. And this also is the first time Germany nets a dot out of this, but I don't think that this is going to end all that well for Germany over here, because I can't imagine that Russia is not going to, take this opportunity after making a deal with Turkey to pop that out. So this could shift the board dynamics if Russia can hold still with Turkey.
So Germany picks up 2 here. France also picks up 2. And Austria goes down 3. Oops. Siobhan, tell us about the West. There is some interesting stuff happening here.
There is some interesting stuff. The FG seems to continue, I'm going to say mildly strongly. And I only say that because Germany's keeping a lot of units, like holding Clyde, when Clyde could have gone to Norwegian to be helpful for taking Norway next year, something like that. Are we friends? How much do we trust each other? As well as any diplomacy players can, I suppose.
Well, Germany has, I think, foregone now the chance at the big board top with Russian centers in any case, because with the French centers. I don't know if I think I said Russian. France is going to put down 3 units here. They picked up 2 and they get a rebuild from the pop unit. And
3
Royals.
from France.
Yeah,
That's brutal.
This might play pretty well for both of them at this point, because Germany now can go after Russia and drive in. This is a good deal for both of them to not fight at this time. There's a lot of Russian centers that Germany can go grab.
And Germany is at 12 now. Like you said, unlikely to hold on to Trieste and Vienna. So if France were to get those, they could sort of close the gap. But like you said, Norway and St. Petersburg, and then there's a big soft underbelly here as well.
Yeah, I mean, drop the armies in Munich and Berlin and just drive east as fast as you possibly can. Yeah, and you've got Clyde to the Norwegian Sea, which locks up Norway. So you could potentially get 3 dots out of Russia as Germany here.
Yeah, no, I think if Riaz doesn't top this board, I'll be very, very shocked.
Yeah. Now it's a question of how big and how much does he drive the other players down. But he's got France to worry about. Yeah. All right, this is...
Yeah, France with 3 builds here is problematic for Riaz, and we'll see.
All right, let's see what Riaz does. It's the tactics I think are the most interesting thing for him here. And oh wow, that was actually
triple bounce in the channel, which absolutely was arranged. As predicted, he goes to the Norwegian, which means he'll get Norway in the fall. And that's about it.
I'm in the east. I'm in a lot of black arrows moving there, and it's ultimately going to do good things for Russia. I'm a little concerned about Berlin not going to Prussia. That was just easy.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to fight with France here.
No, you don't. The safety nets, and it's, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units have been tied up in bounces. Planned bounces, and Berlin goes to Kiel for what?
This looks to me like they have just agreed to that the end game state is
maybe,
crystallizing.
But Riaz, you should at least have gotten Warsaw out of this deal too.
He still could, but yeah, it looks like.
Given when I see the game is ending, I mean.
Yeah.
No, actually,
this is just a flat out missed opportunity. I'm
Yeah.
with you guys. Riaz should have by the end of this, maybe even 2 years, definitely 3: Warsaw, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Norway.
I mean, that's 4. That puts you at 16.
And at that point, you're looking at like, can I grab Budapest? Can I
You're
grab
over the line.
France?
You're over the line in the south. I mean, you got a real solo shot here. Yeah, you probably don't get it because France is probably gonna, stop you. Yeah. But go for it. There's not a lot of cost.
Yeah, they should be. Yeah, because once he does this, then he should lose Trieste and Vienna, unless he can, get armies down here really quickly. But so what? You've got these 4. You secure all of these. You end up 14 or 15.
This seems like a very missed opportunity, like we're saying, and Riaz just being too careful. And oh my, you don't even.
What?
Okay.
Tell us.
I'm sorry. We need to talk about. Hey, great, you took Budapest, but you let France walk in behind you, guessing arranged because this is what everyone decided. But you don't even take Norway. You don't even
Yeah, this is. We're seeing the end of the game here. I mean,
and you let them eliminate Turkey, which could be the only reason for this turn, and lowered your score by almost 4 points.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So.
Okay. See, I see Jake Trotta in the comments. 100% agreed. That's fine. I just think Riaz was wrong.
He's saying, okay, Jake is saying that Riaz couldn't play on Sunday. Plus, he really valued the alliances. Now, that part is just flat out BS. if Riaz were playing on Sunday and wanted this board top,
he absolutely would have taken it. And, Riaz, he's got kids at home and things to do and life, which... we can't just fly away from our families for a weekend and play this game.
Yeah, this is a place where the top board actually does sort of warp the dynamic a bit, because if a player knows they can't play on Sunday in the top board, then they're going to play differently than if they
Absolutely. But I mean, that's all the metagame there.
Yep. And you know it going in, so you gotta figure it out and play it. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, good job here. I mean, for whatever reason, they elected to make that call. I mean, remember, that's good work by Jake and Jackson to get Riaz to take that result. I mean, let's not underestimate how strong of a diplomatic full court press that would have been. So, nicely done by those folks.
I mean, because if you're someone like me, regardless of whether I can play the top board, I'm trying to angle for the highest score I can get and the best result I can get, because that's, for me, like a little bit of a matter of pride and a little feather in my cap. And
plus, if you got a solo shot, like, good God, take it.
Every time I wasted so many solo shots over the years before I thought that I should go for it.
And I have to say, on top of that, there's also the matter of the invitational in the background here. So, a solo here would net at least third place, unless there are more solos on the other board. And, maybe it's fourth place, maybe fifth place. But that gets you significantly more points for the invitational ranking than 13th or 14th place would. So, but, we're all figuring this stuff out, and that stuff matters more to some people than others. And
2020 is insane. None of us know how to deal with it. We're all doing great. You're all beautiful people. Love you all.
Yeah. Riaz's defense is COVID.
COVID. That's what I've been saying since April. So,
all right. So Jake Trotta was in third place with 41 points. He picks up 27 here. That takes him to 68. That will most likely be good enough for the top board. We were projecting the cut line at around 55 coming in, and I've gotten a little back channel information that is looking like roughly where it's going to end up, depending on what happens on board 7. So, congrats to Jake. We think you have qualified for the top board. We will find out in a little bit. And let's move on over to board number 2. This board was, Bill Hackenbracht, and was set upon by Derek and Marcus. Marcus had the initial setback, I believe, and then has managed to rebound by forming a tight EG. I think Doug, this is the one where you wanted a stab here, and I suggested that EG might be more efficient by separating Baltic and North, and that is what happened, which still dismayed you. Right, you wanted a fleet keel build, I think, right here in O2. Yep. Okay, and then elsewhere on the board we have Liam turning. Oh, right, this is where we had another one of these fleets getting blown up. And
right,
but not the one where we had the retreat to Sevastopol. I think.
This
was it. This was it.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
This is the retreat to Sevastopol, the Oops game. Okay, great. So then,
oops! How did I wind up there?
Right, and this is where I thought Derek really could have used an army. Right, he builds this fleet, putting 4.
That's right. Yeah.
Fleets.
Right. And the Army Ank.
Right. So I thought that Derek would have been well served by putting an army down here at this point. He doesn't really need another fleet for the rest of the game, I think.
Right. I remember when we left this game, we said it's the Fleet Liverpool Army Ank game. That's how we were going to remember it. So, okay, good. Let's move forward here then and see what happens. So I believe, Siobhan, you were in the West then, correct? We switched up for this game?
I was in the West last time, so I would be in the East this time.
Okay, like I said, Siobhan, I think you were in the East for this game because you were in the West for the last game, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So let's speak to Army Ank, which drops over to Armenia. I'm not super shocked about that. Just a walk into Moscow. Nothing could have been done about it. We see Russia losing St. Petersburg to the English. And just Russia all around having a bad time and probably not gonna survive this year.
We see Trieste to Serbia. That's the little.
Trieste to Serbia is interesting. The Turk isn't moving away, which tells me that it's not like they were convinced to do something completely different. But it's just Serbia and Romania and. Well, Greece. Okay, fine.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. And all right, Doug, tell us about the West.
A lot of black arrows over there. I like Italy moving to the West Med. I mean, France is going to fall, and Italy has to read those 4 fleets, or what else are they going to do? They're going to come right back after me. So I like the tactics I'm seeing here. I mean, not much you can do in your bill in this situation, but you're doing the best that you can to slow things down and to stop it. Good move by Derek. It's all, I will also note that Germany got Sweden when Russia lost St. Petersburg. So, he kind of got in there. So they're still kind of growing and progressing. So let's see what we get. Do we get a fleet? Do we get an army? The EG looks pretty good here, but if Italy is going to help France out, that's a great slowdown. I just don't know what Kevin gets out of it.
All right, let's keep going here and find out. And let's start with you in the West. What of interest happens here?
We've got Spain not getting dislodged, and Mid-Atlantic moved to Spain, so that got West Med into the Mid-Atlantic, which is a great tactical sequence for France and for Italy. But it's a phenomenal setback for Derek. I mean, he's got 4 fleets. You can't get outfoxed by 2 there. Yeah. You got to take the cautious opportunity.
Yeah, you kind of have to wonder what made him think he was going to get Spain here. Did Italy, drip the poison and offer to support him in?
Certainly a possibility there. And I think that is really what defines this turn in the West for me. And I also note, the Barents Sea just went to the Norwegian Sea, which is going to cause some problems if he's able to stay alive for a turn and decides to keep that fleet. So, there's some piratical fun that could happen behind
piratical
to Edinburgh.
England does get a build here, it is worth saying, from Portugal. So
okay,
at least
fine.
we'll be able to do that. Germany, however, is going to have to get 2 builds, but only 1 place to drop it.
Actually, England's not going to get a build because they lost Sweden. Oh wait, no, they took St. Petersburg. I'm wrong.
Yeah, up St. Pete and Portugal, down Sweden.
And down Sweden. So
but the EG is going to be playing a unit short here because
Germany can't build.
Yeah.
Okay, Siobhan, talk us around the East.
The only thing of note that I really want to point out is that it looks like the AT are doing their darndest to work together, but not doing it in as trusting or as an efficient a way as possible, because Russia could be dead right now. Yeah. Why are we double supporting the move into Sevastopol if we're working together, if we trust each other?
And why supporting into Silesia here? Why not
why not Gal and Moss making a play for Warsaw with Bohemia cutting Silesia?
And then we also have Trieste getting taken by the Italian with nothing replacing the dot from.
Oh yeah, love that, Kevin O'Kelly, A+.
All right, so do we see Austria bid adieu to Tyrrhenian Sea or to Albania? The answer is Galicia. Okay.
Wait, Galicia, Livonia, and Warsaw were all taken off the board.
That is happy birthday, Turkey. Except
that's a choice.
Yeah. Okay. Where's this game headed? We know this game goes for a number of years. If you were gonna pick a player to put a bet on here, you've got Germany is topping the board right now with 8, which is crazy, honestly, considering where they were at the end of 1901 or in 1902. I think is when things were really weird for them. And you've got England at 7, so you've got the EG that has been successful. You've got Turkey with a lot of room to grow. Who do you put your money on here?
I'll stick in the West in this one and leave Turkey for Siobhan. I think that Marcus has played a pretty fantastic game, and I think that even though it doesn't look like he's got the greatest positioning, all those fleets for England really will prohibit substantial growth unless he stabs. And so I like the German position right now.
And Siobhan?
Okay, well, I don't necessarily disagree with Doug. I actually disagree with Doug. I love the potential for growth for the Turk. The polls that were made this turn, like, you just gotta be like rubbing your palms. You are so happy. You have never loved anything more in your moment. I'm going with the Turk.
All right, very good. Yeah, I kind of wonder if the Turk is able to grow and keep Germany back. That's the thing that I would worry about for Turkey. But if Austria is gonna let you take their dots, then
I mean, take them.
there's just more room there. I'm with you, Doug, though, that I feel like this Italian fleet complicates England's position so much that it's something that Germany could potentially take advantage of, especially with the fleet with the build
in
in
the
pocket,
Norwegian
right?
Sea. Yeah, right. You still got that fleet up in the Norwegian Sea. So England's got some things that they've got to deal with. And one wrong guess could really put them in a tough spot, which we saw with losing the Mid-Atlantic.
All right, let's keep going here. In spring 1906, let's stay in the West. Doug, and tell us what you see here.
Italy retreated to Brest.
So
That's awesome.
Good.
I love it. I'm not sure. Was this an NMR? Because it looks like all of the units held. So, I mean, that complicates everything. I don't see any fight going on between Germany really here and England. I see some bouncing going on. So it looks like the dynamic really hasn't shifted. What is of great interest is he's, popped down to Silesia. And that gives a lot more play going forward and, trying to open those avenues of growth up. Yeah.
I've heard stories of you saying that Silesia is a really good place for Germany to be.
Something like that. Yeah.
Tall tale.
Some friend of mine told me that they had a long conversation about that once.
Siobhan, what's the net effect of all of this troop rearrangement? In the
the net effect is, in short, Russia's going to wind up losing Warsaw. Turkey gets it. The AT is pushing everything up to the center of the board as quick as they possibly can, and Austria is realigning to take Trieste back. But hopefully we'll remember to cover Budapest.
All right, let's find out. Didn't need to, didn't want to.
Could have walked into Trieste. Just point for note. Unless Italy's onside and jumping up to Tyrolia to help the AT.
That seems likely. The juicy thing though is what happens in Warsaw.
Walks out of Warsaw. Oh, why?
I mean, I assume to keep this fleet in play.
It must be.
Yeah, definitely.
Keep the fleet in play. Were they insured to get into Silesia based on the moves they made? Yes, they cut Berlin, Munich. Okay.
Yep.
Well, in that Germany didn't lose a dot, so that destruction, he gets to rebuild in Kiel and lock the line down. But of interest,
but didn't he have a pocket build from last time? So he's still playing one short.
One short. That sucks. I'm curious. He moved Burgundy to Picardy and then over to Munich, which gives him a pretty defensible spot if England is causing shenanigans. And he's got enough to hold Munich. The problem is, do you just end up stuck on the line and not able to do anything or build? And then I'm chuckling a little bit, but they definitely outguessed what was happening. They outguessed themselves because, England's pulling one.
Yep. Someone in the comments actually does point out that Germany will be able to build both because Munich was vacated.
Munich was vacated. Okay, I got it.
So
there was a stand there. Okay.
Yep. So this feels like all of a sudden we're heading towards stasis, unless Turkey wanted to get some ideas. And Turkey.
I think Turkey should have ideas.
Turkey's sitting in 15th place with 20 points. So this score would almost certainly not be enough to get them onto the top board.
Not where we are.
In terms of builds, nothing too surprising here. Let us find out. It feels like the time for Turkey to get ideas passed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I like to say never, but no.
So Austria is getting put into two different dots here, into Spain and into Warsaw. England pulls back a bit. Looks to me like they're just setting up a line.
So you're saying this is the game I should have rooted for Austria?
Russia gets into Norway.
Yes.
I mean,
Oh, JJ, love it.
why would you do that if? Oh, he just lost the guess. That's what happened here.
I see. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
He
And
missed the guess, but I mean that means he's going to lose St. Petersburg potentially as well.
To Turkey. This is now when Turkey should get ideas. Yeah.
Oh, yes, absolutely, they should.
All right,
Yeah.
let's find out if they do. And they don't. No, they take what?
What?
Liam.
Oh, I wanted that St. Pete take.
Okay, so no, Turkey takes Warsaw and Romania.
So, all right, Turkey does stab apparently Austria. England takes Denmark. But the game's going to end very soon.
I do have some notes in the comments that JJ was replaced about 2 years before this moment by Brian Sheldon.
Okay.
Okay, that's helpful.
Okay, that is helpful. So that was probably incentive. Maybe that helped him survive. Maybe he talked people into letting him survive. Okay,
so I'm just gonna say I rooted for Turkey, and look who's the board top right now.
So Turkey does take the board top, indeed. So Marcus got pushed back 1, and Turkey went up 2.
Yeah, it looks like England stabbed there, taking Denmark, and not retaking Norway. That was interesting, and I like the Austrian and Spain. Nice.
Okay, if you're gonna do this and you're England, don't you try to talk Russia into taking Sweden here?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's a missed opportunity there. Okay, so Austria, did Austria go up or down? Let's see. They walked out of Warsaw. They picked up Spain, but lost Romania and Bulgaria. So they should be pulling one here. And why don't they pull one? Did they have one piffed?
Wait, they're playing with 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh no, they had
5 units on the board. They wind up on 5.
Bulgaria wasn't theirs. They just lost Romania. So they lost Romania, picked up Spain. It's possible that was agreed to. Austria probably knew that they weren't going to board top, so maybe they said, "Go ahead and do it, Turkey."
Yeah, I mean the AT had a great alliance for quite a while there. So,
and that looks like what happened here because Turkey didn't move to Bulgaria. They're taking Greece, but maybe they've agreed to, or maybe it's just a total, cluster, and everyone's out for themselves here because Budapest takes Trieste.
Yeah, I mean,
right after putting him into, I mean, I guess you take Trieste, I'm getting Marseille, kind of a deal.
Yeah.
Denmark goes to Sweden. Maybe Marcus is saying, "Fine, take my dots, Derek."
I just think this all devolved into chaos and anarchy at the end.
Does Bill make it? Does Bill survive? What do you guys think?
I'm hoping so. I think Bill has played a really excellent defensive game, and for the scores, they would all want to keep him in there, except for Turkey, maybe. I don't know, but I thought Bill played really well in very difficult situations. So I want him to stay alive. So I'm saying yes, they leave him in.
Okay,
all right.
I'm going to say I hope he makes it, but I don't think he will.
Okay, and the answer is he does.
Okay, Doug, you can be right this time.
Excellent.
So this is how the game is going to end. Turkey gets up to 9, and then we end right here. So Turkey gets up to 9, picks up a score of 36, which takes Liam up to 56.9.
Right.
It looks like.
So that right above that 55.
Right, going to be right on the cut line right there. And well done, Liam. Seriously. Yeah. This was because all right. How far back do we have to go to find when Liam was way down? Liam is the one who walks through Sevastopol in 1902.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly Lazarus because he wasn't like, or what the opposite of Lazarus, whichever one is the like down and then comes back.
That's Lazarus.
Okay, yeah, he was never really down. He just wasn't in a great position for quite a number of years.
And we felt like he missed an opportunity here, but turned out to be a really nice long play. He got rid of this fleet, didn't have to worry about it. Maybe if he keeps Sev there, the fleet stays and goes to black and harasses him. And
It definitely could have. Yep, for sure. I do think at the end of the game, there's still a lot of play left in this game. It looks, like a lot of interesting things could happen with Turkey, should they so desire to do that.
Absolutely.
In terms of a bigger score, you mean?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, let us leave Chicago Dog as is, and congratulations to Liam on a slightly unexpected but skillful board top. And with that, we will now head over to the final game of the night. This is board number 7. I should have learned how to pronounce this beforehand. Hibarito, I believe. I actually don't even know what that. Do you guys know what a Hibarito is?
Apparently these are all Chicago things. Don't ask us.
Right. I should have.
I grew up outside Chicago, and I don't know what
That's
it is.
right.
Okay. Good.
I mean, if I'm in California, yeah, Ibarito. But
Right.
Is it a Mexican restaurant? I don't know.
All right, maybe we'll get some back channel communication from the producers. Tell us something about that. On Hibarito is in Austria, Calvin Colbury, come to us from Austin, Texas. In England, Daniel Ravinsky from Minneapolis. In France, Doc Binder, former world champion Doc Binder from Tampa, Florida. In Germany, former Alpha Weasel John Gramila making a long-awaited return. John is a longtime Weasel who has taken the last couple of years off. But I think you guys have both played with him before, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to want to hear a bit of description of John Gramila from you guys when after I finish the board call here. In Italy is Zach Moore playing from Minneapolis. Zach is one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. He runs the Virtual Diplomacy League, and he is the defending Weasel Moot champion. So we have 2 Weasel Moot champs on this board. And actually, Doc Binder won his world championship at Weasel Moot in 2012, which means he is also a defending Weasel Moot champion. So 3 of them on this board. Fantastic. In Russia, we have Hal Schild coming to us from Alexandria, Virginia. And in Turkey, we have John Jameson coming to us from Vancouver, Canada. John has gotten some playful guff from us, but he's done a lot of creative stuff, and he is a fun player to watch. Which one of you guys is responsible for the background on this board? Siobhan, let us have it.
Yeah. So we've got Calvin in Austria, who I don't remember seeing on these broadcasts before, but maybe he's been around. He's been playing for about 11 months, mostly online in every format you can think of: extended deadline, gunboat, variant maps, etc. Daniel Ravinsky has been playing for about 2 years. Again, the same, most of it online, a little bit of virtual face-to-face. This year has brought us all together. Thank you so much for coming to us. Doc Binder, as you said, former world champion, started playing this game 47 years ago.
Damn.
So 2012 Moot Champion Worlds, has played a couple of these virtual face-to-face games, so this won't be his first entry into this. John Gramila, I'm just going to sidetrack here for 1 second. My favorite story of him is the last time I was at a Weasel Moot in 2017. He and I ran the most unholy Italy-Russia alliance, which he topped at 17. And he tried to dot for an 18 at the end. And I was like, yeah, no, you can't have that. And he's like, okay, you covered your dot. I won't take the solo. We can draw now. And it was delightful. So yeah, long time Weasel. It's his first time playing virtual face-to-face. So we'll see how he adapts to that. Zach Moore, as stated, has been playing for about 5 or 6 years. Also a DBN founder, Alpha Weasel last year. So let's see if he can pull out a big result and do it. Hal in Russia has been playing for several decades, mostly online, and this year virtual face-to-face. And John Jameson, I am not going to attempt a Scottish accent here, but he sent in a statement. Back when I was a lad sitting on old Uncle Alan's knee, he would tell tales of the magical Eddie. The Eddie lives in a land in the West, and you should never convoy him to Belgium. Wise words from Mr. Kalhammer. Wise words, indeed.
Got a little more Irish than Scottish.
Yeah, it's why I said I wouldn't attempt Scottish.
Thank you, Siobhan. Thank you so much. All right. So Doc was a fill-in last week. He came in for an Austria and quickly got eliminated. We did not count that score because he didn't really have a whole lot to do with how the game went. Zach is sitting on. He was he was in the 4-way split board top, pulled 20.5 points out of that, so he was tied for 15th place. So looking for a 30 in the 30 to 40 range to try to secure that spot. Hal Schild had 16 points, so just behind Zach. John had an elimination last week. John Jameson had an elimination. We have to specify the Johns. Jameson had the elimination last week. John Gramale did not play. And Daniel Urvinsky, Daniel Urvinsky has 21.5, so he was another split board top. So just ahead of Zach. And then Calvin Colbury had an elimination last week. So so apart from the personalities, and Doug, I want to hear your thoughts on this board in a second, but apart from the personalities, you've got a bunch of players who need a score, and you've got a couple other players who are capable of a big score, a single big score to get them onto the top board. So Doug, what's your thoughts on this board?
Well, I mean, I think everybody's got, nobody's going to throw away here. And you've got really quality players. I think we all know from other broadcasts and having played with him, John Jameson can be a bit of a wild card as a player. He is not one who's going to just do what's conventional every turn. And in Turkey, that actually suits him, I think, in this game pretty well. And that can just create, if he can break out of that, he can cause some real problems going forward for other players. Doc and John and Zach are all next to each other in the center of the board. That's going to be a really interesting interplay because all of that, they could all solo this board, in the given thing. These are good quality players. John, is an example of the caliber of player he is. He soloed in 2016 Weasel Moot, in a pretty convincing fashion, a very dominating performance. I mean, if he can bring one of those out there, hard to say what'll go on. So I'll want to see what happens with France and Germany and England right away. Do they just chaos in the West, or do they move real fast and be decisive?
John is an aggressive and unpredictable player. John Gramila is an aggressive and unpredictable player and is 100% capable of soloing this board. He has the distinction of soloing in that 2016 World Championship and not making the top board.
Yeah, he was in 8th place, right?
Yeah. So
that
means he soloed and then didn't get any other scores. So go big, go home, John Gramila. It's funny. We can talk more about him as the game goes on. But this is a crazy board. No surprise that this board goes 17 or 15 years, however long it went.
Yeah.
Before we push on, I just want to say that, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Jibarito is a Puerto Rican sandwich that is used with plantains instead of bread, and it's apparently very common on the west side of Chicago.
All right, then. Thank you for doing that. All right, here is the board as it's set up. Before we dive in, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot. Who would you put your money on this board if you had to pick one person?
Doc Bender in France is tough. If they don't clear him out right away.
Yeah, but I mean, if there's chaos there, I think John Jameson in Turkey has a real shot.
I actually, if John had played recently and was in playing shape, John Gramila, I would probably pick him.
I want to put my money on John Gramila, but I think I'm going to go with John J.
He plays a mean Germany. John does. I've seen him play.
Oh yeah,
playing Journey. He's very effective. It's a great board. It's going to be fun to watch.
It is. All right, I'm gonna
could be anyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a vote in for Zach Moore, DBN co-founder.
All right, so we've got Doc Bender, Zach Moore, John Jameson votes, and all of us kind of wanting to vote for John Gramila.
All right, we got to pick an East and a West. I don't know what you guys have done so far tonight. Have either of you done too many East or too many West?
I've been split 50-50.
I'm pretty much the same. So I think Brandon, host's choice.
All right. I want Siobhan, I want to see you talking about John Jameson, so I'm going to put you in the East.
Love it.
All right, let's do some moves. Spring 1901. Siobhan, tell us what happens.
For at a first glance, a whole lot of not that much. I mean, we've got the bounce in the Black Sea, we got the bounce in Galicia, there's a bounce in Tyrolia, probably also arranged. Everything else is all pretty boring. I mean, we don't see the Sunstrom opening in Turkey, but meh.
All right. Matt in the east. What about in the west, Doug?
Doc Binder with the support into Burgundy gives him play on Belgium. I like this opening in general because if you're unsure if your enemies are going to gang up on you, it guarantees that you get at least one build and can defend all of your dots at the same time. So it's a very cautious, conservative French opening, but that doesn't mean it's not a good one.
All right, let's see how it works out in the fall of 1901. And Doug, let's stay with you in the West. Got some interesting off of the ball movement here. Tell us
you got the insta move. I mean, England went to Wales in the Channel, and Germany went to Belgium, and you've got a pretty decisive move. I like that move. If you're going to get Doc out of this game, you got to move fast and hard and not mess around with it. The challenge is he's got 3 builds.
Yeah. So you said Germany went to Belgium. You meant Munich.
I meant Munich, Burgundy. Sorry, yeah. Munich to Burgundy. So they moved on him, but he's got 3 builds. So we'll see how it plays out.
And then what do you make of Denmark allowing Sweden in there?
That's my standard default. I don't see a need to irritate Russia, particularly when I'm diving into Burgundy. Why would I antagonize Russia in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, maybe let him be England's problem. All right, what about the East, Siobhan? How do things play out in fall 1901?
Well, I do stand John Jameson in Turkey grabbing 2 builds in 01.
Yeah.
Jumping into Romania with Austria's help, which may be slightly complicated by the fact that Russia does get into Sweden. But again, I agree with Doug. I would have let Russia have it. Other than that, I mean, yeah, it's okay. Italy's in Tyrolia, and Russia does support themselves into Galicia. But that,
All right, let's see. Getting those 2 armies off into the Balkans is always fun for
I love this. Well done, John.
But now John has to decide his builds, right? And so, if the fleet had gone to black, he might have had a little bit more flexibility here. But
fair point.
Let's see. We got the army in Ankh, which is now going to take a turn to deploy, and fleet in Smyrna. So elsewhere, we've got pretty straightforward builds. The Austrian puts down 2 armies. We've got an army in Warsaw to try to follow up with the attack against Russia. And then, in the West, it's really what is, what is France's strategy for defense? And 2 armies and a fleet is what he comes down on. He's going to try to split the difference here and hold up against both England and Germany.
It's going to be real slow going, very frankly. You don't even care about Belgium because it's irrelevant. They only have 2 fleets against 2 fleets. This is not an attack that's going to be very successful over the long term for England. And I would actually probably focus on England as my defense. And this is a little different from the Bill Hackenbracht game where he got taken down. What I would be pitching right now is you move channel to, move up and drop down into Skagerrak and go for Denmark and try, let's go together. I'm not sure that that's a good move for England. I'm saying that's what I'm doing if I'm France.
Got it. All right, let's find out how it plays out in spring of 1902. And Doug, let's stay with you in the West here. Tell us how things do play out.
Sure. There was not a need to support yourself to the North Sea here, so I'm not sure why that happened. They convoy over to Picardy. They're similar defensive orientation as we saw last with Bill Hackenbracht, where you support yourself down to Burgundy, and they're going to lock that army into Paris to try and blow it up. So it's a strong defensive play. It's the best defensive play that you have in that situation. But in the meantime, you got in Italy that poked up to Munich, so that causes some uncertainty. You walked out of Norway and Russia walked in. I mean, hey, what's going on here? What happened to our decisive takedown?
Yeah, we saw Bill perform a similar sort of defensive maneuver here where you sequester the German army and then blow it up. But in that case, it cost France mid-Atlantic, I think. And in this case, that's not going to happen.
Right, that's not going to happen because that fleet in London is still in London.
It's useless. Yeah,
it's not doing its job there. So, this is not what you want to see. I think but good tactics by Doc to lock this in, and then the unexpected loss in Norway is painful.
And Germany may actually end up with Belgium here. If you're France, you're probably fine with that. Germany would be putting down 2 units in that case with the rebuild, and could see a nice little reconfiguration of the West here.
Sure, and drop 2 fleets down, and then you can go take Sweden while prosecuting attack with France on England. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility for John at this point.
All right, let us hear about the East, Siobhan.
Real quick, what stands out to me is John Jameson immediately just leaving Romania, saying, hey, Russia, you can have it back, and then attacking the Austrian. So he has pivoted to decide that maybe that's where I actually get most of my units. And I think he's probably correct. Depending on the Italian, we'll see what happens in the Aegean.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Siobhan, this feels like with that build, like they were talking about this.
I sort of thinking that this was planned all along, and yeah, you have for this season, get the 2 armies down, then we'll get into position. I kind of love it.
All right, let's see if John is able to hold on to Serbia and get a good RT going here. And he does not hold on to Serbia, but
he takes Budapest. See, and it's the RT is working together. They knew they couldn't hold Serbia. He puts himself into Aegean, guesses right around Aegean Balkan. The Russian jumps into the black, which I'm not that worried about. Probably very arranged, get the fleet out.
Really? Huh?
I mean, at this point, like the fleet is there. What else are you going to do with it? John doesn't have the units around the Black Sea to blow it up for him. I mean, unless it's going to be put into Armenia, and then John has to shift units back, which he doesn't have the availability to do. So if they trust each other,
awfully early for that. All right, Doug, what about the West here?
Well, I mean, I love it. The West is a mess. It's fun.
Wow.
It's a big soupy mess.
John supported himself from Paris to Burgundy. I mean, using 3 units to defend one from getting blown up when you could have just let it get blown up and rebuild. Yeah. And in the process, lost Holland, but didn't retreat. He pulled the unit off the board.
Yeah.
And so now he's stuck with those armies out of position against anything England's going to do. This is really vulnerable for him right now.
Is it a good stab by England? I mean, it has to be a stab, right?
I mean, I can't imagine this was okay. But maybe they can make something of it. But, if England wants to follow this up, Germany's very vulnerable to England right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right, let's see if they do. And the answer, so presumably Fleet Eddie here. Yeah. And Russia drops down 2 armies in Warsaw and St. Petersburg, which a lot of flexibility with there. But if you're Turkey, you're probably glad you did not see a unit in Sevastopol.
Absolutely.
That is probably the key there. This is fascinating. Love to see what happens with this. If you're Turkey, you probably think that because of shenanigans in the north, maybe you've got some strategic protection from a stab by Russia, but Russians with a fleet in the Black Sea are very Ankara happy in my experience. So, all right. And then France pulls Picardy, but has impregnable defensive position. And also with the turnabout among the EG is probably looking pretty good right now, or feeling pretty good. But as we can see, there's a long way to go in this game. So let's keep moving forward. And Siobhan, let's stay with you in the East. Tell us what this is nutty. Tell us about it.
It was a big soupy mess in the West last time. Now it's a big soupy mess in the East. These alliances seem to shift turn to turn. And this time, John Jameson is on the losing end and is not keeping Budapest. That unit is just piffed. Tries to go to Greece. Am I seeing that right?
Yep, supports a
Smyrna?
convoy. Supports a convoy into Greece, but Greece was supported with Serbia, which was not cut by Romania. You know that might
But
have
was
been
not cut by Romania and was not cut by Budapest. Didn't move.
Budapest.
I mean, I know it was piffed, but that's
Budapest supported Albania to Serbia.
ooh.
This is this is a place where John simply got played.
He got he got played. Oh, that's rough. Okay,
but he's Turkey. Certainly not out of the woods yet.
Oh no, not at all.
Or out of the game yet. Okay, Doug, tell us about the West.
A lot of those black arrows for France moving forward after the stab happens. England kind of just holding still right now. And this is good for France, not a good situation for Germany with Galicia and Warsaw sliding over there. So Germany is in a real challenging position. Doc deployed himself with, the ability to potentially take Belgium back if he wants to. He could work with England. He could work with Germany. He's got a lot of opportunity at this point.
All right, let's find out what Doc does with that opportunity. And Doug, why don't you tell us about that?
He takes Belgium, although it looks like that was arranged. And looks like he is going to continue to work with England against Germany, who lost Munich. Russia, Hal, is very quietly having a very good game to start this game off. Nobody's messing with him, and he's growing in the West at the same time. So I'm not sure that this is long-term going to be able to be held, but we'll see. Italy's helping him.
And so to be clear here, Romania supports Greece into Bulgaria.
Mm-hmm.
And but gets the coast wrong, actually. So that's an invalid order.
Yeah, and if this were handwritten face-to-face, I think maybe intentional, but I know how easy it is to misclick those coasts on Backstabber.
Yeah, indeed. Siobhan, what else? That's pretty much the main thing that happens in the West, or in the East, rather. Yeah.
That's really the only big main thing that happens. Despite the support coastal misorder, it looks like the Austrian gets into Bulgaria anyway, and Italy takes Greece from behind.
All right, so John's going down. Going down to here, the units are already off the board. Austria is getting a build here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 4 on the board. And Italy is finally getting that 5th build as well. So the late breaking AI got the jump on the RT. Russia gets to put down a unit because they took Munich, which is just seems funny to me. And Italy opts for the fleet. So, okay, let's keep on pushing ahead here. Oh, and in the West, we've got England and France seemingly making up quite well. It doesn't feel like Germany's long for this game, does it?
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle at this point.
All right.
It was good to have you back, John.
All right, spring 1904. Let's stay in the West. And Doug, tell us about it.
Russia just walked into Berlin and worked with Germany to try and stymie France. So the West, pretty much nothing happened. A whole lot of nothing.
All right. Tell us about the nothing in the East, Siobhan.
Mostly a whole lot of nothing. Russia does pick up Berlin, and Italy sneaks into the Aegean. Everything else is red arrows. But do I see correctly that Khan supported Sev de Bull?
Yeah, and Sev went. The question is, why didn't it get in? Because it looks like...
Romania...
Oh, because it wasn't convoyed. Black supported it, didn't convoy it.
It's probably a misclick there.
Yep.
Yeah, something got misclicked.
Oops.
Whoopsie-doodles.
All right, and so then in the fall, we get another failed convoy across the
another
Black Sea.
misclick. That has to be.
Yeah. Black convoys, black to Ankh convoys itself to Ankh.
That's
Hal misses 2 opportunities.
Yeah, there's a lot of dynamism in this game. There's a lot of shifting that's going on, which always makes for fun games. But the misclicks are really unfortunate. I think that hurts.
So then in the West, this is Germany gets back into Berlin and Munich, but loses Kiel to England
and Denmark, Kiel and Denmark.
Okay, so England's going to pick up 2 here. France is even, but well defended. Italy picks up 1, and Russia, instead of building 1, is now pulling 1, or maybe
Pulling 2.
Just lost.
Oh, just the one.
Munich
Okay.
here, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Didn't actually own Berlin.
Yeah, this was a tragic set of misorders from hell.
But yeah, can I trade my vote to Zach Moore like Brandon did?
Yeah.
Yeah. Zach's playing well. He's in good shape.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going here. Spring 1905, and Siobhan, tell us what happens in the East.
In the East, Russia forgoes trying to convoy yet again and just supports themselves to Armenia, which would have gone support or not. Gives up on the German front, pulls Prussia back to Livonia, probably to help support St. Pete in the inevitable loss of Norway. But aside from the Russian move to Armenia, nobody is actively attacking the Turkish dots.
Although it seems like it's about to happen here, yeah.
Oh, it's coming very, very soon. And just the flow of the East is Turkey's gonna go, but it takes a while to get Turkey out.
Okay. And Doug, tell us about the West. How are things moving there?
I guess that, the story that I would want to tell here is like, I'm not sure who has a strategy right now of how they're going to top this board in the West. I mean, obviously we're not involved in the conversations, but, I've seen 3 or 4 alliance switches already. Not a lot of trust between the powers. England right here is pulling back to Holland. Why are you pulling back to Holland at this moment in time? Why aren't you guys continuing to try and push forward through the center of the board if you're working together? Now I think that, France has to respond to Italy, starting to shift west a little bit. So it's difficult for me to see where these alliances are right now, or if there are any at all, and what the strategy is to put yourself on the top of this board in the West.
You don't feel like EF is well established at this point?
No, I don't. I don't think so. I mean, Germany, is gamely trying to defend themselves. If they were really working closely together in concert, they should take Germany apart this turn. There's really no reason not to. So, instead, you've got Germany back into Kiel, and why? Now you're just sort of trying to get the dot that you already had back.
So you think England maybe is taking their eyes off Germany too quickly and going after Russia a little bit too soon?
I think that my guess here is actually it's more of a concern about France than it is about, anything else, and the lack of trust. That's going back to Holland. I don't think gets you anything there. You can convoy already from Edinburgh. You don't need to go back to Kiel. Obviously it's a retreat, but
Got it.
I would be trying to move forward.
Okay, let's see how things work out in fall of 1905. And here are the orders. Doug, tell us what you see.
Lots of black arrows from Italy moving into the French zone, but at the same time, France is deploying correctly for that. Can he move here to vacate to Gascony to get that build down there? That's going to be needed for the defense. And you've, retaking Sweden is positive. I think that, England's actually in a pretty good spot right here. They're going to take the north back. And if they just don't mess with each other, they both have some opportunity for long-term growth. It's going to take a while, and it's a grind, which is probably why it went to as long as it did.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about the East. There is an event.
There's an event. There are things happening. I like to see some black arrows. John Jameson in Turkey. It was nice while we knew ya. Hopefully, we get to hear more about your days as a young lad sitting on, it was Uncle Alan's knee. But yeah, so the Italian is pulling everything back westward. It has made a decision just overall that, okay, I've gotten everything I can. I got my Smyrna, I got my Greece. Russia and Austria carve everything else back up. And Austria does move with the Italian into the middle of the board with the move to Tyrolia. But if I'm the Austrian, I'm a little bit concerned about how many Russian units are still sitting back there.
And you've got, so Russia and Austria are both getting a build here, and and Italy's not. So Italy is in position to potentially threaten France here, but there are these are all defensible. Both of these are defensible here. So Italy's going to need a third fleet over here before they can start really threatening. And Doc gets another fleet down here. So this is looking like a stalemate here. Because this game goes on, because Zach and Doc are both skilled diplomats, it wouldn't surprise me to see some negotiation here that gets them both out of this impasse and gets those units doing something productive for both of them.
Yeah, if I'm either one of those players, I do not want to spend, time and lots of units beating each other up while other people are growing. It's nobody's cracking that line on either side, really.
Yeah. All right. Let's see, and we got a new Austrian army as well, and that is it for 1905. Spring 1906, let's see what happens. See a lot of black arrows in the east. So Siobhan, talk to us about the flow of the board over there.
So I was worried about all of those Russian units behind the Austrian line. It appears that Russia is doing his best to move them away as fast as possible, and Austria trusts them. Khan moves away, Bulgaria moves away, Vienna goes to Bohemia, and we do take Munich, which is great. So I guess we've got an heir.
Yeah, I'll just point out that Italy supported Khan to the eastern coast of Bulgaria, and Khan went to the southern coast of Bulgaria. So
all right,
could be a little sign of trouble there. Put attention.
Subtle hint from Zach there.
All right, and what are the highlights in the west, Doug?
A whole lot of nothing in the south. The key that I would flag is the German destruction there. And then you've got Bohemia taking Munich, which is going to then be able to tap Burgundy because EF don't have enough to sort of pin Munich in place. And so, strategically, we do have a pretty strong EF, I would say, at this point, and I see an AI. So things are beginning to resolve a little bit. So you got the, 2v2 with 4 powers really sort of moving things around. I'm curious what, Hal had a really good start to this game. I'm curious, how he's going to be able to stick with it because I don't see, he looks like the odd one out here.
And we know that Zach and Hal both know that they're going to need more than 20 points, most likely, to make it to the top board. So they have to be looking for a chance to make a move here. So does anything happen here? Doc, tell us about the Western powers here.
I'm not Doc. I'm Doug.
Doug, damn it! Sorry, my brain is slowly leaking out my ear.
What looks to be potentially a stab is really about supporting Mid-Atlantic. That's what the North Sea to the Channel is there. Otherwise, I see a pretty static EF, pretty competent execution of the moves. They're grabbing the North, they're grabbing Germany, they're still progressing. Italy has that locked down. If the dynamic is going to shift between EF. And Doc is a very good alliance player. He's very, very easy to work with, and he's confident in an alliance. Zach's going to have to do something different because he's not going to stab England while you're sitting down there.
Yeah. The détente that we had talked about is definitely not materializing. This does not look like a game that's going to go on for another 9 years, does it?
Clearly, something's going to change that dynamic. We just don't know what it is.
I'm excited to find out. Let's all right, Siobhan, 3 units move in the east.
3 units move in the east. The air remains strong. Doug was not wrong that Russia's going to be the short one, the short end of the stick. So what else is there to say? And I can't wait to see who stabs.
I know. All right, so So England's putting one down, Russia's pulling one, and Russia pulls the Southern Fleet, which closes some options in the south, but keeps some options open in the north. England puts down another fleet here, which may be a little bit surprising. But all right, who's your bet on who's gonna pull the trigger here and light the scratch the match, whatever, light the match here?
If I was Calvin, I would be a little bit worried right now because I'm so far into the center of the board. They're not terribly far from his home centers, but it's not that hard for Italy to swing back here, I suspect. And Zach is not in a position really to get stabbed. He could, but it'd be tough to really execute a good one.
Siobhan, what do you think?
I mean, I agree. It would be tough to execute a good one there. I feel like Daniel in England is just going to get an itchy trigger finger, and that some terrible, terrible stories of Doc being a fantastic ex-world champion are going to get fed into his ear. And I'm not saying there's a good stab there, but I think it might happen.
So Belgium would be the only real target there. Maybe Kiel.
Yeah.
Kiel. Yeah,
I mean, he's not in position right now. I mean, he could get Brest, Belgium, Kiel, trade Portugal, Spain, Marseille, fight for Paris. It's not.
Yeah, I mean,
eventually.
I'm not saying it's a good idea, and I'm not saying it's going to be done well. I'm just saying that's who I feel has like the biggest trigger finger right now.
I'm gonna put a vote in for Austria hitting Russia here.
I think that's probably likely. That army doesn't serve any purpose.
Does anyone think John Grimila is going to top this board?
Always.
Does he get a build? That's the question here.
That would be amazing.
I would love for him to stay in. I think John's a good player, and I want to see him stay in. But I don't think he's long for this game, unfortunately.
No.
All right, let's find out. There's very little movement here. So. Doug, tell us about what happens around Mid-Atlantic, and then Siobhan, I'll have you tell us about what happens in the north.
Why did he move to Portugal?
He retreats to Portugal. It looks like English Channel ordered a convoy instead of
that must be that's got to be a
convoyed Mao to Mao.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a really, really, really costly.
What did Spain do?
Spain supported Mid-Atlantic to hold.
But
wait
who
a minute,
cut it?
that should have been sufficient then, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is who cut it?
Spain held. Oh. So two mistakes there enabled that to happen.
So you could be really bad at the English here, but Doc.
Wow.
Yeah,
kind of you're bad. Like, I mean, yes, you could presume that it was going to get cut from Lyon or whatever, but anyway, sorry, this is Doug's territory.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right, Siobhan. You still need to order the support, even though you're going to get it. And I would use Marseille, and I would support Spain from Marseille. Make the other guy do the actual orders. Holds don't get you anything here.
Absolutely.
Although, look, Lyon should have been cutting Spain here, right?
Even still, he didn't, and so then you have the advantage because all you have to do is do those.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Zach Moore in this moment, are you just like beyond shocked that you made it into Mid-Atlantic?
Yeah.
Under no circumstances should you get into the Mid-Atlantic. Yeah. That's why you order it. Misorders happen, and I know that David Hood was alluding to this before. Is you got to write your orders. Misorders happen. If you're gonna sit on the attack, sometimes mistakes happen by the other side and you slip in, and this tragic 2 misorders is going to have a pretty significant impact in what happens in the West.
It changes the game completely, right? I mean, Italy is no longer containable here, and the North, all we get here is Russia pulling back into what Hal feels is a more defensible position.
Yeah.
So all right, let's carry forward here, see how this works out. Siobhan, tell us about the East. There is some activity here.
There is some activity. Austria goes for some dots, takes Romania, pushes up into Galicia. Gonna get stopped with Romania for now, though. I mean, we'll see what Russia pulls and how that all goes. But
it should be Barents, right?
It should be, but
And all right, and then tell us about this. Tell us about the French homeland.
I think Doc might be mad at England here.
Doc is mad. I can see that, but very clearly.
All right. Is there any reason right now, except for the fact that we know the game goes on for another 8 years, to think that Zach Moore doesn't top this board?
It's really hard to see how he doesn't top this board. He's in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I mean, as long as he's got a real potential to solo this board, depending on how things shake out in the West. If he can move fast, he's got real play here going forward.
Yeah.
Back to a Doug Moore quote that I quoted earlier, I think not on a game that you were actually commenting on, Doug, is you told me some years ago, if Italy is in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, there's no reason they shouldn't be soloing.
Yeah, well, do the count, right?
Yeah. And so I made the comment earlier tonight, and it was sort of a funny comment because that Italy was not in a great position, but they happen to be in now. But this time, I think that stands.
Yeah.
All right. Let's clearly Fleet Venice, right? No question about that.
Oh, 100%.
Definitely Fleet Venice.
And Fleet Trieste. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And then they just bounce,
No, it's just safety builds for a safety bounce. That's what we're doing.
All right. And Army Liverpool, definitely.
Yes.
Oh, Army London. That's actually a shocker. I thought Fleet Liverpool for sure. How do you guys feel about that?
Oh, ow. You need to put that Fleet Liverpool. I'm with you.
Yeah.
It had to be Fleet Liverpool. You have to contain Italy here.
You got to replace. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Happy birthday, Zach Moore. Does this game go on because Zach solos and it just takes him a long time to grind it out?
So Zach is chilling the champagne right now, and he's waiting to play this game long enough so the champagne is appropriately chilled. And yes, it's gonna solo.
I mean, my question here is, what's Doc gonna do in this situation?
Be mad at England.
No, for real. I mean, but England made an unwise build there.
Oh, that was colossally unwise. Like with an Italian fleet in the Mid-Atlantic, that how do you not put a fleet or a unit at least in Liverpool?
All right. Well, at least he brought Norwegian over here.
Sure.
And okay, so Doc guesses right here. There was a 50-50 guess here.
Okay.
On which one was gonna be what was the mover? Was it gonna be Marseille or Wes? And he guesses right, and so there's a standoff. And now England has some, two fleets in place, but Brest is uncovered, so he can't displace. Yeah.
Well, and you might sacrifice Spain right now to take a play for Brest and basically cut a deal with Italy. I also point out that Kiel just got blown up by a German army.
Oh my God. Is John going to get to build?
He needs to hold on to Kiel and leave Berlin open. And
please, I'm begging you, everyone on the board, let John Gurmila build.
You guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
oh wait, no. Technically, he gets to build.
It's a rebuild.
Yeah. Come on, that counts.
No, it's not as exciting.
Well, Doc did in the West what I thought he might do, which is basically just cut a deal with Italy. Maybe it's not a deal. Maybe he just did it, but he did it anyway. Which is just basically, I'm not defending the South anymore. And Zach here is just like, you've got to have beach ball size eyes at this point for what's happening here.
Yeah,
2 bottles of champagne.
Well, I think the clever thing here would have been to support Gascony to Brest to work out that actual deal, right?
I would have wanted that. If I'm Zach, I don't know if they talked about it, of course, but I would have if France is basically saying, "Hey, I'm going to Brest. I'm tired of this, and I'm upset at that misorder." Okay, I'll give you that support.
Yeah.
And yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, this didn't need to be a guess. Mid-Atlantic could have just gone to Portugal, and then you support West goes to Spain and support hold Marseille, and you're.
You get one of them.
No, I'm sorry, no, because they tap Marseille, and then there's a bounce in Portugal, so there is still a guess.
Yeah.
But it's 2/3 chance for France with this extra option. Okay, and then elsewhere, England picks up 2 now off of France.
Off of
And-
France, Austria picks up 2 off of Russia.
Wow.
I do see the English player in the comments lamenting this moment of regret where he realized he could have taken Mid-Atlantic Ocean right here.
Yeah. Well, but he would have lost Brest.
So many things. It's a what if.
He would have lost Brest. He still would have been building one. But the truth is, he needed to be in Liverpool. This should have been a fleet in
should have been a
Irish
fleet in
Sea.
Liverpool.
Right.
Would have gone to Irish.
Taking the Mid-Atlantic doesn't get you anything. All it does is push an Italian retreat north
Yeah,
because we can't
yeah.
cover it.
Yeah.
So okay, but now look, now the situation is actually with Austria making such quick progress against Russia. It's not quite so clear now because Austria's got a lot of builds, they've got a lot of units, and they have the potential now to stab Italy and steal this great position. This might have been a case where this army in Greece should have headed up here to one of these spots. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, you still have a build as Italy, so you can pop a unit in Venice. It is a risk. I think that you've got to if you see an army in Trieste, you know it's on. So go to Serbia or go to Bulgaria, which can't be stopped. Probably I'm going to Bulgaria either way at this point.
Yeah, either way, right? Like either
Mhm.
Austria is a great source of dots or a potential
Yeah.
enemy. Yeah. Okay, so we get an army Rome, which is very fun. 2 armies here, but this could all be turned against Venice very, very quickly.
Oh, very quickly.
Yeah.
right. Let's find out. And the answer is no. All right. Let's do. Doug, tell us about the top half of the board.
We've got a lot of movement out of England here. The thing that's interesting to me, I would say, is the Franco-Italian cooperation. They just put France into Brest, which is pretty nice.
Yeah.
That AI is a pretty solid alliance. England's got a pretty defensible position, not going anywhere, but I don't love, all the green fleets swinging around Spain.
Mm-hmm.
This is the turn that doesn't Zach stab here.
Here, right now.
Yeah.
You got.
Why not? Why not?
If you're going to do it, you do it now, right?
Yeah.
But he moved to the Ionian Sea. If he was in Aegean still, or if he'd gone to Aegean, he could do it. I just don't know that you can really follow it up. You've got a lot of vulnerability in the east.
What is there to follow it up? I mean, okay, you pick up Portugal this turn. If you believe that the Austrian isn't going to Trieste, you could grab that, and you can take Bulgaria or Con.
Your challenge is that you've basically locked the West up as Italy. You're probably not moving a lot forward from here. Yeah. So what are you going to do for the rest of the game?
How did we miss these center counts? We've been focusing on Italy so much, but Italy's sitting at 8 while England's on 11.
England and Austria are actually kind of dominating. Austria will be on 11.
I've been assuming Italy was topping this board right now, but
the position makes it look like he is.
Yeah, that's funny.
Zach, that's how much we like you.
So Zach actually probably should have stabbed definitely already. And now if he doesn't, then he has no chance at topping this board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Austria will dominate through what's remaining of Russia, will take St. Petersburg for sure.
Yeah. All right, but this game goes on, so
well, I don't think Austria is ever going to get St. Petersburg. North Sea is going to go to Norway to stifle that.
Is it though?
But
I think it pretty
Wait,
clearly
it
is.
should.
all right, let's find out.
Okay, Doug is right. Fine.
Wow. Okay. So there, I think there's a legitimate question about whether this is a stab or not. This easily could have been arranged between the two of them, and it could have been stopped, right?
Oh,
Black
to
to
move the
Bulgaria.
ball.
That's got to be arranged.
That's absolutely arranged. Nothing else follows it up.
So, and then so Italy gets into the Irish Sea. So now we're back to being like Italy's position is so good.
Go.
Wow,
Zach,
it's crazy
go.
how this just shifted, right? It's like
Oh my god.
it's like a voltmeter where it's just bang, bang, bang. Okay. Now, did Austria make a mistake here by allowing Italy to take Bulgaria?
I mean, maybe. I mean, Italy is putting 2 down right now. Pretty quick, put an army in Naples, and you can convoy that to Albania immediately. Then you've got an army in Venice, and all of a sudden you're in a really strong position down there, and you're way north. I don't know. I would be setting up a bounce somewhere, like a guarantee. Hey, Tyrolia is going to Venice, big guy. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We've got.
I also love that Italy's in the Irish Sea and England has to pull a unit.
Ouch.
England didn't.
Lost Brest.
But they didn't actually pull a unit, so they must have.
No.
Was it piffed?
Oh, it must have been piffed. Okay.
Or maybe they had one in the bank? Did we miss that?
Something. I knew they were down Brest, but that's.
They must have had one in the bank because they built 3.
Okay. Fair.
Oh yes, they picked up 3.
Right.
But they only build 2
because they hadn't moved London.
All right.
Okay.
Darn. Okay. Never mind. That's.
Oh yeah,
fun.
we didn't fully appreciate this one, did we? Getting into Norway getting into St. Petersburg for no good reason.
For no good reason.
Yeah.
Because St. Pete went to Finland.
Went to Finland in order to disappear.
Well, thanks very much for playing Finland.
Yeah, Hal probably has some regrets from this game.
Yeah, and those misorders in the south were really very costly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so here is where things stand in winter of 1909. We have Austria on 11, England and Italy tied at 10. Germany sticking around on 1. Russia, we say goodnight to. Thank you very much for playing. And we all still like Italy. I'm still reeling from the fact that I thought Italy was topping the board and they were 3 behind.
Not anymore, they're not.
Yeah. What do you guys still like Italy here?
I mean, I assume that those French armies will do pretty much whatever Zach wants. So, I assume so at this point. If he can figure out a way to get to the North Atlantic, if he can crack through this fleet line, yeah. But if he can't, and if Daniel can keep him pinned in, no more damage, then, Daniel probably has the preponderance to hold on forever.
Which would mean that Austria would probably top this board by...
Yeah, I'm a little worried that Daniel doesn't have enough armies to hold all of those places. And they're just all not in the right spots right now. I'm a little worried. I want to spend a turn and orient my forces so that I'm in a bit of a stronger position.
Siobhan, what about you?
I mean, I agree with everything Doug has said here. Getting into NAO would be absolutely choice for Zach this moment. Loving Austria more and more. With as many problems as England is coming into.
Yeah, interesting. I still like Zach here. I think
I prefer Zach first.
Do you?
But
Okay, got it.
Loving Austria more.
Okay. I'm going to put in a vote for Convoy Gascony to Wales here. If it either goes, assuming that Wales to Liverpool is a given, it either goes or Irish gets displaced, in which case it can retreat to either Wales or Liverpool, whichever one is open.
I like that play. I also like Irish supports MAO to NAO.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Under the same idea that you might get into NAO and have a retreat into Liverpool if England does it wrong.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Which would be just devastating.
It's an interesting set of tactical options here for Zach. He's in the catbird seat because he's the one forward, and England doesn't have enough units to cover. But nothing's a given here. He could easily get stymied for several turns in a row, long enough for Austria to get the jump on him.
Yeah.
And then down here, he's actually now assuming that Piedmont can be used to protect Venice here, isn't going to be used for Marseille. He can protect himself here, and then his vulnerabilities are in Smyrna and Greece and Bulgaria, these areas, which...
Well, but I mean, the Austrian units are so far away from that.
Yeah, but that could change very quickly. Yeah.
I mean, it could change quickly enough, but we'll see. I mean, I'm still rooting for John Grimila to wind up on like 4.
I know, me too. All right, let's move forward here. We're luxuriating a bit. Lots of black arrows. They all seem to be moving in the northwesterly direction.
Oof.
All right, let's just take turns doing this. We don't need to split up. So Siobhan, let's start with you here. Just give me a read of the whole flow of the board here.
I'm happy to see that Zach took the advice from myself and Doug and made the supported attack on NAO. It worked out in his favor.
Yeah.
Would not have been able to retreat to Liverpool, but didn't need to, wasn't kicked out.
And my convoy idea would not have worked. So well done.
Your
Zach.
convoy idea would not have worked. And yeah, England taking Brest back and everything just move it away from everyone with Austria and Italy. Except for that Black Sea that just holds.
All right. And neither Austria nor Italy are setting up for an attack on each other. So
not even a little.
Not even a little. No.
This is clearly a race to the top. And they both think that they have the upper hand. Austria because of purchase on the German home centers, and Italy because of purchase on the English home centers. I feel like if that's the split we're looking at, Austria has the advantage.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the position in that center of the board, what I was alluding to last time, is extremely weak. That's a lot of armies right there. If I'm Austria, you can take several swings here, and you don't care. All you got to do is get one, and England's in a real tough spot.
And Serbia is a given here, but then Bulgaria would be as well. So
yeah,
this is the juice down here.
I mean, if I'm the two of them, I just set up an arranged bounce in Bulgaria, and that way, if Italy stiffs me to make a play for Serbia, then
if you're Austria, you say I'm going to Bulgaria. Let's bounce.
Exactly.
Watch the long convoy from Rome here.
To Albania?
No, into England.
Oh,
yeah.
So, well, it can't be guaranteed anywhere, right? So, question is where you would put it.
I mean, can't be guaranteed, but how beautiful would that be anyway? Convoy it into Wales.
There it goes. Clyde.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. I see. I had a whole different plan there, but
it was a guess between Clyde or Wales, right? You had to guess which one of these was going to be the mover on this.
I was about to say take it to Wales, so I would have.
Was that right?
Wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shoot, I should have let you do that, so you could have been in the wrong pool with me.
And look at France flipped again, and retook Brest, piffing an English fleet. This game's hilarious.
This is amazing.
Hold on, one more thing. John Grimila retakes Kiel.
Oh, we got to build!
Amazing.
Oh, yes. Well done.
Mwah. Chef's kiss.
Yes.
We get a long convoy. We got a piffed English fleet.
Oh, my God. The convoy to Clyde is Zach. Mwah.
Yeah, love it.
This is fascinating. So England can't rebuild the piffed fleet. No, but they had 2 units piffed, actually. So they do get to rebuild 1.
And they have Eddie open for a build.
Yep.
Okay.
So that is not insignificant in terms of defensive options against Italy.
England lost Kiel and they lost Brest. Both of those are piffed. Did he lose anything?
Did not actually own Brest. Took it in the spring.
Right. So
wait, England winds up on 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He's got to build
8 units on the board. Yes, does get to build.
Yeah, he definitely gets to build. So he'll put an army down in Edinburgh. So Italy's got more work to do here.
Yeah, there's definitely more work to be done there.
Was this a mistake by Austria to let Germany get the build and not take it themselves?
No, it's John Grimila. I am
Yeah.
happy he got the build. That's not. No, I'm kidding.
No, I don't think so. You've got 5 armies around it. I mean, if it's going to help you there, it gets another army up there more quickly than you can. And you don't have anything for it to do there. So the question is, what are they going to do with that extra army or fleet if they put a fleet down?
Oh my God, a fleet.
Oh, I want to see that. I want to see a
I want a
fleet.
fleet.
Yeah.
Fleet,
And we haven't really
Okay.
talked about it, but there's an Austrian army in Picardy.
Yeah,
Like,
That's just fun.
that's
mean,
just fun.
it's fun, but make it do something for you.
I mean,
But I'm rooting for Fleet Berlin. I'm with you guys.
tactically speaking, England's about to lose Belgium and Holland if Germany continues to work with them. I mean,
yeah.
this is rough right here.
all right, Fleet Berlin. Indeed.
Yeah!
Yes.
Oh,
you know
that is
what?
art.
I mean, that I assume that was part of the negotiations and part of the reason for letting him get the build, because that fleet is, if it's effectively red, is priceless.
Priceless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Austria cannot build a fleet on the Baltic Sea.
No. And
No,
getting one there is.
And the tactical flexibility that it provides. I mean, Denmark is either pinned in place, or you lose St. Petersburg and Denmark, and you lose your whole northern position at this point if that fleet gets out of that position. Oh, that's just lovely.
Well,
Okay.
and it's the fleet in Denmark now has to choose between, like, do I bounce the German out of Baltic? Do I go to North Sea to help protect the homeland? How do I deal with this? It's so many more questions.
Yeah, this is rough.
I have to say, so I think that Zach has outsmarted himself. I think he has.
No,
I-
say it
I-
ain't so.
I think he needed to. I think there have been several turns now where I think he should have moved on Austria, and I think this might potentially be his last good opportunity to have done it.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything over there. He is certainly pretty vulnerable.
If he goes to Serbia here, he puts down Army Venice. Austria is pulling one, presumably Picardy. Who cares? But then Trieste is going to fall.
And move Ionian to the Aegean so that you're forcing a decision by Austria on defending Khan or attacking Bull.
Tyrrhenian back to the Ionian to get more.
Yeah, because you don't need Tyrrhenian Sea going west. It doesn't have anything to do there.
He didn't do that. Oh, he used it for the convoy.
Yeah.
Convoy's great, but you're going to have a hard time.
How did we go from being so happy and so proud of that convoy to this moment we're like, eh?
No, I think it's awesome still.
Okay.
If you're not going to stab Austria, and it doesn't feel like they're stabbing
he's
each other.
not going to stab
I
Austria.
think you still could have stabbed Austria. You still could have gone to the Aegean. You just would have been one turn behind with the Tyrrhenian Sea Fleet.
He could have, but it wasn't going to happen, and Austria's not going to do it either.
But Zach is not going to make the top board if he does not top this board. So,
okay,
well,
fair point.
awesome.
I mean, we've got 4 years of play.
We've got lots of play left. So,
and I believe Calvin Colberry he had a 0 coming in here, so he needs a score in the 50s. So if we assume the cut line is around 55, then Calvin needs to get a few more dots here, and actually keep Germany alive.
Yes.
Yep.
So. All right, let's see what happens here. And I think, Doug, is it your turn to call a whole turn?
Sure. We can do that.
Let's do it.
No stab here going forward. And unfortunately for England, that fleet did get into the Baltic Sea. I mean, trading Kiel at this point is fine. I mean, he retreats there. You can help him get back in there. So I think England's position is starting to crumble. This is a little dire. And also, Zach gets into the English Channel. They don't destroy, for some reason, that army in Clyde. This is grim for Daniel at this point, I think.
Well, he didn't have enough. He didn't have enough units to do it.
What did he do with Liverpool?
Supported Eddie into Clyde, but North Atlantic supported Clyde.
Yeah.
So he needed no, this was the right thing for Zach to do to support himself in the English Channel, because now he can he should be able to guarantee Liverpool now.
Right. And he, put himself up to Burgundy so that,
So he will have Brest and Paris. So now, all right, now let's swing the pendulum back the other way. Zach should pick up 2 dots here. Austria is going to pick up 1, maybe 2, probably 2. Should pick up at least one of London. Yeah, should pick up either Holland or Kiel here. Or
well, if you order Ruhr to Holland, supported by Belgium, and then you put Munich supports Berlin to Kiel, that's unstoppable.
Yeah, and then Baltic goes to Denmark, or even Sweden. Okay, so now we're gonna have all right. So now what happens with these two? They should be bouncing in Bulgaria now. Absolutely, right?
They should have been doing so for a while.
Yeah, true.
I'm going to put my money on we're still not going to see it.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about this whole turn.
As expected, Munich supports Berlin into Kiel, the taking of Holland, Zach with Paris and Liverpool. It's pretty much all how we called it.
So who's going to top this board? All right? What do you build here? So well, now Austria is up to 14.
Yeah.
So I think Zach's missed his chance. I really do. I still think it. He keeps missing his chance.
He's got 2 builds, and he needs to put an army in Venice, and he needs to put an army in Rome, and he needs that fleet in the Tyrrhenian Sea to go back the other way and stop moving west.
Austria is putting down 3 units now. No, I think it's now over. I don't
think he can stab Austria. I'm actually worried about Austria soloing.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, is can we count to 18 here?
Oh, I see. So Kiel, presumably Bulgaria, actually.
So 15, 16.
Yeah, we can count to 18.
17.
Smyrna, Greece, and Bulgaria.
Yeah.
That's 18, 19.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's not even yeah.
Why? Oh, so he didn't, he waived a build, Austria did here.
And there's no army Venice. Oh, this AI is unholy.
So this is something feels weird in general. All right, let's keep going here. We've got Italy taking Brest, putting in position.
Serbia as well. Sorry, I jumped over to the east with my eyes.
That's fine. This is now, so Austria now is oh God. Okay.
Wow.
All right, I'll just finish this because I started.
Yeah,
so Austria is taking St. Petersburg. Obviously, he knew it was the jig was up with Germany being so willing to help. Austria takes Kiel, and we now, is this going to end up on a 16-16-2?
It very well could.
Yeah. Am I seeing right that the count, if this center count for this year stood, Austria would be on 15, Italy would be on 14.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, just for this season. I mean, we can talk about fall.
Just for the season, yes. Italy would be on 14. Austria would be on 15.
Okay.
And
don't tell me we were playing this out to have a tied board top, because I'm going to be so disappointed in someone.
It would probably get both of them onto the top board. So,
okay, fine. Then I guess it's okay.
All right.
I mean, Calvin's at 59 right now. He has every incentive to try and top this board.
Well, no, I'm sorry. It wouldn't get both of them on the top board. I don't think it would get Calvin on the top board. Calvin needs, he needs 55 plus.
He's at 59 right now. He's
so he needs to keep this. I'm with Peter McNamara in the comments. If this winds up on 17-17, I am going to be really mad.
It shouldn't, right? Because if Austria lets Italy get that close, Italy should take it, because Italy has the fleet power in the north.
100%.
Yeah.
I really think Calvin missed an opportunity right here. If you go back for a second.
Sure.
I just want to point out, why are you self-standing in Trieste? Why don't you just take Munich to Tyrolia?
Yep.
And then support yourself to Trieste? Then you guaranteed Serbia, and you've got or Venice. I mean, you could potentially solo this game. You got to go for it. And I think you have to respect the game and go for the solo in this position, even if you lose some position elsewhere on the board.
Yeah, and remember that Austria is sitting on a it waived a build. So
Oh, that's right.
and they went +1 here, so they're going to still be short one.
Yeah.
Oof. Okay. And can we also talk about how the fact that Germany winds up on 3 at the end of this turn?
No.
Yes, they do. Denmark, Sweden,
and
Norway.
Oh boy, that's some maze balls.
I love it.
Can't build, but love it.
Oh, it makes me so happy.
Okay. Let's keep going here. We've got England pulling a bunch of fleets, keeping Army Finland because fuck you guys.
That's delightful.
Italy puts down 3 units, and they are 2 fleets and 1 army.
Army Venice, finally. Thank you.
That may be a little bit surprising. You could have made a good
All
argument.
right, we're
for
at
Army Rome here.
15-15 right now.
And we've got 1 easy dot for Italy. Italy now, I think, has the capacity to protect these dots and possibly advance as well.
Italy, if you do the count from right here, it is as long as Italy can keep Picardy right now, he has a forced solo.
Yeah.
This
Norway and Denmark.
Oh my God. Yeah. So clearly, Zach did not miss his chance. I said that it felt like he did, but thanks to Austria's passive play here, he has reopened the door.
Yeah, no, this is Italy's game to lose now.
He's got a little bit of work to do, but this is not hard. I mean, he just has to see it through if he wants it.
Yep.
Go, Zach, go.
All right. We have just Italy moving his units and Austria not.
Zach, why are you not going for this?
I think he is going
for it.
It's okay, but I mean, Ionian Aegean,
Serbia all holds.
Yeah, these fleets should
like,
have been.
we could have had this year.
Go to Con. I mean, go to Adriatic. I mean,
well, I think you go to Smyrna here, follow up into the Aegean, so you can.
What I was gonna say. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you saying you thought he had a force solo this year?
No, not that.
No, but I mean, based on what I've seen from Austria's moves, apparently it could have happened.
Although we did neglect to mention that there's an Austrian army in Norway, which is,
This is a very normal game. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
So, Calvin.
Okay.
Now it's just a matter of time at this point.
Takes Denmark.
So now Austria is supporting. So now Austria's. This is
Austria actively.
Yeah,
Austria supported.
Austria supported north into Denmark. There's no other way to interpret that, unless it's the expectation of a 17-17 split.
Which don't do that.
No, this shouldn't be a 17-17 split.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason at this point to do a 17-17, but they're taking it. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm very disappointed right now.
Oh my God. I am.
This is how the game ends right here.
Yeah.
Excuse me while I mute myself for a second.
Neither of these two powers has a stalemate line at this point, and Zach has a forced solo. There's no reason why he couldn't have taken this. You got to take this one.
No, it's easy to take right now.
Yeah, it's not even worth going through. It's not even worth going through the moves because it's clear, and Zach is a good enough player to know how to do this. Zach's position on the top board was largely secure for several turns, I think. And he knew, so once he got to a split board top or better, he knew that he was going to make the top board.
Yeah, I'm seeing in a back channel that this 17-17 gives Zach a place in the top 7 and puts Calvin in 9th place, which, as we've discussed earlier on the stream, may actually land him on the top board.
All right, let's put up the top 10. I think I can do that here. So here we have Peter McNamara, no surprise prize, getting 141. Oh,
Yep.
he topped last week as well. He had a split top last week with Jake.
He had a split
that's
top
right.
last week and the solo today.
All right, so we know that Allie is not playing in 7th, but in order for Mitch or Calvin to make the top board, they need another. Mitch needs another person from this list.
One more.
And Calvin needs 2. Calvin should not have needed this. Calvin should have topped this board definitively. Yeah. Well, we'll come back.
I'm seeing from Brian Prabel in the back channel that everyone confirms from the top 7. I thought Ali was camping this weekend.
Yeah. All right. He'll except
Ali. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So everyone else confirms.
Okay. So then, you know what? But I still want to come back. So we have confirmed that Calvin's not going to make the top 10. Not going to make the top board here. All right. Do you guys agree with me that Calvin blew this? Should have made. There were points at which Calvin could have been able to secure the top board, or do you think that it was kind of Zach's all along, and Calvin's best bet was to hope that Zach wouldn't do what he did?
Well, you should never count on the grace of your opponent when you're sitting around 16 centers to not take a solo and then get a big ol' goose egg.
Yeah.
Calvin probably should have gone for it when he had the help of Germany with the fleet.
Yeah.
If we kind of go to when the German fleet went on, that I think was an opportunity for him to really make a run for it, and I think he probably ought to have done so.
Yeah, Siobhan, how do you feel about this?
I don't like it. That's not a 17-17 that should have happened. Calvin had opportunities that would have made him the dominant solo threat on the board, absolutely, and they just weren't taken. And Zach at the end, I get that he got into the top 7, so maybe he didn't feel like the bad feelings of taking the solo were worth it because he was getting the top board either way, but it's a solo. Win the game the way Cal Hammer intended.
What would John Jameson have done?
Exactly.
From Cal Hammer's lap.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's an easy question to answer. Zach not going for the solo bothers me a bit, but I don't have the solo fetish, so I don't really. And he knew he was good for the top board, so he could have gotten a better seed on the top board, which maybe could matter.
Does that play into power choice?
Yep. So
Okay.
We'll go over that on the show tomorrow morning, but the order that they finished in here will determine their seed order. And so the pair selection, you get to choose what order you want to choose your powers in, and then you choose the power. And so Peter will have his choice of where he wants to pick. If he wants to pick first, he can do that and then take whatever country he wants. And Zach, with a solo, Zach would have gone up to number 2 here. So he would have gone in as the second seed.
I mean, though, 4th in Paris selection, I don't mind choosing middle of the pack there.
Yeah, I don't mind either. I don't mind so much that he didn't go for the solo, knowing that he was on the top board. I feel like he only got this board top because Austria let up and didn't take the opportunity when it was presented. I don't think. Zach played a great game. Calvin played a great game as well. They both created opportunities for themselves, but they also allowed really big opportunities for their opponents that easily could have been taken. And maybe it was good player reading to, determine that the other one wouldn't take that opportunity. And ultimately, Zach got the better of that. It's hard to say. All right, so there's a palpable sense of disappointment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing, 17-17 is incredibly rare in any version, and it requires people affirmatively wanting to do it. It is very unstable, particularly where you're not on a stalemate line.
Mm-hmm.
And so, this game, they called it, but there's so much play here. At this point, someone should be soloing this game. And I get, why you might want to take a draw right there. But I think that, all I can say is I would have gone for a solo. They played really well, and they played really well together. And I know it's really hard in this situation not to stab, but if you're going to take this draw, then you need to have locked a line down and left a third party in this to sort of ensure that you didn't go to this. Both of these players, like, trusting this is, be careful you ever do that again, because the likelihood is that you will not get this result.
Yep.
100% agree.
Okay, learning experience for Calvin. Well done for defending Weasel Moot champion Zach Moore. He did what he needed to do to make the top board. And
Still go for the solo.
All right, let's turn to the top board here. We have gotten confirmation that everyone but Ali in the top 8 has accepted their invitation. So Peter McNamara will go in as the number 1 seed tomorrow. He's the only soloist. John Anderson, with a nice big board top today, moves up into the 2nd seed, and Hunter Catcher will go in as the 3rd seed. Zach Moore will go in as the 4th seed. He is the defending Weasel Moot champion. Peter McNamara is a former Weasel Moot champion. Jake Trotta is a former CodCon champion. George Zhang is a fellow Weasel who, we'll talk about more tomorrow, but has done a lot of good stuff. Good to see him on the top board. And then in 8th place is Liam Stokes. Let's look up. Do you guys remember Liam Stokes's?
Let me find that for you right now.
Yeah, Liam is a pretty new player. He's been playing for about a year, is what he said, and he's played. Hasn't played in person. He's been playing online, and so this is pretty exciting. A new player making an interesting showing in this game with the remarkable walkthrough of Sevastopol. I believe that was him.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
yes, that was his.
And so making some waves and sneaking in, by the skin of your teeth. But hey, you got your shot.
Yeah. And so by just 1.9 points over the 9th place player, Mitch McConaughey, who did a fantastic job today getting himself in position. But it's hard not to think back to round 1. I believe Mitch passed up some opportunities to go for a big board top there. And that may be something to think about again next time. And Calvin Colbury in 5th. So those two guys should be around tomorrow. Hopefully they will be to serve as alternates in case somebody has to drop at the last minute or has some technical problems. So
We do actually have confirmation that both Mitch and Calvin have confirmed that they will serve as alternates.
Awesome. So great to see that. So we'll get to interview them during the live stream, because we'll presumably have some time to fill. We are planning, for those of you who are still with us, to start the live stream tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central Time. This will be about 4 hours after the game starts. So we will. They should be along, hopefully, reasonably far into the game, and hopefully we won't have to go until 1 a.m. and fill 6 hours on one game. But we're planning to have a lot of stuff, a lot of good stuff to help us get through the game. We're going to record some interviews with all the players tomorrow morning, and we'll play some of those. We'll play all of those, in fact, during the tournament and during the top board. The main analysts will be Siobhan Nolan and Doug Moore, the two who are with me to close out tonight. I will be hosting. Brian Pravel and Chris Brand will be serving as studio hosts and sideline reporters. I'm looking forward to this. This is a strong board. Do you guys have any early thoughts on this top board before we close out tonight?
You said it. This is a good board. It's going to be a lot of fun. And, I think for George and Liam, this will be the first time that they've made a top board. So that's exciting to get some new players in there. I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, 100%. This is a stacked board, and it's going to be really interesting to watch it play out. Not that I have a favorite, but former independent presidential candidate John Anderson. Let's see what you got.
It'll be great to finally put a face to that name.
It really will.
It really will. But we've got. I love that we got the defending champ on there, and we got a former champion, Peter McNamara. From what we've seen today and last weekend, it's hard not to look at Peter McNamara as a sort of early favorite for this. Now, early favorites on top boards, that can be a scarlet letter. So we'll see how that one goes tomorrow. We'll have plenty of time to talk tomorrow about the dynamics of top boards, hear about the experience of both of you on top boards, and those are many in Legion. So look
Doug's
forward to getting
experiences, you mean?
well, you collectively, between the two of you, you have 3 world championships, and that's a lot. So
yeah, let's keep it that way.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for all of your hard work tonight. You guys have done a great job with the analysis, and I look forward to rejoining with you guys tomorrow afternoon or evening, and get some sleep tonight, eh?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, we're going to end our broadcast. Thank you all for watching. We will see you tomorrow starting at 7 p.m.